Alrighty, I think it's live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. on July 31st, the last trading day of the month. And if you are new, but if you are new and you don't know what's about to happen, you are about to watch 7 hours of the whole entire stock market. We're going to have everything. We're going to go over our pre-market review right now, go over all the news that led us up here, go over all of the plays, see what everybody in the chat is looking at, and then we even have a news wire, anything that happens throughout the day. Today is special because around 2:30 p.m. we will be hearing from Jerome Powell, and then we're going to go from there. But my goodness, today is very important. There is a lot on the table, a lot juggling. You had the Bank of Japan, and they already came in with their hawkishness, so they should be doing the opposite of Powell. The yen has moved all over right now. I think it's up 1.9%, so that has a lot of implications. We're going to get even more, and then now the main event here is Powell, and we see where it takes us. So, Chad, we have a lot to go over, and if you are new as well, I have to tell you this, you won't be able to chat for 24 hours, but that's okay. It's an investment. And why do I do that? Because we're all about investing, and this is the long term. And what we ask is that you make an account where you hold assets for minimum for 10 years, because it will absolutely change your life. And if you could do that from the moment you know about the stock market, oh my goodness, brother, you are going to walk away very, 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 very taken care of. So get a long term. And even then, if you go to this channel, we have all of these long terms on the post, and it's all right there for you. So, Chadadonia, I hope you're ready for it again. Bonds, gold, the market, and then we have Powell. But then we have you, and you're here right now. Good morning, baby. What's going on? Oh, how you living, Ansel? Battleboard, Najee, Stray, Zoe Rise, winning, lows are tightening. Marcus handling, mayhem. Mike J, baby. David J, why shit, Samuel. Tim Whitman, baby. Good morning. Jonathan, Troy Lemon, Andro, Steve, Young Ailey, baby. Ivan, G-U-Net. Good morning, baby. Me, Nacho, Zuck Vaz, baby. Donkey Smash. Christina, Strategic, Tactical. Joe Strays, baby. Good morning. What up, Energy? What up, Brucey Bean? How you living? Ali B. Matthew Orman. Good morning. What up, Thoughts and Emotions? Trey Kush, Granville, Satisfactory, XRP, baby. Patrick David, Nepal. Good morning. Oh my gosh. What up, Karan? How you living, baby? What's going on, Dynamic? Humble. Oh, Brown Town Crows. Perfect, homie. Dynamic. Good morning, baby. Stock Market Punjabi. What's going on, man? What up, Brayden? What up, Hazel? What up, Kapul? What up, Cal? Turbo, J-Max, El Chapato, Carson Bowl, Kurt McGirt, Kanan, Cassius, Big Carly, S-Dub for Mayor, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Chadadonia. Happy Wednesday. Happy Powell Day. What about the Twitch? What about Femi Seymour, the Marketer, Lizzie, Payday Devil, 333, Z Destroyer, El Coyote, Canthology. Oh, he popping up, baby. Linsense, El Coyote, Blizzy Bean, Seraph, Hailstone, Robo Hand Tech, and BDA Cookie Monster. My goodness. So, Chadadonia, I hope you guys are ready. It's going to be a fun time. Again, no shortage of events. Again, Bank of Japan was already crazy. What that's doing with I already posted Bank of Japan on my Instagram. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good morning. So we have a lot to go over, but I have all of the news. I have the plays. You should like the video if that's in your heart, if your heart's desire. I've been nice with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Ever since they try to, beat me in this submission after telling you who I voted for, I've been nice to y'all about it. So y'all show love if you like. Either way, we have a lot to get into, and let's get into it. Yeah, I'll see you in a little.
Stocks rally as Nvidia soars 7% after bullish call. Stocks staged a rebound after a flurry of good news, spurred a rally and beaten down chip makers, with investors also gearing up for the Federal Reserve rate decision Equity futures signaled a solid market open. Nvidia core pi surged 7% in pre-market trading after being renamed the top U.S. chip stock pick by Morgan Stanley analysts. Advanced Micro Devices Inc. jumped on a bullish outlook. The U.S. Treasury left its quarterly issuance of longer-term debt unchanged for the second straight time and maintained its guidance that it doesn't expect to need increasing issuance of notes and bonds for several quarters. Fed officials are likely to move closer to lowering interest rates from a two-decade high this week by signaling a potential rate cut in September, though they may stop short of providing details beyond that. The decision will be announced via a post-meeting statement at 2 p.m. in Washington. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will hold a press conference 30 minutes later. S&P 500 contracts climbed 1.2%. NASDAQ 100 futures rose 1.9%, and those on the Russell 2000 of smaller firms added 0.6% as Meta Platforms Inc. gets ready to report earnings. After the closing bell, investors will be hoping it can do a better job than Microsoft Corp and Alphabet Inc. in convincing Wall Street that lofty spending on AI will be worth it. Starbucks Corp jumped after reaffirming its full-year guidance. Boeing Company gained after appointing a new chief. Treasury 10-year yields declined 3 basis points to 4.11%. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index fell 0.5%. Oil jumped after Hamas said Israel killed its political leader, stoking geopolitical risks. The yen climbed as the Bank of Japan raised interest rates and announced plans to cut bond purchases, and the Biden administration is preparing to implement a sweeping new trade restriction known as the Foreign Direct Product Rule to keep China from accessing advanced semiconductor technology, but Tokyo Electron Limited, ASML Holding NV, and other chip companies in the Netherlands and Japan are expected to be exempt from the new limits, said the people asking not to be identified, discussing private negotiations. The road ahead for investors is looking rough right now as policy gatherings by the world's most important central banks come at the start of what's historically the worst 2 months for U.S. stock returns. In the past 3 decades, the S&P 500 index in August and September has averaged respective losses of 0.5% and 0.7%. Data compiled by Bloomberg show those seasonal patterns create another headache for traders since the broadening of this year's powerful stock market rally hangs on what the Federal Reserve signals about interest rates once its two-day meeting wraps up this afternoon. Corporate highlights: T-Mobile US Inc. reported new monthly mobile phone subscribers that exceeded analyst estimates, joining its peers in wooing new customers in the second quarter. DuPont de Nemours Inc.'s second quarter profit exceeded investor expectations as AI-driven demand for semiconductors drove gains in its electronics business. Delta Airlines Inc.'s chief Ed Bastian told CNBC that the CrowdStrike Microsoft IT outage earlier this month cost the airline $500 million. Citigroup Inc. repeatedly breached a set of Federal Reserve rules designed to protect customers' insured deposits, Reuters reported. KKR and Company posted a second quarter profit that beat Wall Street estimates as the buyout firm generated more income than expected from selling assets. Humana Inc. shares tumbled after the company warned of higher than expected inpatient hospital admissions that point towards elevated costs for the insurer. Samsung Electronics Company reported its fastest pace of net income growth since 2010 and said it plans to double output of the high-end chips fueling the artificial intelligence boom next year. Pinterest Inc. warned that revenue in the current quarter will be lower than analyst predictions. Markets rally. Global stocks rallied with NASDAQ 100 index futures jumping as a flurry of bullish news powered a rebound in technology stocks. The yen strengthened after Japan raised interest rates. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is expected to signal a potential rate cut for the U.S. in September later today. Meanwhile, oil extended gains after Hamas said Israel killed its political leader, stoking tensions in a region that produced produces around a third of the world's crude. Fed in focus. Federal Reserve officials are likely to move closer to lowering interest rates from a 2-decade high this week by signaling a potential rate cut in September, though they may stop short at providing details beyond that. The U.S. Central Bank's Federal Open Market Committee will keep its benchmark rate in a range of 5.25% to 5.5%, a peak reached a year ago at the conclusion of its 2-day policy meeting Wednesday. Meanwhile, euro area inflation unexpectedly quickened, an outcome that may make the European Central Bank warier about cutting interest rates further when it meets in September. Semi-strength semiconductor shares rallied after Reuters reported the U.S. plans to exempt chip equipment makers in Japan, the Netherlands, and South Korea from upcoming export restrictions. The Biden administration is still under pressure to take additional steps to curb Beijing's technological developments, and the semiconductor production equipment companies may still face constraints on selling to Chinese companies' AI investments. Meanwhile, Microsoft shares slid in pre-market trading after its Azure cloud computing service posted a slowdown in quarterly growth. Revenue from Azure, Microsoft's main growth engine in recent years, rose 29% in the fiscal fourth quarter, compared with a 31% jump in the previous period. Advanced Micro Devices gained in pre-market trading after giving an upbeat revenue forecast. Now investors are awaiting results from Meta Platforms due after the close today, with the firm's AI investments expected to be in focus. Swing states. As the battle between Trump and Harris heats up, many political watchers are questioning the validity of recent polls saying Harris is in the lead. Top overnight news, the BOJ raised its key rate to around 0.25% and unveiled plans to have bond purchases as it normalizes policy. Governor Kazuo Ueda pledged to keep hiking if the central bank's price outlook materializes. The BOJ is looking into why some market participants couldn't access its website ahead of the decision. BBG, Australia's trimmed mean CPI, rose by a bit less than anticipated in Q2, plus 0.8% versus the street plus 1% RTRS. ASML Tokyo Electron shares surge on reports they will be excluded from new U.S. rules limiting semiconductor equipment exports to China, RTRS. China will expand export controls on a range of drone parts, a sign Beijing is looking to placate the U.S. and NATO by clamping down on its support for Putin's war. SCMP, Eurozone CPI for Juul runs hot, coming in at +2, 6% headline, up from +2, 5% in June, and ahead of the streets +2, 5% forecast, and +2, 9% core, flat versus June, and above the streets +2, 8% forecast. BBG, Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Iran, while the IDF took out a senior Hezbollah official, Fuad Shukr, just hours earlier in Beirut, NYT. MSFT briefly plunged nearly 8% post-close-Y day. Just shows the MKT sensitivity to a very slight miss in cloud. That said, the narrative here is that it's actually a lack of availability of AI components that is constraining their growth. We are constrained on AI capacity, and because of that, we've signed up with third parties to help us, MSFT CFO. The implications for semi-capex are supportive. GSGBM Harris is running slightly ahead of Trump in critical swing states, according to a new Bloomberg Morning Consult poll, while a separate poll had her up 4 points in the must-win state of Pennsylvania. BBG, the Fed will probably move closer to lowering rates by signaling a potential cut in September, though may stop short of giving details beyond that. The policy statement may be tweaked to say there's been further progress on inflation versus modest. BBG, U.S. VP Harris is expected to announce her VP pick as soon as Monday. According to sources cited by Reuters, it was also reported that Harris will hold her first rally with her running mate next Tuesday in Philadelphia. Politico, but Boj raised its short-term interest rate to 0.25%, Prever 0.10%, and announced a change in bond purchases in which it will no longer provide a range but will instead specify amounts, while the Boj is to reduce scheduled monthly bond buying by around JPY 400 BLN each quarter, and with bond purchases to be JPY 3 TLN a month as of Q1 2026. Boj said the decision on rates was made by a 7-2 vote with Nakamura and Noguchi the dissenters, while the decision on bond buying made unanimously. Furthermore, it stated that it may modify the bond taper plan upon midterm view as appropriate if deemed necessary for functioning of JGB market, and at the June 2025 meeting, the BOJ will discuss the guideline for its JGB buying from April 2026 and announce results. Boj's Wade, upside risks to prices require attention, will continue to lift rates in AJ, the degree of easing. If the current economic price outlook is realized, we don't have a 0.5% policy rate in mind as a ceiling. Main issue is where to stop raising rates when approaching the neutral rate. Policy response this time was made considering the upward risks to prices as being considerably large.
Boj, he got one of them right. He did. If you heard, he said be a J. Otherwise, I like Boj. Boj's kind of fun to say. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Boj, baby. The ball, Mr. Hits, baby. Oh, good morning. We are being blessed with Mr. Hits in July. So I'm talking about, hey, man, we got a little bit more headlines, too. S&P futures, they're up by 1.1 on Wednesday morning, comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance on Tuesday with the focus on renewed semi, AI, and Mag 7 softness. However, energy, banks, and airlines and builders all fared well. Treasury a bit firmer across the curve. Dollar is down by 0.6 with post-Bank of Japan strength the big story in Forex. Gold is up by 0.6, Bitcoin up by 0.4, and WTI up by 3.4 on the latest ramp-up in Israel or Middle East tensions. Risk on, driven by tech bounce, with some focus on favorable AI takeaway, key exclusion from China export restrictions, and oversold conditions following the rational or rotational headwinds that persisted throughout much of July. Move coming despite the Azure miss from Microsoft, while Fed widely expected to hold today. Softer ADP payroll and ECI added more support to policy pivot narrative, with nearly 70 basis point of rate cuts now priced into 2024. Reopening of corporate buyback window, another bullish talking point as of late. Seasonality, election uncertainty, and softening earnings revision trends, some of the recently discussed areas of concern. FOMC decision, the big macro event for today, previews fairly uniform in terms of expectations that central bank will likely hint at a September easing but not provide any explicit signal and continue to emphasize the data dependency. Powell expected to reiterate Fed's dual mandate is in a much better balance. July ADP private payroll missed. Pay growth for job stayers at the lowest in 3 years. Quarter 2 ECI cooler than expected. Lowest year-on-year basis since Q4 21. Treasury quarterly refunding $125 billion in line with estimates, increasing buybacks from $15 billion to $30 billion. Overseas, Bank of Japan raised to 0.2 from 0 to 0.1 range and announced a plan to dial back JGB purchases. China manufacturing PMI edged deeper into contraction in line with consensus. Massive volume of earnings today, and more than 55% of the S&P is now reported. Q2 blended earnings growth rate running at 10.2%, with just over 78% ahead of consensus earnings, beating by 4% overall. In addition, 24 expectations stable and better. Wall Street expecting nearly 11% growth. Takeaways from the latest batch of results are fairly positive, with AI, cost control, operational efficiency, and margin execution, and stable July spending data at the center. However, China weakness flagged by companies across a range of industries, EV, agriculture, food and beverage softness, some of the other areas of scrutiny. There's more Mag 7 names set to report over the next couple of days. Wow. There's more. Middle East tensions escalate as Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh killed in Iran. Israel strikes Beirut. U.S. rule on foreign chip equipment exempts some allies. Bro, do you guys realize how crazy that is? So remember, 2 weeks ago when we started dumping, that one of the first down 3% days on the NASDAQ, That was because of the chip rule. Remember, everybody freaked out? Yeah, and now they're saying there's exemptions. It's pretty funny. It's actually really funny, considering how big of a reaction we had. Fed set to hold rates today and signal September rate cut. Optics of any rate cut has political implications. Bank of Japan hikes interest rate and flags more. Reveals JGB taper details and gradual approach emphasize. Bank of England urged to leave rates unchanged. Investors beef up bets over interest rate cuts. Microsoft Azure revenue underwhelms expectations. AMD revenue and guidance tops expectations, with company raising forecasts for AI accelerators. Intel to cut hundreds or thousands of jobs in bid to reduce costs. Nvidia has shed more than $750 billion in market cap across the recent sell-off. Nvidia's 10-day realized volatility twice as high as Bitcoin as stock falls below 100-day moving average. Samsung's net profit tops forecast on higher memory price, and demand for HBM chips drives units higher. Japan's new forex chief says weak yen more harmful to economy than good. Analysts still say plenty of uncertainties around the longer-term outlook for the yen after the Bank of Japan decision. Gap grows between Americans hurt by inflation and high interest and those benefiting from it. China official manufacturing PMI loses further momentum. Services stall. Eurozone inflation unexpectedly quicken, raising risk ECB may be more cautious about more cuts. Japan industrial production drops amid slide in auto output and retail sales steady. Australian underlying inflation eases, triggering increase in RBA cut bets. Japan industrial production weakens amid fall in auto output and retail sales beat. South Korea industrial output contracts, but retail sales grew. Harris draws level with Trump in race for White House. Harris and her VP will reportedly tour battleground states next week. Wow. Oh, wow. We actually don't have that much time. We got to get going, baby. We got to get going. So there is a couple of plays moving here. VST. They're up 16%. I think they had license renewal, not even earning CEG. They're up 13.8. Results of PGM capacity auction. JCI up 9.3 off earnings. VRT 6.9 in reaction to Microsoft CapEx. TT up 5.8 off earnings. ANET 5.3 earnings. DD 4.6 earnings. ONON 4.5. Raymond James upgrade. Dell is up 4.4. Microsoft Sympathy. GEV up 3.9. PJM capacity allocation. Starbucks up on 4.1. Elliott confirms they're a shareholder and earnings. Hewlett-Packard up 3.7 off earnings. First Solar up 3 off earnings. Teva 2.9 earnings. CNH 2.7 off of earnings. T-Mobile 2.6 off of earnings. Boeing up 2.2 earnings, and they named Kelly Ortberg as president and CEO. Bernstein upgrades PayPal up 1.8, GLW up 1.8 off earnings. Uber is up 1.7, multi-year strategic partnership with BYD. Powell up 2.6 off earnings, or 26. TLN up 17, $670 million capacity revenue of PJM auction. Match is up 10 off earnings. Coco 9 earnings. Day up 8 off earnings. Dan up 6.2 off earnings. Upstart up 5. Mizuho upgrade. Caesars up 5.1 off of earnings. NCLH up 4 off of earnings. GRFS up 3.2. Gigagen receives FDA clearance of IND application. LegalZoom up 3.1, Jeffries upgrade. Gap 2.9, Bank of America upgrade. PMEC up 61, nothing. WGS 19 off earnings. ALXO up 4, top line results from Aspen trial. Huma up 3.5. What is that? Top line results as well. Stocks, semi-stocks all trading higher. Gold and silver trading higher. Oil trading higher. Pinterest down 8 off of earnings. Humana down 7 off of earnings. Bungie down 7.3 off earnings. SW down 5 off earnings. MO down 4.5 off earnings. Fur down 4.4 earnings. Marriott down 4.3 off earnings. TKO down 4 off nothing. ADP down 3.2 off earnings. Skyworks down 2.5 off earnings. Microsoft down 2.3 off earnings. Watt down 2.3 off earnings. Penn down 14 off earnings. OI down 11 off earnings. Lemonade down 10.2 off earnings. IMNN down after profit taking, and then FGen down 30 off of earnings. My goodness. There's a lot. There's a lot of pre-market movers. They are all earnings. I hope you got that at this point. And now I think we have good time. Whew, that was close. Yeah, MO disappointed. So I'll go over the numbers there with you in a second, but MO just was not as good. So remember I was telling you, some of those numbers were expected to come in negative. I think some people thought they would do good, but they did not at all. So, Chatadonia, that being said, we got a little bit of time here. You've heard the plays. You've heard the TV. You heard everything. It's Powell Day. We have 7 hours on the way. Tell me, my friends, what is your first play of the day? What do you got, baby? Post it in the chat. SoFi calls, AMD, NVIDIA calls, AMD, Silver calls, Long Copper, Bot Gold, Amazon, SQ calls, NVIDIA, Micron puts, good morning, Chad, Pinterest calls, NVIDIA covered calls, Costco, Microsoft calls, Elite Auto, TLT, Apple calls, Netflix puts, Apple, Starbucks calls, AMD shares, looking for Starbucks, SPY puts, Google calls, QQQ, NVIDIA, DJT, Pfizer calls, Sell Pfizer call, Pinterest calls, waiting on Powell, Short Oil, Humana shares, Long NVIDIA, Apple call, TLT, NVIDIA puts, Upstart, XOM, Microsoft calls, IWM calls, Sell GME, SPY calls, Closing SPY calls, Short ES, Sideline, and Tail Powell, Tesla, TLT long-term, Netflix put, AMD and Starbucks calls, Tesla, NVIDIA, JPM drip, TLT calls, PHILO call, Redfin put, SPY put, GME calls, AMD, and the final plays. NVIDIA, Gush calls, CLF, and PHILO calls. Wow. Oh. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. I do have a couple of plays for you, but before we get into any of that, I think it's time, baby. I think it's time. And here at the Cult, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for all the freedoms that we have. It's so easy to take it for granted and to live our lives and do all these things without showing that real love and appreciation to those who gave up a lot so that we could have it. So I encourage all of you, show this in real life, man. It's one thing to say thank you, but you could even show it in so many ways. And I hope all of you do it because we are all benefiting off of the fruits of other people's labor. So veterans, the families, thank you for real. Thank you for your sacrifice and commitment to this country and all of the Americans you know and don't know. We love and appreciate you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about, and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the Jets! It's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. My goodness. Oh. So I hope you're feeling good. What time is it? 1:30? Yes. Or 1:30 till the bell. We still got a little bit of time. I think a lot of plays. I am going to be watching a lot of plays out here. Okay, I'm going to be watching Meta, NVIDIA, AMD, ASML, Boeing, the Yen, the bonds, Uber, Pfizer, and Humana. And then again, I don't know. There's a lot of biotechs, but I don't know if I want to gamble on any of those today. Otherwise, just get ready for the earnings after the bell. And then again, bonds and yen and our ES. That little MES from a week or so, that thing is gone green now. So I'm still in that one, but we'll see where it happens. Yeah, it's cool. I don't know, man. We'll see. I don't know. You guys have kind of, I haven't put the pressure on for the likes again. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You see how we'll get banned for saying things, So enjoy your holiday. I love you, okay? I love you. And when you ask me 100 times for the plays during earnings, Just know I love you. I'm a Trump supporter, and that's it. That's all. That's all you need to know. I guess there's more to it, but we have 30 seconds, chat. If you have any questions, you let me know. You post them in the chat. Let's have a good time. Keep it clean. And, yeah, if you need anything, you let me know. I will be here for you. I will be here for you. And we got hits in the house, too, baby. Wow. It is a fat day. Again, Bank of Japan. We have a lot to talk about, but that already happened. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Oh, I forgot about Starbucks. Yeah. And there was even a comment there related to Elliott. So remember, they took a stake. Again, yen is ripping. We should have held that one from yesterday. And then even then, the bonds are up a decent amount as well, too. So everything's good. I mean, NASDAQ even gapping up 2% right here. And then we are green on our MES. So we have that. I mean, Apple earnings might just move around a lot. I don't know how it'll perform. I'm all about the pre-run-up plays. That's kind of been where I've been at. So we'll see. The Airbnbs, that spread is wide. Let's see where Disney is. Again, MO didn't do good. So watch for MO to flush or even bounce. But see, Disney's already in the red. Pfizer is red as well. HPE in the green. Again, we have Meta after the bell today. So, like, literally, this is Meta's pre-earnings right now. They're up by 1.4. Happy Fed Day. Positive on the Starbies. Yeah, those are at $80. Starbucks is at what it was pricing in. So you'll notice the contracts shouldn't really be going up. I think they're just holding the value with a wide spread. Because, again, it was pricing in a decent amount yesterday. And then ARC contracts are moving. BABA running. Yeah, remember he said keep an eye on China and then the Bank of Japan. I mean, that's having an effect because right now the yen is just killing the dollar, which is why I think everything is up. Oh, yeah, AMD. So I don't know if our AMDs, that one kind of held up 12%. So AMD contracts are kind of up there. They didn't get clobbered, but then they didn't really run. I like AMD a lot, honestly. That was a great earnings. And then Starbucks still trying to run. Boeing had good news. That new CEO, again, announcing a replacement. I think people are going to like that. Yeah, Boeing down a quarter. Pfizer selling off. Disney coming up. Super micro pop. Risk back on for a little bit, but it's still, we're just at 5,500. So remember that whole 1.7, we're still a little bit below that. That's the irony. We're at 1.2. But definitely got back up to where you were at last Wednesday. And last Wednesday it was a very ugly move. And then again, Powell by 2:30, 2 o'clock. You should be getting a completely opposite move or at least a bigger move here. So this is all still just the pregame. NASDAQ's up 1.8. That's slipping a little bit. Dow only up by 0.08. And then the Russell is up by 0.7. PayPal on the high. Yeah, Humana's down 8, bro. That one's crazy. Silver, bro. I don't know if it was a glitch or not, but I saw a headline yesterday that said silver went up to $35. It made me want to buy silver. Even then, gold is killing it too, though. So think about it. Fed, central banks, all of that, all of those same trends are still taking over here. AT&T, Albemarle on the high. I think Google is probably up a little bit off of Azure and just people feeling optimistic about the AI chip stuff. So again, if you guys remember, it was like 2 weeks ago, we had that big dump on the issues with the AI chips. Remember, they were like, oh, the government's going to ban it. And then everybody started reacting. We found out there's a lot of exceptions today. And I think some people are chilling out. And then not to mention AMD was decent. And not all the earnings have been awful so far. So I think that's also giving you a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, AT&T's up by 0.6. I got Meta up again. Meta's after the bell today. Is it Intel tomorrow? I forgot about Microsoft coming down. But, dude, it's crazy how it's all staying low there. You're trying to make sense of this SPY 1.5. Is it all the chip news? I think so. Because remember, we dumped off of that news when we shouldn't have. And then literally NVIDIA is up how many? Isn't NVIDIA up like 5? Yeah, NVIDIA is literally up 7%. So it would look different without that. And then the Bank of Japan and the other stuff factoring into it. Tesla's starting to go. They're up 3.5. I forgot about KHC. That one doing good, 3% as well. Coinbase going up and Tessie. Again, Microsoft into the low. Yeah, AMD is whole. I'm surprised AMD's not worth more. So AMD, the premiums went up a little bit, but so far it's chilling. Yeah, AMD went up 20%. That's crazy. It's like right at the cusp of what it was pricing in. So any higher from here, this is bigger than what was expected, but AMD actually did do good. And then SPY just flushed a little bit there. Again, bonds near the low of the day. JPM and banks again. Remember, we were talking about that. Even if you think about the Russell too, I mean, there's a lot of financials. Disney is going up again. I think Disney's now filled that other gap. Tesla's doing good. Yeah, Tesla's still running. And then LMT. Oh, where's oil, bro? We should have made those oil plays yesterday. Yeah, oil's up 2.8. That one was easy considering all the headlines yesterday. So, damn, oil's already out of there. Unfortunately. Apple's running right now, too. MO earnings just weren't that hot. So especially with how much MO ran up. MO's actually moving 2 standard deviations to the downside now. Let me see. Altria, it was revenue of $5.28 billion versus $539, so they missed. And then guidance was $507 to $515, which previous guidance was $505 to $517. So they raised their guidance, and then EPS missed 131 versus 134. So literally, there was areas that they did bad on, but people thought they were going to outperform, like myself. I thought they would have done better, and then nope. MO put only went 200%. It should start to ramp up from now, but that's weird. Yeah, Apple at the high. I mean, high-low ticker kind of balancing out. Yeah, bro, LMT, RTX. We should have played oil yesterday, bro. We had that. We had the Beirut news early. We were talking about how it being cheap in the hedge risk, and that thing just took off, man. 2.8. That would have been a nice one. And then SPY right at VWAP. Again, bond still green, but near their low of the day. They cook Starbucks options. Yeah, they didn't. Well, Starbucks, it was moving a lot, and then it came in there. So I don't know if you guys want to check. That's why I put it on the Instagram too, but I think everything stayed within line, no? So again, these are what we had priced in yesterday. AMD was pricing in 8.9. Now it's moving up. So AMD is slightly above what was priced in. Microsoft was pricing in 5%. They're only moved 1.8. Starbucks was pricing in 7.5. They're at 3.9. ANET was pricing 9.6. They're at 7. Pinterest was pricing 12.8. They're at 9. Lemonade was pricing in 14. They're at 17. Boeing was pricing in 5. They're at 2. KHC was pricing in 4. They're at 3.9. MO was pricing in 3.1. They're at 5.7. Humana was pricing 6.3. They're at 7.6. And then MA was pricing in 3.9. They're at 4.1. So most of them in line, a couple slightly outside of the range, but again, you could kind of see how it gives us a roadmap of what to expect. I would go in the money if I thought it was going to be within the range. No intelligent person could support Trump. Well, I guess I'm a dummy. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm so dumb, I saved 10%. Amen, baby, amen. Oh, why did Nightbot get you? Did you say sexy? Oh yeah, you put 3 X's. Chicago PMI. It comes in like 4 minutes. MO, yeah, MO's down a lot. Because MO could have done a lot better. They just underwhelmed for how exciting the industry has been. And then, those AMDs are up 78%. The Treasury refunding, they just announced what they were going to sell and how much of it. And it came in pretty good, and they're limiting the amount of 20-year bonds. Yeah, AMD breaking out now. So, again, AMD was pricing in 8. That's at 10, and now the options are up 70. You think MO or UPS is better? I think UPS is a better price. You think they're sandbagging? No. I mean, their yearly guidance was still up. I just think, maybe it just didn't do as good. But it does. They will benefit off of a lower comp next time. So I don't know if it was purposeful or if it just maybe it didn't translate. Maybe all of the demand is still kind of low there. And even though the Zindemic was raging, maybe they didn't get to a benefit off of it. Chipotle. I like AMD the most. Again, those plays are actually up 90%. Usually these options don't want to move. So literally we're looking at 40 to 80 cents. And then Disney chilling. Then bonds are going up now too. Again, watch Pfizer, maybe because all of the growth names are going up today. So remember, Pfizer had their earnings yesterday. They were already holding up. But I just don't think you have as much hype. AMD now up 100%. Yeah, SPY's fallen too. There's AMD. So yeah, I think that's going to be the winner. And then UK foreign defense secretaries in Qatar to drive efforts to bring peace in Gaza. DG on the high. That one's interesting. And Kroger. A lot of interesting names up here. Even Abivai's down. All the names that did very good yesterday, they chilled. No, the monthly membership on this channel is not any alerts. No, unfortunately. ANET. Yeah, ANET was pricing in around 10. I think it's around there. And then bonds are breaking out and SPY just went red. High, or not red, excuse me, just low of the day. You're up 1% still. Don't let me be dramatic. Dramatic? Disney's still holding. I don't know. Airbnb's up, but Marriott did very bad today. So those you got to watch out for. And then Chicago PMI, 45.3. Estimate was 45. ASTS. They are running up 4%. The alerts are the first link in the description, my friend. You got the free ones too. So it's whatever your heart desires. Tesla popping and bonds here at the high. Marriott has possible worker strike. You're one of them? Oh, no way. Yeah, well, their earnings just wasn't good. So they dropped the ball. I remember I was just telling you guys I don't know how travel is going to do this quarter. Every other quarter it was kind of obvious, but this time around it's kind of hard to have that idea. Again, Chicago PMI just came out. Again, slightly higher? Practically in line. Yeah, Marriott beat on EPS. Then they slightly missed on revenue. Slightly beat on EBITDA. And then they guided lower for next quarter. That was it. ARM had a lot of downgrades. I think Meta's going to do good. I mean, I think Meta is a very pivotal one, but Meta is a mix of both. They have to prove they're making money off AI, but then they also have their other businesses and ad business and consumer to rely on. Philip Morris, we should be in the money on those now. So those are just still up just above 100%. Tesla on the high. Again, Philip Morris, we had the 115s. AMD contracts still holding up 100. The Disney's going up too, but those contracts are holding 55%. Intel breaking out. And then JP Morgan, Advanced Auto Parts as well. But again, those banks, MasterCard, yeah, MasterCard is pricing in like 3.9 or 4.5. It's like right there. Oh, it's Benny Beach's birthday. If you see us, say happy birthday. Oh, my goodness. Hey, man, I haven't seen him yet today, but I'm mad. Yo, Benny, you bullies. S&P is positive for July, yeah. That's the funny part about this morning. That gap up did bring you within green, I think, on July. Yeah. Where is it? I think it's on the SPY. It's above this line. So anything above this line right here is a green July. Anything below that, we go red. So if we fill the gap, the month of July is red. If we hold it, then we're good to go. You think this bounce is off the leader of Hamas? No, it's part of it, though. Because, again, the war tensions are huge, and you could see it with oil up, too. But there was a lot of effery with chips and chip policy and NVIDIA and all of that. But definitely part of the situation. I wouldn't call it all of it, though. Again, we still have Jerome Powell here in a couple of hours. You already got Chicago PMI. You got pending home sales in like 5 or 10 minutes. Then you'll get oil numbers, and then Powell. And then bonds, bro, those are still ripping. I think yen is still up too, holding 2%. Then again, oil is up 3% right now. The Bank of Japan and bonds, they did it. They were hawkish. So we'll find out. We need to see what Powell does to see if it unwinds anything. But for now, I mean, very bullish for the yen. And it seems like the Bank of Japan is going to be tightening, and they already took a big step to tighten, whether it be through their policy and their balance sheet. And then yen is literally popping as I'm saying that. Mark Dash showing the daily love, baby. Good morning. And then MO still getting clobbered. You're loving IG Josh, short form info hitting different. Well, I'm glad. I hope so. I posted something this morning. You know, I think some of the important quick stuff people miss on stream. You know, it's hard to post. But I've been having fun. Mm-hmm. I'm still holding the AMDs. They're up 70% now. Hit 100 on those AMD calls, baby. Pay the plug. Hey, man. I like the AMD a lot. I'm thinking I'm going to push it, but 100% not bad. We still got to do something with them Disneys, too. Marcus Hanlander. 5 of them, baby. Thank you, my brother. No, I don't have any MO plays, but they are moving more than 2 standards, it looks like. I think MO passed XDivvy. The yen should still strengthen unless Powell and the Fed kind of get in the way. But what they did last night, it kind of signals that they don't even care about what their economy's doing. They're now moving the path in terms of rates. Because, again, the last couple of months, Japan's economy did not do what you would expect to warrant a rate cut or a rate hike and then trimming back the bonds. But they did it anyways. So that could be along the lines of anticipating Powell and everybody else about to ease. So for now, unless the other pressures come back, the yen should go up. But we'll see. You've been learning about trading futures. You're going to try at the MES. Any tips or suggestions? Paper trade for a month before going live. So most people don't like hearing that, but I know you want to trade it today. But if you have not done it for like paper trading, you'll get clapped. Yeah, New York taxi regulator agrees not to impose new rules on Uber and Lyft. You got Uber taxi news. That's a fat pop on Uber. Oh, Vivi, look at that. Yeah, Uber, very big pop. The contracts are already kind of crazy. If that has legs, though, it'll be good. Oh, XDivvy today. Oh, we do have that old Uber. I don't know if that'll hit, though. I had that one $6 one from the last one. What's the minimum anyone should start with when doing options? I think you should have a long-term. So I think minimum you should have a long-term account and a savings plan that you're going to add to regardless before speculating on short-term options. Nikes. UFPI, no, I'm not too familiar with it. Yeah, Lyft is moving as a sympathy to that headline. It should. Lyft and Uber. They already came down. Tesla on the high. Tesla, like, really rocketing, actually. Just a lot of high ticker prints on that. And then SPY right at VWAP. NVIDIA going. Again, NVIDIA is up 10%. Do you guys realize NVIDIA was at like $100? Like 103. Again, everybody was asking about it yesterday. So again, that it's the BS chip stuff. I can't believe it. I think it's the funniest news ever because remember 2 weeks ago, all of this downside, it started off of that chip news, the same chip news, and then all of a sudden everybody wanted to react. And now come this morning, we're like, oh yeah, they're all going to get exemptions. And then boom, that thing's up 10% today. So that's huge. That's absolutely massive. But that's a big part of what you're getting here today. Not to mention Bank of Japan, and then we're going to get Powell. Bro, the yen keeps running. That just did another 0.25% right there. My first reaction, if Powell surprises with a market cut, I would go buy bonds, and then I would tell you that the stock market's about to crash. If Powell came in with a rate cut today, something would be disturbingly wrong, but it shouldn't happen. I don't think he is. I think he's going to come in with a little bit of hinting, but he's not going to cut. But if he does, I think something is really, really wrong. Small caps might fly, but I'm not really too concerned with that as much as I would be with like actual bonds and then like the overall like where we're going to be going now or why he did that. Just so you know, there's a small warehouse in Santa Barbara that has you on the loudspeakers every morning, and we're all building long terms. Amen. So I'm talking about, boys, a way to put in the work and way to have the long term. God bless all of you, all my Santa Barbara people, all my people on the grind listening. You listening while working, while building the long term. Amen. Boeing earnings, I don't think they were like good or bad, but I think there was more of a news on the announcement of the CEO and like finding a replacement finally. Long term. Working every Saturday overtime to put more in the long term. Let's go. It's worth it. Many Chads. That's usually when you get the long term addiction. When you're like, wow, I love this. And you're like, I need to save more and more and more. Because again, it works very, very well, man. To have the long term, let it grow. And then when you watch it grow, it's it's crazy how fast time goes. Because when you're really focused on it, and you're like, I need to make a lot of money now, it feels like you make money slow. But then once you like really fall into the long term, man, and just let it sit there, before you know it, you're like, damn, I didn't think all of that would add up into this. And then you're like, oh. So it's great. It's great. Just registered for college courses. Oh, good luck, man. That's exciting, though. Do you have any certain allocation, long-term versus trading? Most of it in the long term. I mean, that's it. I don't try to trade with a lot of money. I think you should as small as possible. It's everybody's different. It's up to you, but like I'm saying, somebody's asking, like, what should I start with to trade options? And it's not a dollar amount. It has nothing to do with the ratio. It's just like you should have a real savings plan and a real long-term account separate before you start doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, before you start gambling, you should probably have a set account that's separate for whatever you need. Pending home sales, positive 4.8%. Estimate was 1.5. Or? That's crazy. So pending home sales came in hotter than expected. You're not really getting a bond or stock reaction for now. It was 74.3 versus 70.8 previous. Well, yeah, that's word to no cut, but we're not reacting. So look at SPY, equities, bonds. Nothing's really happening there. And then yen just keeps going higher. I don't know. I don't see the year-over-year number, but I see the month-over-month. That came in lower. But yeah, it was supposed to be like 1.3 or 0.8. Came in at 4.8. That's your highest pending home sales all year. So literally, pending home sales month-over-month have not increased at pace all of 24. No money, bro. House is, it's going up. So year over year, down by 2.6. Estimate was down by 2.0. That's weird, man. Over the last year, pending home sales have kind of been recovering. So that one was a little bit, but market's rocketing off of good real estate data. That one's kind of a head scratcher. You would think the market wouldn't like it, but equities, SPY, they're all doing good on that for now. Is beyond worth considering if you don't already have it? Oh, no, I'd grab something else. Because we have that one, but we bought that when everything was at all-time highs. So I would go for some of the more better quality names that are down. Oh, look who it is, baby. Benny Beats. Happy birthday, baby. Oh, no. There he is. Hey, yo, Benny, it's your birthday. Oh, baby, I'm not from Chicago. Happy birthday, my man. I hope you're living good. Hazard, and then shout out AMD. You know what I'm saying? Woo. Hey, yo, Benny, my birthday. Happy birthday live. Whoa. You need to calm down on the rocket ship. Yeah, man. Are you in the States for your birthday? Aren't you in Puerto Rico? Are you making the corner to good news is good news? Maybe. It depends what happens with Powell and the Fed, but maybe. But it's hard to say. Remember, ever since the yield curve, Costa Rica, that's what it was. Puerto Rico. I was close. There was a Rica in it. Yeah, I was close. MSTR pop. PayPal's still going up. PayPal's been climbing, actually. Bank of Japan could be lifting up the bonds. It just depends, though, if we actually get a unwind of that trade or not. But it's hard to say. I'd give it a little bit of time. In theory, Bank of Japan should help the bonds out if the yen strengthens, but that correlation has disappeared over the last couple months. So tentatively both should go in tandem, but I don't know if I could say that with utmost certainty. Well, Tesla's running again. Bond's dancing around. Nvidia's up 10.5. MO stopped dying. So we'll see where that one goes. I don't know. I'm kind of... Let me see. MO is it's a weird price. You know what I'm saying? It's down today a decent amount, but it's up a lot. It's very hard to say. And then again, like you could justify it at higher prices depending on how your portfolio looks, but you know, I mean, I was buying it at $39 this year. It's very, very hard to put a price on it now. I'm looking at calls, though, for MO right now. Why am I not buying UPS? Because I don't have any money in my long term, and I don't want to buy too many names, but that is something you could go for. Oh, did those just bounce? I'm seeing SPY's coming down a little bit, yeah. It's near the high of the day. Your AMD ones, they shouldn't be, unless it already flipped. Oh, come on, film me. Dude, I'm gonna cancel that. It's not gonna film me. I mean, yeah, my AMDs, no, yeah, dude, your 170 should be up. It depends how much time. I had 160. I had time on mine for August 16, but mine are still up 50. They went up 100. Yo, Enrico, 20 of them. What's up, baby? Horner. Oh my goodness. Thank you, my friend, for the hard work and dedication. That's a lot, baby. God bless you. Thank you, man. Wow, happy Wednesday, bro. Enrico. My man, you got the long term, right, Enrico? It's incredible. Incredible. Enrico, blessing the chat, bro. There's a lot, 20 of them, bro. That SPY hitting a new high right now. I got all the long term, baby. Now you're talking. Amen. Amen. Jim Cramer was recommending buying Stanley Black & Decker last night. His logic is the stock has been beaten down over the last couple years. Rate cuts will benefit home builders. I mean, I see it as a pseudo builder play, but I don't know. Again, that's assuming that the rate cuts are going to make real estate go crazy. But I do see them as a as a pseudo builder, if that makes any sense. I could get behind that. Another day, another month closer to the jet. God bless you, Josh, in the chat. So very thankful for your consistency. And D. Ross, games and sports, baby. What's up? What's up, man? What up, Caleb? What up, Bob? Oh, my goodness. We're turning up on Wednesday. On Powell Day, baby. My goodness. Where's the horn? I think I lost it. Nope, it's here. It's here. Amen. We had 10K in cash to throw at the market. How would you diversify it? A little bit of dividends, a little bit of growth, and then spread it out into blocks, right? It depends. You know, you could go in monthly, quarterly, so on and so forth. Don't throw it all in at once. No, why would you? I mean, sometimes going all in at once helps you if you know there's about to be a fat move, but usually spacing it out over time and then in blocks will at least get you a better price than not. I don't have any Apple plays for now, but so I don't know. I don't know if I'll play it. SWK is closing plants. Your buddy lost his job. Well, there's an update on that. Video. And then Spy still ripping. Amazon woke up. Remember, Amazon got murked yesterday off Microsoft. But hello. And where are we? Hey, not bad. Again, those ESs are up. Remember that MES, we got worked on those, but now, I don't know, I want to sell them, but I kind of want to ride them out too. But man, you still have, what, another 30, 40 points on SPX to fill the next gap. And then remember, this line right here, that is the line for July. I still have the Pfizer plays. I have free ones, but yeah, they got Merck there today. That's why we make them free. I haven't made Disney and Airbnb free yet. Those are the ones I'm still holding. I don't think Pinterest earnings was that bad. I even want to make a call on MO, but it's kind of expensive. I need to do something with my Snap too. Sudden change in sentiment. I think another BS chip news. Decent earnings, but overall Microsoft wasn't the hottest. And then again, getting ready for Powell and some of the other. Again, there was even private payrolls and other things that were supportive. But I think a lot of support in chip land today off of BS chip news. Who's that? Oh, it's Disney. Why is it BS chip news? Because it's fake. I guess not fake, but it's just dumb. So like 2 weeks ago, you started the sell-off because they were like, oh my gosh, they're going to ban chips in China. And you've literally got that news 5 times on the year. Right? So AI chip ban news. You heard it many, many times. And then all of a sudden, 2 weeks ago, the start of your 10% decline on the NASDAQ, it was because of said chip news. Right? Fast forward 2 weeks after dumping and all of that, now they're like, oh, there's actually going to be exemptions, and all of the companies we thought were going to get clapped are going to get exempt. So not only shouldn't you have not responded to the news, now all of the companies that you think would get affected are going to do better. And then now we're up 10% on NVIDIA and then ASML. So that's why I think it's BS chip news, because we shouldn't have reacted the first time. I don't think it was a good piece of news because we've had it so many times. And then on top of it, now it's just literally getting reversed and it causes such a big reaction. That's where I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it did. If you think about it, it brought down every stock almost 10% for corporate buybacks. 100%. Dude, it was nonsense. I even said it the first time. So even when 2 weeks ago when we started dropping on that news, I was telling you, I was like, this is kind of nonsensical because I don't know why everybody wants to react. Why are we selling off 3% on the same exact news that we had? It didn't make any sense. And then even today, out of nowhere, even with bad Microsoft earnings, everybody feels so good off of it. NVIDIA's up 10, and well, there you go. Yeah, bonds, yen dropped and popped, but bonds are ripping now. Colombia's Petro says Venezuelan elections have serious doubts. Nikes. Oh, no way. All right. Is Powell going to drop the rate cut bomb? He shouldn't, but people think he's going to drop hints. Yeah, we covered the Iran leader, Hamas leader dying. There was another one too, but literally we should have bought oil yesterday. But like all that's, I remember yesterday I gave you that Beirut headline, like literally right when it happened. That was the whole war tensions. That's another part of today. You literally have oil up 3%. Even gold is up a lot, but it's starting to chill out. I can't believe oil's up 3.3. It's like actually insane. Why Powell? Well, I don't know if Powell cutting today would drop the market, but I would think Powell cutting today would mean that there's going to be an imminent drop soon, just because why would he cut out of nowhere? My long term is on this channel. So if you go to the post tab here, you'll be good to go. And it'll have everything on there. And then there's Apple, SPY, everything is breaking out. Yeah, I mean, futures are doing good. Again, those MESs, I don't know if you guys realize, I got murdered on that play. So remember, I think I bought, it was last Wednesday that I made it. I think I was like right here. I bought one of these dips, and then it just kept dropping. And then remember, I had 3 of those contracts. Those are ripping now, like solidly in the green. So this is a big gap up, big follow through. You're up almost that 1.7 that we were expecting to go by the end of the day or by the end of the week. That's the irony. You're kind of overshooting. And then there's Disney. Even Airbnb, Etsy's on the high. Again, Nike at 75 and came down. Then there's Meta. And then even NQ is still going up. How do you decide when to make option play free? Well, sometimes it's just a matter of like being smart about it. Sometimes I just don't want to take the risk. Other times, if I think the stock has moved up of a lot in a short amount of time, it's better to take advantage of that short move. And then, because the contract may just end up at the same price in a week, so might as well take it now. Powell can tank the market. If I think Powell will be bad if he's just not as dovish. If he gives no hints, and if he somehow plays this game where like he like no, and like doesn't even give you a signal for September and really wants to be an asshole about it, then the market won't like it. But other than that, I mean, I that's it. Hello, is it your first chat you've been watching for a few months? That's cool, man. Why did you make your account 8 days ago? So I'm going to have to go out on a limb and say you were lying. But welcome. Glad to have you. I like role playing sometimes too. But I hope you have a long term. Okay? I hope you have a long term. You get a long term, you'll be good to go. Amen. Amen. How old is your account? It says older than Biden. No, it says 11 years. That's crazy. You've had that YouTube account for 11 years. That's amazing. Meta's still running. Bonds sold off. SPY near the high. Yen gave up a decent amount. That's the interesting part about it. Seems that Wall Street wants the cut call out, but Powell doesn't want to show his hand. Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, so here's the deal. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? I found something out today. Honestly, I don't know, though. Yeah, I don't want to be the guy with the likes, I've been easy with y'all on the likes. You know what I'm saying? I've been mad easy with y'all on the likes. But I have an answer, bro. I found something out today. It's not even tinfoil. It's like, holy crap. Like, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. No, I don't even know if it's tinfoil, bro. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Oh, did MO pop? I think I missed it. I was going to double dip on that. No, just the options. That's weird. Let's see if these fell. I'll tell you after this. I made a play. Wop, 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 wop. I'm going to F it up. You grab more AMD? Nice. I still have it. No, I'm not watching the Olympics. They ruined it for me. I wanted to watch the Olympics so bad, and then I'm like, oh, weird shit. I'm cool. Thanks, you guys. Thanks. It's cool, man. I wanted some nostalgia and to get back, you know? So, but yeah. All right. So, Chad, I love you. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did MO for next week. I did a MO 51 call for 3 cents. I'm going to try to make them free. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Yeah, I don't. You guys are like, oh, don't be sensitive. Watch it. I just don't like it. That's it. I was ready for it, but I just don't fuck with it no more. That's honestly their fault. But don't come at me telling me not to be so. I don't come at you telling you what you like and don't like. You know what I'm saying? So you can pick what you like, and I'm not gonna stop trying to be a little witch and telling me what to like and don't like. If you weird me out, if I don't want to go to your restaurant, why I have every right to. I don't care who it is, what it is. What are you guys saying? Oh, don't be this, don't be that. No one forces you to sit and watch shit you don't like. What the fuck? If I rub you the wrong way, why am I gonna make you have to listen to me and do that? You know that. Like, honestly, that's why I'm glad. I'm glad even when I tell y'all what I like and when I tell you what I support and not, because then if you don't like it, you could leave. You could unfollow me. You don't have to be a part of it. And nobody should bully you or make you feel bad for not wanting to watch something you don't want to fuck with. So, yeah, I full wholeheartedly, I don't fuck with it. And I don't feel any bad about not watching it. And that's just what happens when y'all do that shit, is that you guys alienate people every time, and you could try to say, oh, just deal with this. Oh, don't be sensitive. It's like, nah, I just don't want to be around that fucking energy. So I'm going to do what I want to do. But, you know, you can make your choice as well. But amen. Amen. And amen. We have the peach. Let's go. See? And the peach could do. And the peach is out of his own freedom. And every day. And that's, you see, that's the stuff we like. Amen. Oh, no. Amen. Amen. Peach Nation. All for one for all. Peach Nation. See, Peach Nation, they got morals. They know. Peach Nation knows where it's all at. Amen, baby. Amen. All right. I love you. And honestly, I think I'm going to take the peach and I'm gonna use this as a time, you know. It's I'm gonna use it as this moment to give you guys good tinfoil. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you some good tinfoil. It's not even tin. This is real. I figured it out, and I figured it out by listening to Fed people. I'm gonna blow your mind. This is amazing. Would you believe it? And here's the thing. Unfortunately, I have really good info, but I am a Trump supporter now. This was a new development, and again, ever since announcing it on YouTube, within 72 hours, they gave me a channel strike. But the whole point is, just I want you to know what I believe, and if you want this good info, it is a result of somebody who's so again, I must be uneducated and an awful person. because that's what they tell me. They say, oh, you support Trump, you must be uneducated and a poor human being. So unfortunately, that may be the case, but I have good info to share with you. I am going to tell you exactly how to predict the soft landing or not. Oh, crude oil inventories just came out. Minus 3.4 million barrels. Estimate was minus 1.1 million barrels. So oil dancing, crude crushing, down 1.1 million versus 1.708 previous. Gasoline minus 3.6 million barrels. Estimate was 1.29. Distillate inventory 1.5 million gain. Estimate was minus 900,000. So I think that's the bad part. Everything else seems like it was a drawdown. I don't know. Oil's already up 3 though. That's why it's coming back down. And then SPY ripping. So again, oil data. That's your final set of data until Powell. Oil's going down off of it. All right, but let me not delay. Are you ready for this? This is how you predict the soft landing or not. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing because we've been talking about this. Here it is. Brought to you by Donald Trump. I've never actually met the guy, so honestly, I'm giving him way too much promo. Here it is. The yield curve. The yield curve on inverting. If it happens without a rate cut, that is the soft landing, is what they're saying. This is from James Bullard, no longer in the Fed. So just like we were talking about, if this curve uninverts without a rate cut, that's the soft landing, no landing. So if Powell can somehow get the curve to normalize without cutting rates, then you will get your no landing or soft landing. Otherwise, if he has to cut rates to normalize the curve, then there you go, recession and everything else. But this is what they're trying to do. So I heard James Bullard talking about it, and he kind of slipped up, but essentially, like, this is a goal. So if you can get the curve to normalize, then you're going to pretty much have a normal yield curve, inflation will be down, and then you did it without cutting rates. And then you're not worried about the economy. The curve normalizes without any rate cuts. Soft landing, no landing. Otherwise, if we do get the curve, if we get a rate cut and the curve normalizes, then you have a recession. So it's a running theory, but it kind of blew my mind because I do think a lot of people in Fedland may be looking at this. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's hard landing or not because we're very close to normalizing without having a cut. That's why these next couple of meetings are going to be so important. You know, that's why today and then the SCP in September and then whatever data we have, this is why it's all very, very important. And then oil's still down. Yeah, bro, futures are ripping. So, again, your micros are doing great if you have those. If you had a big one, you're loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. But yeah, I'm chilling on it. I don't know if I want to take profits on that. I'm kind of down to ride until Powell. But there will be a cap to this. So, again, eventually we are going to stop on the day. And then it's going to hit a high and then chill out until Powell. AMD on the low. My goodness. The yield curve can be manipulated, yeah, by the Fed and the Treasury, but they have to buy it. So, and I say that easily. I don't know if you notice. You're like, can you manipulate the yield curve without hesitation? I tell you yes. You know why? Because there's a place called Japan, and what they do is called yield curve control, YCC. So yeah, it's totally possible to control a yield curve, but it requires intervention. Most of the time, direct intervention. By buying or selling certain securities, that can control the shape of the curve. The yield curve is just telling you how yields are over different timelines. So short-term to long-term rates. So it's plotting all of the different yields on different time frames. The 2-year 10-year will stay at negative 2.5 till September, and then we'll cut. It could. If that happens, though, no hard landing, or that means we get a hard landing, no soft landing. But if the curve uninverts without it, that people are going to use that to say soft landing. Ta-da. I think it's a very fascinating theory. If you've really been following along and we've talked about it, if you could get normalization without that cut, that is the literal evidence beyond everything else, like inflation and growth, that you have achieved soft or no landing. So it'll be interesting to see. Gap is filled to the high end or low end? No, I feel that kind of, but we still have to get up to here. 55, 51. That'll be the gap from last Wednesday. Am I saying that Powell is the GOAT? Well, I think he's a GOAT already, but in that sense, I'm not really implying anything about him. So I think separate, he's a good guy, but other than that, in this context, we just don't know. I think the only play I made today was MO. I just made that, and then I'm writing out a lot of plays from earlier that have came back up. The Treasury refunding? I mean, the Treasury just needs money, so they announce how much they're going to need. They give their budget, and then they tell you how they're going to raise that money. So today, they announced which bond tenures they're going to sell. So Yellen was like, we're going to sell $20 billion of 30-year bonds. We're going to sell $50 billion of 2-year bonds, so on and so forth. MO's too high to add more. Y'all know I'm very cheap, so my whole thing for the last year and a half, I've been telling you, if a name is up, I'm not buying it. I'm not trying to buy names that I'm up on. So it depends on your portfolio and how everything's set up. But me personally, if the name is up a lot, I'm probably not going to buy it. DraftKings closed the NFTs. I did not know. You don't average up. I do in some instances, but things have to be cheap. So I averaged up into Abbey, I waited till it really confirmed. So everything else has to be expensive for me to average up. But otherwise, if everything's still cheap, I might just grab the other names. The yield curve did uninvert before the hard landing in 08, but it wasn't natural. It did it as a result of cutting rates. The front run on the rate cut news has been happening for for the last like 7 months. And then those MO plays are already up 30%. Nice. My MO ain't move. Job cuts should be bullish for Intel, but hard to say. I don't think they will cut rates. If they do, that'll be huge. Something would have snapped. So if they cut rates today, that means there was a really big surprise. Off the table. What time is it? 7:04. We only been here for an hour. Hour and 10 minutes. 11 million. Not bad, actually. Volume kind of high. Bonds are still up. Yen is still up. Yen's still up 2%. About micro cap stocks, they're closer to the bottom. Well, as long as it's a high quality name. If you want to trade those, by all means, you could speculate on the names that are near the bottom, depending on if you get rotation, rate cut, all of that. But for the long term, if you're going to go for a name that's beaten down, just make sure it has quality. That's all I could tell you. Jerome speaks at 2:30. Do you usually click on videos without reading the title? Or is that just is it new? Either way, like the video, man. No, I think the market could sell off into Powell. Like I was just telling you, there's going to be a top end. So today, even though we're moving up, it's going to set in a local top before Powell, and then we're going to meander around. And then oil's dancing around here. Yeah, I don't know. I might do it. All right, I sold my MES. I took $450. Again, I was down. I was murdered on those the last couple of days. Well, yeah, because if that's the top, we'll just come back into it. Grab something else later. How do you play in the long term when the yield curve uninverts? Well, depending on how it plays out, you either sell everything or you just ride it through. I'm probably going to ride it through, but it just depends on what type of info we get. But a yield curve uninverting in the wrong instance, it would mean we're about to have a lot of negativity. But I do think, again, you could ride it through with your long term. And then it might give you some of the best buying opportunities. Well, I don't know who it was. So it's been like, I don't know, Mexico, Brazil, Canada. Was it Bank of England last time? There's been a couple of rate cuts so far. I think the Pfizer calls got murked. Yeah, they're down by 1 penny. Honestly, it's not that bad. I don't know how I wound up with these. And so not too bad. But they were up a lot more yesterday. That run was nice. How much more do you think we go invert? Oh, I don't know. Because again, we stayed inverted for 2 years. So the time, and then again, you see how quickly it unwound. So that's a very hard thing to put your finger on. That's why it's just a matter of noticing if it actually does that or not, because I don't think you could really predict that. MO's starting to move. I'm making you want McDonald's for lunch. Wait, what did I say? Or is that someone else in the chat? Why are we up 1.6 in an hour? That's the crazy part. Remember, we were pricing in 1.7 for all week. But it has been several weeks of things not being as good. So, but then again, I think BS chip news is what's driving a lot of things here. I know you're against selling the long term, but what about selling names? So I have to stop the conversation there, because that's not respecting my rights. Does that make sense? It's like, hey man, I know you don't like drugs, but is what my mom says. The moment you say "but," it just eliminates what you said. Because then it's like, I know you don't like the long term, but so just 10 years minimum. Call it a day. If you do sell out before that, then that's your choice. You know what I'm saying? But then it's not the game plan. It's not the same game plan. It's definitely different. But yeah, it's you know the vibes, baby. You know the vibes. Have a house. If you have a house, a property, another investment. Once you have another investment to buy of more value, you could do whatever you want. Otherwise, I'm locked up. Won't let me out. It won't let me out. No, it won't let me out. Steady trying to find the long term. Why hold what I hold? Long term ain't getting much slower, no matter how far it goes. So you gotta just get the long term. Your long term 6 years old, amen. It's crazy again. Before you know it, a lot of time goes by, and then once you get past the first couple of years, it'll just start rolling. It could be a rental, it could be personal, anything. I mean, any investment too. You don't necessarily have to buy a house. You could sell your long term to go buy a company, a private company. Maybe you want to start your own business, whatever it may be. But like I've said in that video not too long ago, just make sure that you, if you are going to sell, put it towards something of more value. Put it towards an investment of equal or greater value. That's how you'll never go wrong. You're always trading up. You're always moving into something bigger. But you've been watching The Chosen. You think I look like Lazarus? I don't know how he looked like Lazarus, The Chosen. Lazarus a good guy, though. I guess kind of. He looks a little bit more refined. I have more of a receding hairline. I think I got a bigger nose. And then, yeah, I got my hairline pushed back way further. But I'll take it. I could take it. Long term came back. Then SPY's still slowly going down. Enphase on the high. Couple of names still moving. Those MOs came up. Yeah, MO's down a lot today. We got JP Morgan drip today too. GIPR on the low. And then SPY coming down. Bonds sold off a lot on that too. So low key, bonds in the end, giving up a decent amount midway. And then we'll see. This is either going to be the top or we're going to come back up on there again. We'll find out. But I do need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And I'll see you in a little bit. Oh, yeah. My Instagram, bro. I've actually posted. I posted more on Instagram in a week than I have in a year. So I love you. Good morning. I'm a BRB. Thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live.
To that, but I think the mistakes China has made have had real consequences at home.
And that was U.S. Ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, speaking with Wall Street Week host David Weston. This is Bloomberg.
Oh, what? They just ended that. Never mind. Here you go. Okay, good.
Our pharmaceutical business in the U.S. does really, as I said, eye disease is a disease of aging, so Medicare population really do need innovation in eye care. And this election really hasn't been about pharma, but what I would say to both candidates is, we have a national treasure here in the United States, the innovation engine of biotech and the biopharmaceutical industry, and we should figure out how to really move from treating disease to curing it, and the government should support this industry, not vilify it for the efforts that it's doing in science.
Hey, finally, Brent, hope you won't mind the requisite AI question. We've talked to a lot of health companies that are beginning to be able to verbalize the way in which AI plays in any kind of routine screening, right? And the public health benefits that stem from that. Can you talk a bit about what you got?
Yeah, we have a bunch of AI initiatives. We started in our manufacturing facility. We had a great partner in Arena AI, and we've been really improving the yield on our contact lens lines. We're using AI in R&D to screen drug candidates against biological targets. It's really fascinating, and it has great promise. And then we just announced we're using AI, a tool that we built in-house called Glimpse, in our pharmaceutical sales team to really refine the messaging and call patterns for the sales representatives, and we expect to roll that out to all of our businesses as we develop it. So a lot of really great innovations. In fact, one of the guests on CNBC earlier this morning, Paul Hudson, has done a great job at Sanofi, and we've been talking and learning from each other, and I'm going to probably deploy some of the technologies he's been using at Sanofi over here. We're just investigating it.
All right. That sounds like one to talk about next time. Brent, thank you very much for coming on with an update. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Sarah.
Brent Saunders.
Well, we'll stay broadly speaking in the healthcare area. You can take a look at shares of Merck. No rebound this after what was the worst day for the stock since 2021. A lot of investors still trying to figure out exactly what was said there in that conference call yesterday, which really did pressure the stock. Let's get over to Angelica Peebles. She joined us right after that conference call. What more do we know now?
Yeah, David, investors are still trying to make sense about that warning of the significant step down in sales of its HPV vaccine Gardasil in China. Merck's saying they have a few theories on what's causing the sudden change, like an anti-bribery push and less focus from its Chinese partner. Now, Gardasil is Merck's second biggest medicine behind its cancer drug Keytruda. And the question facing Merck is how they will replace Keytruda when the drug goes off patent in 2028. And I know that 4 years seems like a long way out, but Keytruda makes up almost half of Merck's total revenue, so Merck needs to reassure its investors that it can fill that $25 billion hole. Gardasil is just one piece of that puzzle, but there are 2 other medicines that we should pay close attention to. These new medicines are Winrevair for high blood pressure in the lungs and Capvaxive, which is a vaccine to prevent bacterial pneumonia. Now, analysts see Winrevair becoming a $5 billion drug by the end of the decade.
You guys know
Capvaxive
WinRAR?
is a little bit more of a question mark,
Y'all remember
with consensus
WinRAR
currently
back
at
in the day? I don't think y'all know WinRAR. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I know Tim know WinRAR. Yeah, he know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Tim know that WinRAR. WinRAR. That's fun to say. You still use WinRAR? Wow. That's good. I think tech. Do we? I don't know if I have. 7-zip. Man, y'all old, bro. We all old. What am I saying? You old. We old. This is a team effort. Okay. Boeing dumping. Wasn't there just a headline? Yeah, Boeing is getting murked. Boeing falls after erasing session gains. CFO says cash flow to be negative in third quarter. And yeah, there's a lot. There's a ton of Boeing quotes. Says 737. CFO says 737 MAX production reached about 25 in June and July. That's crazy. They were pricing in 5. I think they were in the green, no? Try to remember last time you used the CD key for installation on a game. Okay, man. It's been a while. I remember that. You needed to put in the key code. That's crazy. That's crazy. You still download movies legally? Oh, legally, not illegally. I was going to say, why are you downloading movies illegally, bro? Just go and just go watch an ad. Don't they let you watch movies for free? Like Freevee? Like there's a lot of free video content nowadays. Five 1A. We're still up, man. 1.5. It's probably bouncing a little bit again. We sold up right there. I can't believe AMD's going down. That was fun for a little bit as we had our 100%. But yeah, he chilled out. And then Disney's still up. Again, PayPal was doing good earlier. Those microns, the MOs went up 30%, but that's about it. Let's see, Microsoft chilling. AMD's up 5. AMD's now within range. AMD went from overshooting the range to now it's literally within the range. So again, I'm sure if we went over all the names, you will find out that they are all within that prices. Yeah, man, it's a blast from the past. All I said was they were talking about a Merck drug, and then I said WinRAR. And now you guys are like, yeah, I remember I used to burned a CD for my car. I remember I download movies. I download the movie. I invented a paperclip, a Microsoft paperclip. Yeah, good, great. What does UBS sues BAC mean? Bank of America? I don't know why they would sue them, but that's what that means. We're turning into boomers. Yeah, I know. And then Gen Z is getting old now, too. This is where it's just starting to get weird. Because, like, I'm getting old. But then, like, I thought about it, like, Gen Z getting old, too. Like, where are the replacements at? That's it. Like, what do we even call the replacements? But they're getting there. How do I get my news so fast? It's 10% luck, 20% skill, 30% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 15% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name. YouTube.com/thestockmarket/live. So all day, every day, I got you, bro. I got you. I think it works. My recent deposit was Nike, and then we have a deposit come in tomorrow, I think. Yeah. Oh, but my problem, I forgot. Last Nike purchase, I used margin. So some of my deposit is going to go towards paying my old debt. I forgot. So we used a little bit extra, Chad. So again, last Nike, I bought 1,500 with actually, no. Yeah, that's what I think it was 1,500 or 16. So pretty much for this deposit, I'm only going to have $1,500, $1,480. So now this deposit will clear it. So they charge me $7 of interest, I believe. $7 of interest on $1,500 for a month. It's kind of a lot. If you think about it, how much is that? So $7 divided by like 1,500. About like what, 0.5%? So they charge me 0.5% on the month. That's not bad actually at all. You'd think it'd be a little bit more. But then SPY came back up a little bit. You're getting charged. I know, honestly, why is that so low? Interesting. Let me see. Fees doesn't show up. Interest, dividends, it's all the same. Yeah, I saw it somewhere, but it said $7. Mm. 6% in. Usually margin's like 13. I'm trying to find Fidelity. I'm trying to go through the what's it called? The order. I'm trying to show you the margin interest because it seems like that was very low. Because I saw the thing, it said $7 fee. But then when I did the math, like usually they should charge you a lot more on any of that. I think margin is 8. Well, most margins are really, really high. So a lot of margins will be like 13%. So I'm looking through here. So we have our cash. That's our deposit. Dividend, reinvestment. Yeah, margin interest, $7. So look at it. Off negative $1,500, they charged me $7.40. So that was a 0.5% in a month, which is wild though. I'm telling you, that's not that much money. So again, I bought Nike, but I wanted to get like an equal amount. So I ended up going over my deposit. And so I ended up using $1,500. That was for about a month or whenever I made the Nike purchase. I have no idea, actually. I think July 1st I had 2,000. And then by July 8th, I was negative 15. So from July 8th to July 21st, or the end of the month, $7. That's 5.54. It's not bad, though. Ukraine to get first delivery of F-16 fighter jets. But hey, we'll take it. But now, again, for this deposit, since I overshot last time, I'm only going to have $1,400 or $1,500. My plans with a new deposit, I have no idea. Everything's up. I mean, I kind of hope Pfizer drops. I'd be down to add more Pfizer. Nike, we could add more Nike as well, but it's literally like right at the price we got it at. And then I don't know if I'll buy more MO. And that's it. But I have no idea. I'm just going to chill. UPS, I don't even have enough. Like UPS, I don't want to buy a new name, but then I only have like $1,500. So I could barely buy one share on the small account. So I'm down with chilling, yeah, bill a little, not even bill and chill, just money market and chill. Is that Lisa Sue?
In shipping more of the MI300
Is it Lisa Sue on Bloomberg?
Well, good morning, Ed. It's great to be here with you today. Look, we had a very strong second quarter. We're very pleased with the overall growth that we saw, really led by the data center business. So our data center business more than doubled year on year in the second quarter, and we see a strong second half there as well as strength in PCs. So to your question about MI300 and what are we seeing in AI, we're seeing an environment where everybody needs more data center AI infrastructure. Computing is really the foundation of what drives, sort of all of these AI capabilities going forward. MI300 has been well into the qualifications at numerous of our top customers. And, what we saw over the past quarter is we passed some very significant milestones in both, ramping up our supply chain, but also passing important, data center customer milestones where customers have moved our product into production. So it's an exciting time right now. We did update our full year AI guidance from greater than $4 billion a quarter ago to greater than $4.5 billion. I think we're seeing great traction in our hardware and software milestones. So overall, I'm feeling really good about the setup going into the second half of the year.
Lisa, I'm really interested in kind of the design and performance differences for all the AI accelerators that are out there. You and I have talked about the technology differences, but on the call, you gave the example of Microsoft and its use in the quarter of the MI300 generation. When you're speaking to a hyperscaler, when might they opt for using MI300 over NVIDIA's H100 and I suppose to a lesser extent Gaudi? What is the specification or performance driver that would make it a better solution in a certain use case?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to, say that Microsoft is a phenomenal partner. They're a great partner for us, across, the data center as well as, the client businesses. And when you see, in particular, how complex these AI systems are, you want to have, the best technology capability. I can go into speeds and feeds, but I won't. I think it's suffice it to say, you need this type of computing for both training and inference. In our case, MI300 is the leading inference accelerator today. We have the highest memory bandwidth, and that's really helpful. When you're asking questions to, something like, a ChatGPT or Llama model, and you want your answers to return faster, you want the fastest inference accelerator out there. And, MI300 does very, very well in that framework. And then when you take a step back and just look at the overall AI market, I mean, the overall AI market is growing so fast. There is no one solution fits all. Actually, you do have, different workloads will be optimized with different hardware. So I think we have a tremendous opportunity. I think we're very excited about the overall market growth. And then as more customers get a chance to use our AMD Instinct roadmap, I think we're getting very positive feedback.
Lisa, you addressed head on the call, I think, that the investment cycle for AI has legs. It will continue. But just interested in what you just said, can you kind of apportion of how much of that spend or investment is going to training versus inference at this stage?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we look at this cycle, Ed, you and I have talked about this before. I mean, we're forecasting that the overall market for AI accelerators, when you look out and let's call it 27, 28 and beyond timeframe, will be $400 billion plus, which is huge market overall.
Like, AI,
I think in that you're going to need a lot of
that.
training and you're going to need a lot of inference. Today I would say that most people would say that you're building foundation with training. So training is a place where you want the largest models to really be capable of using all of the large data infrastructure. But going forward, you would expect that inference demand will actually surpass training. Most people believe that, and I think this isn't this. We'll see how this plays out over the next couple of years. But you're going to need technology for both training and inference. And at the end of the day, you're also going to have a very diverse set of models and a very diverse set of needs. So you have the largest foundational models out there, but then you also have many enterprises are training on their own data, and they'll use sort of a different type of infrastructure for that.
Lisa, what's actually being done to address the supply constraints, such as they are, that impact your abilities with MI300?
Well, I would say overall, when you look at the semiconductor supply chain, it's been amazing. I mean, we have substantially increased the overall capacity as an industry to address this very high AI demand. We've also addressed, from an AMD standpoint, our supply chain has been expanding every quarter. We announced in the second quarter that we did over $1 billion of revenue in AI accelerators, which is a fantastic number. We see that increasing every quarter as we go into the second half of the year. The supply chain will continue to be tight as we go into 2025.
Stocks
and
fell
that just
for the
says
fifth week in a
about
row.
just how much demand there is
Longest
out there.
falling streak
We have
since
great
January
partnerships with our
21.
supply chain partners, and we're working on expanding that as fast as possible.
Lisa,
oil's
the
still up
dominant
3.
player in the market for AI accelerators
This is
that go into
Lisa
data
Su,
centers
AMD.
is committed to this cadence of essentially a new generation of chip annually. What does AMD do to compete with that and develop new products going forward?
Well, Ed, what we see in the market, spending time with, the industry leaders, is this market is moving so fast that you have to be on an annual cadence. So we announced last month that we have accelerated and expanded our roadmap. You'll see us later this year. We're going to launch our MI325 series, which is the next step in our roadmap. Next year, in 2025, we'll launch our MI350 series, series, which is a brand new architecture, and we're already well on our way to our MI400 series, which will launch in 2026. So we are on an annual cadence. Not only that, it's not just about the accelerator. CPUs continue to be very, very important. We see that overall. Networking continues to be very important. Overall system capability is also very important. And we are investing in bringing all of those capabilities together to really help our customers with the best infrastructure for their AI workloads.
Lisa, what I love about the Bloomberg Technology audience is there's going to be a big body of people out there who think AMD and they think PC and gaming. That's kind of the reality of it. You painted this kind of positive picture for PC, at least for your company in the second half of the year. Is that a story of a market recovery and broadly the market doing well? Or is AMD doing something specific to outperform in that environment?
Yeah, we see a couple of things, Ed. First of all, the PC market is a good market. The second half of the year is typically stronger than the first half anyways from a market standpoint. We see some positive signs in the market. I will say I'm very excited about AI PCs. I view AI PCs as an inflection point for what PCs can do in all of our daily lives.
I think the MO earnings were disappointing.
About a corporate environment.
They could have been a lot better. I don't think it was bad, but
so that's a positive. I think we are also just launching a whole new generation of chips.
When you thought
we call it our Zen 5 family, both
but
notebooks
20 points
and desktops.
Is still good.
They are fantastic. We're really happy with the reception for those, and so we see that as an opportunity. That is, our product roadmap launching usually gives us a lift into the second half of the year, and then in the medium term, going into 2025, you're going to see a lot more AI PCs. You're also going to see, we believe, an enterprise refresh cycle. So I think there are positive indicators for the PC market, going forward.
Would you be able to give me some sort of forward-looking commentary on the gaming business in particular, when that might see some improvement?
Yeah, let me talk a little bit about gaming. Ed, first of all, the gaming segment is a great segment. We truly, value the strong partnerships we have with the market leaders like Microsoft and Sony in the console cycle. Now, typically, these console cycles, do have an ebb and a flow, and so we're in the second half of the console cycle. Let's call it the fifth year, and so we have seen a decline in revenue. I think that was very much as expected. We would expect that it would take until the next refresh cycle for you to see a substantial change in that. But this is very much a market that we know, we love, and we believe has great long-term alignment with our roadmap and our IP.
Lisa, I acknowledge you've kind of had a very busy 2024. You spent a lot of time on airplanes. I think about Computex in particular. While there, you were on stage with a number of partners, and we talked just now about the sort of legacy gaming and PC business. I just wondered if you have any sort of evidence or data you can give me that those partners are putting AMD into sales channels where you might not have any experience. For example, like in the public sector, or selling your technology to governments rather than just the hyperscalers.
Yeah, look, that's a great question. First of all, we love our partnerships, Ed. I think partnerships are, what makes this industry truly special, right? Every company has their secret sauce, their great product, but when you put it together and really bring the best of, the industry together is when you get the great payoff. When you look at our business, first of all, let me talk a little bit about our, enterprise server business. Super pleased to see the progress that we're making there. When you think about, the server CPU market, let's call it, outside of AI, there's a whole set of workloads that need the best, general purpose computing. That's what we have with our, fourth generation EPYC.
Yeah,
and
there's
we
no
just
way
launched
Battleborn,
our fifth
you're asking
generation,
that question.
EPYC, or previewed our fifth generation EPYC as well. Very, very important, foundation for, these enterprise data centers. We made substantial progress here in the first half of the year. I would say 1/3 of our new design design wins are actually from customers that have never used AMD before. So that's exactly what you said is, as we introduce AMD more to the broader enterprise, customers,
yes.
We're seeing great traction, primarily because we have, the best performance per dollar and the best performance per watt, out there. So we do see a tremendous opportunity in the enterprise market, both on the traditional compute side, as well as AI, as well as AI PCs. So all of those are great opportunities.
Great. Lisa, I know you've got to go to your next meeting, so very quickly, what's the talent story for AMD in getting the best people?
We are very, very happy with the talent story. I mean, we have a tremendous engineering team. They're doing great things on hardware and software. And we just announced our intent to acquire a fantastic AI company, PHILO AI, that's based in Europe, that is also adds great talent to the company. So this is a war for talent, and I would say we're very happy with the great engineering capabilities that we have to move the roadmap forward.
AMD CEO Lisa Su, it's great to have you here back on Bloomberg Technology. Thank you. Okay, let's get back quickly and check in on Microsoft. This is what shares look like. Top line growth of 29% for Azure, missed estimates of 31%. There was an 8% contribution from AI, but there's a concern about the spend they had to make to get there. We're also going to get a look at Meta results.
Meta results. She's good. She talked a lot about AI, which is both makes sense and they need it. Because remember, this is what we've been talking about with AMD. Everybody over the last quarter was like, yeah, it's not an AI stock. It's a chip stock, but, it hasn't really been getting involved in the whole AI. What do they call it? AI scalers or hyperscalers? They gave it a name. But she did bring it up a lot. And their earnings was good, though, too. So regardless, they did do very well on their earnings. So if you didn't think AI accelerator, yeah. You didn't think it was going to be good. I mean, they actually kind of came in clutch with that. AI accelerators. Yeah, and then we got about 10 more minutes till Euro close. I'm already stretching, so I don't know, man. If you want to do push-ups, you can. You still got 10 minutes, man. And then we still have Powell in a little bit. Some of y'all are blowing me away. I'm surprised. But, yeah, Powell is at 2:30. It's in the title, just for those of you who clicked the video. You don't even read it. I don't even know how you don't even see it, but it happens, I guess. 2:30 for Powell. 2 p.m. Will be the actual FOMC. It's been the same for decades too, so that time hasn't changed in the last, I don't know, maybe if you've been here for 5 or 6 years, every Powell has been the exact same time. Yeah, every single time, every single day of Powell. It's kind of concerning. Hopefully you see why I would be concerned over your well-being if you've been here for a while and don't get it. Because that is, I don't know, maybe that's like some Joe Biden shit. Like if Joe Biden was like, what time is it? When does it start? I'd be like, oh shit, he's going. That's it. We need a new candidate. Screw democracy. We need a new candidate. He does not know what time. It's been the same time every day, Joe. Every day, Joe. Powell today. Edgar! Father Edgar! Oh my gosh. This is weird. This is a Twilight Zone. Something's weird is happening. That's it. I don't know. All of the Biden jokes have caught up with us. Now you guys have all slowly turned into Biden. It's okay. It's going to happen to me eventually. I'm going to be old as shit. I'm like, sure, yeah, I know. I mean, sure, I know. Invented a microchip. What time is Powell? So after that whole conversation, you just opened up the door to get banned. So thank you, Mr. Pupil, for volunteering to be the first ban for asking dumb questions after we've gone over it. So it was all fun and games. Now there's consequences. Yeah, I know. Thank you for volunteering, though. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to tell people that. So, yeah. Yeah, y'all want to keep playing around, I can play around too. You know what I'm saying? He asked what time the Powell was after we just said what time it was, and then it's in the video. What if he was genuine? I'm going to go out on a limb and say it probably wasn't genuine after it being in the title and then us talking about it. But hey, if you get fooled that easy, maybe. I don't know. You do kind of give me the vibe that you would believe your girlfriend was busy for 12 hours. I wouldn't believe my girlfriend if she said that. Do you know what I'm saying? Or if she's like, oh, we're just friends. I wouldn't believe that. You might believe it, but I wouldn't. So that's the difference between you and I here. So, there's a certain extent of what I would believe in. And, I do have to draw the line there. Okay? So like the video if you would like to. Otherwise, just get ready for Powell in a little bit. And we'll be good to go. We'll be good to go. I'm sorry if that opened up any past wounds. Some of you hit a little too hard. You're like, damn. Power hour. That's a better question. Power hour is the last hour of the day. Sounds like Yash is hosting. Nah, it's cool. It's funny because I've been hella calm with y'all too. It confuses y'all because y'all don't know how to react. Because I'll be clapping you, but then I'll sound really, really calm. So, but we've had there's been a truth serum has been disposed over the last couple of weeks. So that's the only new thing. Other than that, though, it's good, man. Just stay in the game. It's weird. You're getting Josh as the teacher vibes and Colt is the student. I don't know. I think we could all learn from each other. It just, I'm not the one to play with. Maybe that's the only vibe I could give. If you were looking for a different reaction, you could go elsewhere. If you wanted somebody to coddle you and agree, if you could find your own echo chamber, and that's it. And then I went from middle ground to full blown Republican in the last week or two. So then we got to clear out some things because they were telling me, they're like, oh, you're this. I'm like, I'll show you what it looked like now. And now you know. So yeah, it is kind of a mix of Yash, but I think more calm. I think a calmer Yash, And then again, it is Powell Day too, so don't get that twisted. I have a lot of fun on Powell. If you guys don't know, this is where I thrive. I love the central bank and interpretation and getting ready. I don't have much for you today. I'll have a little bit of a preview for you, but yeah, we'll see. Adding SPY, I could be down with it. We're going to make a new long-term soon. So it's funny because I was just telling you guys about the yield curve. So once the yield curve uninverts, I will be making another SPY play. I don't think we're going to have PHILO today, to be honest with you. Because we have Jerome Powell. I need my calculator. There's nothing fun about this? About what? I'm having fun with Powell. I think it's not fun if you stress yourself out and if you're trying to force plays and then you need Powell to do this. It's not fun if you're trying to make a lot of money and then the BS keeps getting in your way. If you have a long term, it's fun. I do think there is opportunity. Hell yeah, I agree with that. But I think as long as you control your emotions and don't demand that the market has to provide for you, I think you'll enjoy it and you'll have a good time. We're going to have fun today. We should. It's already wild. Let's see. Which one is that? Oh, did those fill? Okay, I made my Disney's free. No way. All right, so I didn't get 100%. I got 60. So I sold 7 of the 10 Disneys. Got all my money back plus like 40. Now we have 3 Disney plays for September. So that's the one I posted on my Instagram. Oh, well, they're going for 71 now. Not bad. Not bad. Day to day. I mean, some stuff has climbed a lot, though. Again, NASDAQ and SPY, they're up. Again, a lot of red trades came back to green. And then I was able to make that one free right there, too. Greedy. When you say, did they fill? Because I put in orders. So I'll put in like an order and then it won't fill. And then it'll either never fills or it will get filled. So in that case, I put in an order a little bit above the bid, and I didn't know if it was going to fill, and then it filled me. That's why I was kind of surprised. So I got 70 cents a contract. I bought them at 43. I literally did that in front of you guys a couple of days ago. So you could have had Disney earnings plays, bought them at 40, sold them at 70, and then I did that so I could get them free. So I spent $430 for 10 of them, but then I got back $440 today, and now I have 3 contracts for free. Ta-da! It is Euro closed literally right now. Holy shit. You are right, my brother. You are right. All right. Emma was bad, yeah, but not the worst. 3% on the NASDAQ is extreme. Remember, we were dumping the last couple of days there. So it kind of makes sense, but it is huge. And then SPY's already up. I sold out of my ES. I thought it was going to be the top there, and then I could double dip later, but you're already back up. So now if that keeps running ahead of Powell, you're going to have a wider range, and then we still have what? You got like 2 hours? 3 hours? My goodness. All right, hold on. Let me
see fluctuations, despite the fact that we have a 5-point tougher comp. So I think you saw that in some of the reactions on our larger peers. I think you're seeing some of that here as well. But if you pull back from it, the fundamentals of the business have never been better for Pinterest.
Bill, something you told my colleagues at Bloomberg News is that historically Pinterest is a great place for window shopping, but I think the quote is that all the stores were closed. Help me understand that.
Yeah, so I came in 2 years ago, and at that time, Pinterest was primarily about browsing, and there weren't a lot of clicks and conversions to speak of for advertisers. We've made tremendous progress in making it so that users can actually take action on the things they find on Pinterest. And this has been right at the core of how we've accelerated user growth. Last time I was on the show last quarter, we talked about 7 consecutive quarters of accelerating user growth. We put up consistent performance to that on users again this quarter. And at the core of that is that actionability. And not only do users love that actionability, Pinterest is where Gen Z goes to shop, but it's great for advertisers. This is our 3rd quarter in a row of more than doubling the number of clicks we sent to advertisers year on year, which is is why you see us gaining share with the largest, most sophisticated retailers out there that are increasing share of wallet with Pinterest. And we're seeing that start to take hold across retail, which we cited as a place of broad strength for us and a driver of our really strong results in Q2,
Bill,
and that we're excited about as we look ahead.
Bill, just really quick, because you were talking about your user base, right? So we've just shown a graphic that shows the scale. 40% of that is Gen Z, and there's always a question about the actions that audience takes, right? Do they actually buy anything, having spent time on the platform?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is, two things I'd say about Gen Z. One, they're the tastemakers for the next generation. So Pinterest is really unique in that it's not just that people shop on Pinterest, people curate their tastes on Pinterest. It's a completely unique behavior on Pinterest relative to the rest of social media, where people are planning outfits and planning what they're going to buy long before they do it. And so that gives us really rich signal to feed our AI for recommendations. And so that taste making that happens is not just good for Gen Z, but they're the taste makers for the next older generations, where we deliver more relevant recommendations there. And then to your point on Gen Z buying, yes, Pinterest is where Gen Z goes to shop, and we see that same behavior that, Gen Z, yes, it spans teenagers, but it also spans all the way up through, recent college grads and people that are in their first jobs and their first apartments. And so we see a lot of shopping behavior there, and it's really consistent across demographics on the platform.
Bill, Pinterest does not sell political advertisements. Are you able to kind of quantify the impact of that policy in terms of
advertisements?
Yeah, it's a great question. We've done a number of things to invest in the positivity of the platform. That if you look at them on a short-term optimization, like political ads, you can say, okay, there'll be a lot of money spent on political ads over the coming quarter. However, we don't take that money because we see that that's an investment in the long-term health of our platform. As we're winning with Gen Z, one of the top reasons Gen Z cites as why they come to Pinterest is they see it as an oasis away from the toxicity they experience elsewhere on social media. So as we've done things like making Pinterest private only for under 16, we've actually seen that come through and drive user growth and engagement for us. And we're seeing it cut through with advertisers too, where advertisers also want to be in a brand safe environment. Brands are built on positivity, and brands don't want to show up next to negative, polarizing content. And so, yes, there'll be a lot of money spent on political ads, but we're consciously choosing not to take those because we think that's in the long-term interest of our platform for both users and advertisers.
Bill, let's talk about artificial intelligence, but I think some granularity is important. So which large language models or partners are you building on top of? And are you able to give a sense of like the specific AI spend that's related to kind of ad targeting and ad improvement, be it pricing or something else?
Yeah, this is, AI is a core competency for us. I've talked about on prior earnings calls where when you look at the fact that we're not only growing users at record levels, we're actually deepening engagement per user. A big part of that is on the increasing relevancy of our recommendations. And so I shared on a prior call that through large language models, we saw a 10 percentage point lift in the relevancy of our recommendations. That's really, really encouraging. It's why users are coming back. They're finding more of what they're looking for on Pinterest. But to your question on spend, we've also delivered really great margin expansion. This past quarter, even as we were investing in AI, we delivered 600 basis points of margin expansion. And you've seen that consistently over the last 2 years. And the reason for that is that we're delivering great user engagement from the AI, but it's user engagement that is highly monetizable. More than half the users on Pinterest are there to shop. So we're turning that AI investment into really great return through higher engagement, and then advertisers want to meet those users where they're shopping, and that's driving acceleration in ad spend for us. And so you've seen that in the results, but we're really finding that we can deliver great return on our AI investments, and we have really unique signal. I think this is one thing that is underappreciated across the industry. Is that much like cloud computing, I think everyone's gonna have access to basic building blocks, but who has really unique signal, and the curation of shopping behavior on Pinterest gives us really unique signal to feed our AI.
Bill, the stock's down significantly in the session. It's down to a 12% year to date. Big year last year.
Another death in the Middle East of one of these leaders.
You're 2 years into this
Honestly,
job.
just oil's already ripping up. It's at 3.5.
And one that you want to take.
So just be mindful.
Yeah, so it's a great question. And I think
the yield curve was steepening. It chilled out the last couple of days.
We've seen volatility before. if you step back from
This
it,
is Pinterest
we have
CEO
consistently,
right now.
over the last 2 years, demonstrated steady progress in improving
Oil
the
is still
overall
ripping.
health of the business, on top line, on bottom line, on user growth and engagement. So the fundamentals are sound and improving, and we've delivered a say-do ratio of 1 on these things, and we'll look to continue to do that. The things that have been the biggest drivers in the business, I would say, 1, really investing in AI and the actionability on the platform via that AI. So relevancy, actionability, and then positivity in terms of delivering a safe space for our users. Stated simply, our users go to Pinterest because it's a place they can invest in themselves without the sort of comparative, performative nature.
Damn, those Disneys are going up in contracts too. So yeah, I sold out of those. I posted it on Instagram
so we're going to
too.
Continue to invest in those things. They're really working well for us. When you zoom out over the multi-quarter period, it's been a fundamental change in trajectory of the business, and we're going to keep investing in those things that are working because, again, our fundamentals have never been healthier than what they are right now.
Pinterest CEO Bill Ready, thank you for coming back on Bloomberg Technology.
Thank you.
Okay, the other big story, of course, is Microsoft and its cloud revenue.
All right, yeah. Well, oil's ripping. You're getting more rumors there. That was Pinterest CEO. So again, I've been playing them. We heard even AMD, Lisa Su. We are getting ready for Powell. I closed out of my Disney. That was the one that we put on Instagram the other day, and I closed out of it. So we made that play free. Got 3 free contracts. It would have been nice to get 5, but I didn't want to push it too much. Now we're chilling, and then oil, bro. Oil's up 3.6. I'm really mad we didn't play it yesterday. MO, we had the MO contracts as well. That was my only other one. I'm in Snap shares. I need to average down on that. Oh, yeah, MO is rocketing up there. Nice. MO, the contracts won't go up, though. They're staying pinned at 30%. And then the Disney ones are starting to move now that I've gotten out of them. They were moving so slow. That's why I didn't want to wait till 80 cents. Because every time the stock would go up 1%, those options would lag. Should you average out on MPW? Send me the rest of your portfolio. It depends what you have. So if you don't have any other names or every other name you'd want is up and it makes sense, by all means, yeah. But if you have room to go get other stuff of higher quality, I would probably go for that. Shout out to Cade. Cade said free options leveled him up. And then he got a crazy-ass profile of dirt bikes, bro. Cade, you look like Cade is living life, bro. Cade, if you start winning, bro, let me get a sponsorship, bro. That's crazy. Homeboy just living, just taking dirt bike jumps. That's wild. MO's is good, but the options won't go up. I'm mad. Bro. Let's see. You have Snap from COVID. You have 30 shares are down on. How are you down if you had it that early? So my shares are still up. I have one higher set that's negative that we made. If you have more than 100 shares, you can make your money back on covered calls. But if you got some of the OG Snap shares, they should be up 30%. But I'm waiting. Snap, I think it'll do good on earnings. They should if they could string together 2 of them, but I'm not really trying to add more to that one. Like 10, and then you averaged up. That's why. Well, if you have 100 shares, covered calls. So that's how we got money back. Otherwise, I just wait a little bit. So I'm looking at another play. I'm looking at our MO play. We got those. They're up 30. I'm trying to see whether I put in an order to make it free or ride it. I think I'm going to ride it. But that's it. Bro, we got the Motos. The Moto GP. ChatGPT. Kenview. It's not a bad company. I mean, some people chose to take it on the spinoff and not. That's not bad. You went with the 49. I think closer to the money, you probably got a better one. But they're still clobbered. We got like 1% off the bottom gain, but it is still in the red. How are you up 30 and I'm up 60? Did you get, I don't know, is it not updating? Because I bought in at 3 cents. It's trading at 4 or 5. That's 30%. So I'm in at my profile saying, or my portfolio says 30. Yen is climbing up here too. And then, those Philip Morrises are up over 100% now. I think those are up 200%. I'm going to sell out of those. Damn, got $1, bro. 20 cents to $1. That's not bad at all. So I sold out of the Philip Morris. We made those free earlier, but I got 101 for them. We spent literally 20 cents. Nike 75. And there's MO. No, you're not blocked. I don't know why. Some people have had issues with their questions. I see you've been started watching before COVID. But then that's it. And you said you called something replacements, but it didn't say what you had before. AMD still flushing. I can't believe it, bro. That play was up 100% in the morning. I was getting excited. I was like, wow, if I did good, it's ripping. It's going past what it was priced in. And then now it's negative, and Miss Lisa Sue can't even save you. Options, they could turn and they could hook you up. I mean, we've had some good ones again. 3M even recently. That was a nice one. FedEx, Starbucks. So there's been some good plays, but also too, even then I had one play that was up. Where was it? The Intel. That Intel was up so much, and then literally Intel flipped, and all of those got clapped. I have no nuclear energy for the long term. No, I don't have any energy in the long term. Although I do think energy will be around. I haven't really, I don't like investing in it. It doesn't have growth. So if you're looking to build out like a part of your portfolio that doesn't really have that much upside but has stability, I would look for energy. But at that point, I don't really like it as much. I have a lot more consumer stocks than I do energy, believe it or not. That's crazy. SPY's even higher. We should have held that MES. I'm still down, though. I have a lot of cash ready to go. So after Powell, I'm going to probably do some flips. We'll see at the very least how TLT might move during FOMC. Well, it's simple. If Powell hints at rate cuts, TLT should get a bid. The more he hints, the more bullish, the more of a bid. Honestly, though, I will tell you, SHY might move better than TLT. So the short end of the curve is something, slash ZT. That would also be something that I would watch out for. But yeah, he shouldn't do much, but anything related to hinting at cuts, bonds will get a bid. Anything to the contrary, bonds might sell off. The more hawkish he is, the more likely the bonds will reverse. So it's really, again, today it shouldn't have much, but it does depend upon the composition of what he says. And and how he says it, but the overall expectations are broadly pretty simple when you take a step back and look. He's been a best in final offer, 107.5. Wait, when is? I thought it was higher. But either way, man, I hope it does work out. How do you think Powell feels when he wakes up these days? I think he's used to it at this point. Because I get excited for Powell, but, he's just done it a lot. He's just ready. I think he has his own little ritual. I don't think he, jumps up and down in front of the mirror as much anymore. But I think he's ready to go. Bonds catch a bid, TLT up. Yeah. Again, when bonds do good, TLT goes up, but the yield goes down. So bonds catching a bid mean yields are dropping. That's why TLT goes up. So vice versa too. When yields go higher, that means bonds are not getting a bid. That means bonds are bearish. He looks in the mirror and says, "I'm him." I feel like he used to do it, but not anymore. I think he's chilled out. You can't get questions to post. Yeah, it's weird, man. Maybe word it differently. Sometimes YouTube's weird. You can always email me too. I think Powell might still say wait for data. That's the problem, because he's going to bring up data, but the question is, does he bring it up with a big guessing range or not? But he is going to talk about the next sets of data confirming, but the question is, does he still exude more confidence or not, regardless of what data is going to happen? But he's definitely going to play the data-dependent card at least once. The question is, how strong does he put that card down? It's crazy. AMD's still green, but at the low. Nike's great, 75. This is near our break even on the stock. Nike. Yeah, this is literally our break-even price, 75.18. So I was just there. Yeah, he's gonna say economy strong, but still need to consider rate cuts. Well, yeah, he'll even say things have been looking good, but they're still gonna be patient. But then again, I don't know. Lately, there's been a weird chorus of people talking about soon getting rate cuts. So we'll see what he says to that. But it's all about hinting. Does he make it? Does he really hint that we're going to be doing stuff in September, or does he kind of play it off like it's nothing? The news in Syria was somebody died. Another, again, one of these, I think, Hamas leaders or somebody. But every time somebody's passing away, this is just the issue of yesterday with Beirut. Is just you're watching the Middle East kind of fall into another crisis here. You were talking about the BOJ. How does that? Well, so that's the thing. Today, you see it. Look at how the market is moving, and the yen is up a lot. The dollar is really weak. So dollar's down 0.5% today. That's part why we're ripping with the chip news. So now, based on we already had the Bank of Japan, here's the thing. The Bank of Japan is kind of telling you something. So given that the Bank of Japan was actually hawkish, cut their tapering, and raise their rates, what does that say is going to happen with Powell? And then, body of Hezbollah military commander Fuad Shakir found in rebel in Beirut's southern suburbs, 2 security sources. Chip news was exemptions to the China AI chip ban. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? Bank of Japan, if they went ahead with their hawkishness, what could we imply now about Powell then? Yes. No, he'll be the opposite. Otherwise, everything they did is for nothing. So think about it. If Bank of Japan was willing to be hawkish, that means maybe Powell was willing to be dovish, because now they could be hawkish without Powell getting in their way. Otherwise, if Powell is hawkish today, the yen is going to reverse. And then now it's going to be like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, maybe Bank of Japan wants to do this, but Powell's still playing the wait and see card. So hold on, we're not out of the clear just yet. Ta-da. So we'll see, but that's what I was referring to. We don't know which is, it's going to be a game of tug of war, and that's why I said just watch where the dollar ends up. You don't need to really understand all of it too much, but the answer is, where does the dollar end when it's all said and done? That'll let us know if it's good or bad. But now the fact is, Japan was hawkish. This kind of is opening up the door then. Maybe they were willing to be hawkish because they knew Powell was going to be dovish. But then again, if Powell isn't dovish, it'll call into question the reaction on everything in Bank of Japan. Powell. Nancy purchased 10,000 shares in NVIDIA? Oh, no way. Did you win the IG post? No, nobody got it. I think I should put a ending, because I don't know. People keep seeing that video, but like absolutely nobody got it. It's kind of disappointing. Hawkish, why don't you say bullish or bearish? Bullish and bearish is usually in relation to the prices advancing or declining. And hawkish and dovish is when you're talking about policy, just accommodative or not. They borderline mean the same thing, but they just have different contexts. That's why, when we say hawkish or dovish, you're usually talking about policy. When you say bearish or bullish, you're usually talking about price. That make sense? Yeah, man. Follow me on Instagram. I just posted there too. I've even posted plays on Instagram. That's why for some of y'all, I was like, man, you ain't even watching the watch list. You ain't even following me on Instagram. That's just cold, bro. That's just cold. So I feel you, but it's there, man. It's there at the trading fraternity. New pad, 4 years. Let's go, Mr. Choppa. Amen. Amen. Biden song, I think it's on Instagram. I know it's on YouTube or Spotify. But be careful when you follow me. A fake Josh is going to follow you and he's going to ask you for shit. The merch? Oh, I don't know. You need to save. So it's good, man. As much as I want to sell you merch, I hope me not selling you merch allows you to save more. No? Anybody with me? Savings? Big savings? The Senator Kennedy clip? No. Which one? There was a lot. You're saving 35% right now? Good work. That's what I'm talking about. I love it, man. I think a lot of people, or at least last time we had this talk, and someone's like, I can't save 10% ever, Josh. And then now some of you were like, I'm saving 30. I'm saving 20. It's amazing. At what point does Powell doing nothing hurt the economy more than cutting too early or too late? When something snaps and breaks. So, like, if the economy slips into a recession tomorrow, we're screwed. Because you got to realize, imagine how much time it took for high rate cuts to finally show up in the economy. So if the economy starts slowing down rapidly and we start seeing that on data, that means if Powell even cut rates tomorrow, he is way, way behind. So that is the process. If that's what people are saying, if the economy slows down at any point from now, homeboy is late. But other than that, you know, maybe he's right on time. And I'm always on time, and I gave you long term. Yeah, no. I'm showing my ages. I've been playing a lot of Ja Rule lately, bro. A lot of Ja Rule. The Japan rate hike and thesis regarding Powell. You just missed it. Is there any specific questions? Because we just talked about it, but so I had too much to go over. But if you have a question, I could try to answer it. Long-term 6K in 3 months. Sounds great. Let's go, baby. Looking for Russell and gold to be the biggest mover. I think Russell, but I think NASDAQ gave up a lot. So it's hard to say, but I think the dollar is going to be the answer today. Dollar and then bonds and then maybe Russell and gold. But compared to some of the other Fed meetings, I don't know. And in a weird way, like this isn't supposed to be a big Fed meeting. So like I was saying earlier, we've moved up a lot already today, and you've seen how the last week has played, but in a weird way, I think it's a lot easier for today to be a disappointment. So I think watch the dollar, watch the NASDAQ, which is underperformed, but everything else, I mean, this isn't supposed to be the biggest Fed meeting. So if Powell says nothing, be prepared for nothing to really happen. Yes, well, it's a weird status quo and just like, I mean, everyone's just hyped up. We want a clue, and then not, you know, a lot has happened, but not much should have changed between now and the last meeting, and then the next meeting after this, and the fact you have a jobs report on Friday. There's still so much that's yet to come, so I'm not expecting a big one, but a lot of people want this to be a big event, so we'll see. I would say earnings a little bit more important than Powell, but for the day, this Powell event is the most important. But I think Friday jobs report, that's the most important event of all of this. The whole week, even leading into next week, I would even argue. I don't know. Let me double check. Everybody's saying Pelosi bought NVIDIA. I got to find it. Office of the Clock. Russia GDP. That's coming out. Search. Last name Pelosi. The Honorable Pelosi. Oh, yeah. July 26th. Well. Yeah, Pelosi sold 5,000 shares of Microsoft on Friday. And then she bought 10,000 shares of NVIDIA on Friday, literally before they redo the chip news. You can't make this shit up. So, yeah, literally, she sold off Microsoft on Friday, and then she bought NVIDIA pretty timely. It did have the little dip, but, yeah, she bought 10,000 shares of NVIDIA on Friday. That is confirmed. Nancy, bro. You told me this hours ago. I know, but the cookies aren't done. So I was making you a cookie, but in the meantime, I was like, let me confirm it. And that was just me confirming it because everybody kept bringing it up. So I just went to the website to confirm it. But don't worry, I have it in the oven right now. I'll get it for you, hopefully before Powell. But yeah, everybody just kept bringing it up, so wanted to confirm. Is it legal because they're lawmakers? Well, yeah, we don't really have a ban on it. That's something I think everybody, Republican or Democrat, I don't know how we don't clamor for that. I don't think anybody in the government should be able to trade stocks. And it's so funny because none of them will vote on it. It's actually like they actually will not come to agreement on that more than anything else. I think Crowd, hot take, I think Crowd could go below $100. So again, Crowd was a really cheap name. This thing is new. So again, even in 2022, Crowd fell below $100. Beginning of 2023, this thing was clapped. So I'm not really, I don't know. I don't really view it as like that's why when everybody was like, should I add it to the long term? I'm like, I don't know why everybody wants it, considering how it's like moved recently. To look up I think it's Office of the Clerk. So go to disclosures.house.gov. Was United States House of Representatives clerk. That has all the info on the politicians. How do you determine if your long term's on the right track? Compare with the S&P in the same period. I mean, yeah, and look at the names, but I just be cautious with comparing too much time. So again, I think if you're saving, you're holding it, you're good to go. As long as you're just not buying dog shit. Just look at the names that you own. But sometimes you'll underperform, sometimes you'll outperform. I don't really get caught up with like, oh, I'm behind, I'm ahead. Because, again, that other times the long term has doubled up, tripled up the performance. Sometimes it's lagged behind. But the real question should be, what are you holding? And are you actually sticking with that? That's kind of how I view it. But you could always compare performance by looking at how the overall indexes have moved and see what your portfolio is comparable to. Because I think my portfolio represents the Dow more than it does the SPY. On momentum trading, I mean, it's good if the right momentum's there. And like we were saying here all day today, just anything of trading, if you don't have a long term, I really don't know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get you're probably just trying to make a lot of money and you're trying to rush it, but Just make sure you have a long term, and you'll be good to go. Again, the stock market, you make a lot of money through holding. Again, I mean, I've made a lot of money in real estate, but I don't know. Like, again, my long term has made me a shit ton of money in my life, and has provided me a lot of things. It's one thing about I've hit good trades in my life, but owning the right assets, whether it's real estate or long term stocks, that's where the answer is. So you could trade however you want. You could go options, you could go momentum, you could go earnings, but if you're doing it without a savings plan and like holding assets, you are gambling in one of the worst ways possible, because not only are you taking speculative risks, you're not even saving, and you don't even have something to attach yourself to the ownership and assets of the world. Do you guys hear that in the background? I don't know if you guys hear that. It's pretty funny. You've been there, messed up. It's unfortunate. It is, man. But you just got to do it. I mean, again, everybody, we've had this talk, and I keep telling you, just every day, every week, I realize how many people did it, how many people didn't do it, but you need a long term. I don't know. There's many ways you could try to justify it, and you could go around it, but all you got to do is just you get a long term and then trade however you want. But again, if you're trading without a long term, that it's probably one of the worst ways to gamble, because then you are in the stock market, but you're not really in it. Now you're taking all your money that you could have put towards a lot of things, and then you're just, you're at the mercy of whatever the plays do. But without having a long-term investment plan, it's a scary world out there. Long-term, save my life. You tell people you're stupid to invest and get a long term, even though you don't have one. Well, why is that? Pension kind of like one, kind of like a long term. But I would try to, I would try to make your own. Like 401ks and retirements are great long terms, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of people try to use that as a crutch to not save and to only trade. So you just got to do it. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. They're just, without owning these assets, your career is going to be it's a lot less stable, and you're going to be at the mercy of whatever the market does every day, rather than knowing there's a stock market, watching the F3 and benefiting off of it no matter what happens. What are you saying, ATL? I think you're having a manic episode. I have no idea what you're talking about right now. You're screaming. Tell me why we're excited. Is it the rate cut? What are you freaking out about? I have no idea what you're asking me, sir. Are you saying why we're up today? We're up off of a lot of chip news and then Bank of Japan, but positive chip news is an easy way to put it. Otherwise, we're waiting for Powell, and Powell could change all of this. The Middle East is not good, too, yeah. That's why oil's up there. Again, all of the Beirut stuff. And then, again, terrorist leaders getting killed is causing a lot of volatility in the Middle East. Yeah, we are 3 hours in. Again, the Fed is in what? 2 hours? 12, 1:15, 2, so yeah, about hour 45, and then 2 hours 15 till Powell. U.S. oil output fell in May, first monthly decline since January. If you run headfirst in the poll, it's your fault. Okay, I'm just going to ban you. But have a good day and get a long term. Okay? Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live. Your cousin is at the embassy in Iraq. He said it's mad intense over there. I'm sure. The job news today wasn't as important, but job news on Friday, it's because then that's going to let us know if there's any cracking economy or not, and then that'll validate whatever data we get here today with Powell. You'd be down on your account because of options. You'd be up 50 if you didn't do options. So what's even better? What's even better is you should have separated them. So remember, options and long-term in the same account, that shouldn't happen. Because then you'd be like, oh, my long-term is green, my trading's red. But now you're like, oh, my account is red because of options. Like, what? So split them up. Split them up. Snaps on the high. And SPY trying to work its way up. Bonds have not moved yet. We did the dip buy on MO earlier. The plays are up, but they stopped going up. You got to do it. You guys got to do it now. Because I'm just telling you, though. Like, at the end of the day, if it takes you like 5 years to figure out the long term, and if it took you 5 years to follow the rules that everyone got from day one, you're putting yourself behind. You know what I'm saying? That means it's going to take you 5 more years, 10 more years to get the results you need to, because you're constantly punting on what you need to be doing. So stop punting and start playing. Start doing. What percent of long-term for options? Whatever you want, but just separate them. That's what I'm saying. Separate them. Save 10% minimum. Once you're done with that 10% minimum, do whatever you want. It is up to you. But if you save 10%, you put it into a separate account for the long term, your path to wealth will be good, assuming you're not gambling the other 50% of your money. Would you ever put long-term options in the long term? No. There's no such thing as a long-term option. What if your portfolio is 60% uranium and 20% Axon? Then you don't care about your future because you don't want diversification. So I'm just going to stare at you with like beady eyes, because I got beady eyes like that, and I'm just going to look at you. I'm staring at you right now. I'm looking at you. I'm like, wow. I'm thinking about your future, thinking about diversification. I'm thinking about the type of jokes you put at wrong times, you know? And I just stare at you. And I just stare into your soul. And then I go, sad. It's a shame. It's a shame. It means hedging. Well, that's no option should go in your long term. So you don't need a hedge. Again, that's the beauty. If your plan is really to hold for 10 years, you should never buy a hedge. Because why would you spend money to protect something that you don't plan on monetizing for a decade when you could just buy more of it at a cheaper price? So I'd rather spend the money buying the asset rather than buying the insurance. Bro got you feeling bad because all I got is Robinhood. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to get you to do the right thing. I mean, do I care what you do? Not really. It's your life, but like, no, don't tell me I saved your life and bullshit like that. If you're not gonna do this stuff, and think about how easy it is. It's not like if you had no way to get another brokerage, then maybe you're off the hook. But like, it's so easy to make another broker. You could even go to whoever has your bank account, and go from there. You know, you're gonna take the long term and put it in the Webull. I think you're trolling me now. So I don't know. I'll see you tomorrow, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. Very disappointing considering how many Josh, you saved my life comments. Now I think it's all BS. So just separate your accounts. No one's trying to make you feel bad. If you want to hit me with that weird liberal shit, be my guest. But it's very easy to make another legitimate account. Webull's a scam. Prop traders are scams. You guys know this. So I think you just want a reaction out of me. So your reaction is a timeout or a ban. But separate them and do your thing. But it's super easy. It costs nothing. And nothing gets in your way. So I don't know. I don't think I saved any. Until I get a house, I don't think I've saved anyone's life. Because, again, you see it. Everyone just BS too much. Everybody like to talk. They like to talk, tickety talk, 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 talk. Yippity yap, 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 yap. And then that's it, man. I'm going through my villain arc. No, I mean, it's crazy because people are like, it's Yosh. I did this like years ago. I'm just being brutally honest with you all because I do want to help you out. I don't get anything off of it. If you haven't noticed, by like me being straight up with you for your own benefit, if anything, like it gets people looking at me, asking more questions about me than it is. And I'm just trying to help you out. I don't benefit. I don't get hurt off of it. So make sure you get your long term and do it the right way. Yeah, the old dictator, right? Ain't nothing new. Webull just a scam. I don't have the time to explain how it's all a scam. It's sad because of all the advertisements and propaganda. You may not even know the real answer, but at that point, that's just a personal decision. But like I said, I think it's a scam. But that's not even the main point, you see. That's why other homie got timed out because, he brought the conversation where it shouldn't have gone. The whole point is you need to separate your long-term from your trading account and have multiple accounts. Oh, hi, MO. MO's rocketing, but those contracts won't go up. They're literally the same price, and we bought them like right here. Only 10% of the long term? Yeah, man. You don't need much. 10% minimum. You could go more, but that's it. Long-term SoFi, trade daily on Robinhood. I like it. That I like. That I like. I think E-Trade, Schwab, TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, just that's enough brokerages for you could build your whole entire financial future with those. Yeah, MO's on the high. Those options will not go up. Remember, I was telling you I wanted to make those free, but even though the stock has almost gone up $1, it's literally shaved 2%, and then the options are only up 1 penny. Little scammers. Yeah, I don't think Fidelity has futures, sadly. It's good. It's been good for long term. I haven't had any complaints. I wish it was still just TD Ameritrade. That was the best. The good old days. And then why is Google flushing? Google's about to go red? I don't know why. Yeah, Schwab, they did want to ruin it. It's sad. Why is that contract not going up if MO Sky? Because it's further out the money. So even though MO is going up, it's moving at a slower pace than what's priced into the contract for the strike price and the time. Well, TD ruined it by switching to Schwab. Our long terms used to be on TD, and it was the easiest thing. The history, it looked pretty. And then they're like, we're merging. And now it just looks hideous. And then now you have to use Schwab instead of TD. It's sad, bro. It's sad. A little row. I mean, the low ticker has a lot on there, like Google. But then there's also a lot of things on the high ticker as well. But I think we're just chilling near. Again, we had Euro close an hour ago. Oh, shit. We need to do some push-ups. SPY, it shouldn't go up much more, but theoretically you could go up a quarter. Then we hit the 1.7. But that was 1.7 by the end of the week. So that's the wild part, is that we actually have a lot of range that we can move into. Yeah, AMD was wild. I thought it was going to hold. And I sold out of that Philip Morris too. That was a good one. It is slow, but I think everyone's kind of just again, the big moves from the market to oil to bonds. There's a lot that has happened in dramatic fashion today, and then we're going to have to deal with Powell here in a little bit. But yeah, it's up there. I had AMD calls prior, but so I was up 100%, and they went negative, I think. But that was my only quote-unquote flip. You see a question about transferring? No, I did not. What was your question? If you transfer Robinhood to E-Trade in the hold, does it average out my price? Yeah, it should. It's hard, though. Make sure it's transferring in the E-Trade is very difficult. I've had a lot of issues with that. But theoretically, all of your info should remain the same. Your cost. But dude, oil's about to go 4. I am so mad we knew oil was going to go up. We should have bought that. But so again, I transferred this long term, but that's why like everything stays the same. My total price, what I paid for everything, all of that. Like again, we've even showed it. It'll show all of your purchases, all of your history when you transfer should transfer over to your new broker. Bro, I can't believe oil. It's popping up again, literally 4%. Fidelity was really easy to transfer. I like E-Trade, but like I said, it was kind of a nightmare. Schwab was pretty easy. Fidelity, that was easy as well. Just make sure if you're going to transfer into an E-Trade account, make sure everything is set up And if you want to trade options like covered calls, or if you have covered calls, you have to make sure you get the approval before transferring into any new account. It's wild because this is the last day here for oil. I was tripping out about the seasonality. So we'll see what happens here, but oil's killing it off with all the tensions. I don't think it's too late. I mean, we missed it already. That would have been beautiful. We had all the headlines yesterday, and then that move, we could have killed it. 4%, bro. It's nuts. Yeah, buybacks they should even be starting, so you just might get some outsized demand on individual names. And NVIDIA, give it some time. You still have a lot of time for their pre-earnings. And we have to see how the other chip makers go. I think Intel will be very important. In the morning session, it's 9:30, so I don't know if you guys want to work out a little bit, move around. We got time. We've been there for 3.5 hours. We have 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. But get the body moving. Today's slow. Oh, it's about to speed up, my brother. Just get ready. We have, what, an hour and a half? So it'll be 12:30, 1:30. Yeah, hour and a half till Powell. Oh, man. Before you know it, today is just beginning. So time to move around, my brethren. Time to move around. Yeah, get the blood pumping. I'm going to do some curls. It's weird. Bro, my knee. So hear me out. It feels like I tore my knee, but I haven't done jack shit. Like, I didn't do any weird movements. I didn't run on it. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I woke up with knee pain, and I don't know why. I didn't run. I didn't jump. I did nothing to hurt my knee, but my knee hurts. Is it Biden? I don't know. I woke up like that. I don't know. How do you sleep on your knee weird, bro? Just getting old. Knee pain happens then. That's just getting... Really? That just happens? You just wake up with knee pain? Oh, my gosh. Well, let me get my biceps, and then we'll be good. I should probably play something in the background so you don't hear my loud exhales. I think it is my hamstrings, bro. They are super tight. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Do some calf raises. Oh, the walking backwards. I've seen that, bro. The walking backwards is really, really fire. Let me play some of this in the background. NVIDIA.
On July 11th, and the amount of flows that have gone into
the hour and a half till Powell.
Sectors that benefit from rate cuts. If you're thinking about industrials, financials, REITs, healthcare, utilities, those are the ones that are seeing exactly. And of course, you can't forget small caps too that have really benefited from this.
So going back to this idea that the market tends to be weak seasonally in September and August, just the fact that people know that's there, it can also influence how they trade and how they position themselves. What's the reasons behind it? I mean, has anyone come up with actual fundamental reasons?
Well, there's some things that usually it's not really fundamental. I think there's a lot of things, especially if you look over the last few decades, that people like to point to as far as just basically volume being lower because not as many people are trading. And then obviously when you come back in September, post-Labor Day, when a lot of people, especially if they have kids and they're going back to school, there's different repositioning that happens there. But also if you're thinking about what could potentially happen, we might see something, especially if Powell does signal that rate cuts are on the way, you might still see something in this past few weeks where you see major indexes lower, like say with the NASDAQ 100, almost in a correction, dropped about 9% from that, obviously July 10th high, but you could see still rotation into small caps. So if you look at right now, the Russell compared to the S&P 500 actually heading for its strongest monthly gains since February of 2000. And then you can also see something similar if you're looking at equal weight. So the SPW relative to the S&P 500 on track for its best month since April 2009. So you might still see that movement in those particular groups, but then still the major indexes pull back if you're seeing, because they're weighted more heavily, obviously, toward those growth stocks.
The extra wrinkle for this year, of course, is an election year well. So how does that influence what we tend to see seasonally for the S&P and the NASDAQ?
So usually what happens is the first half of the year in presidential election years tends to be weak, and then the second half is stronger, more toward the last 2 months, because then there's more indication of who's elected and also whether or not there's gridlock in Congress, because that's something that traders also care a lot about, because obviously you wouldn't have major swings in policy changes depending on that. But because actually there was a 14% gain the first half of this year, and that was the second best since 1928 based on some Ned Davis research. So because of that, it's a little bit more tricky going into how this could play out in the next couple of months, because again, it was front loaded with the gains this year in the S&P 500.
All right, good stuff. Jess Menton, thank you so much. And of course, you can read Jess Menton's story on Bloomberg.com on what typically tends to happen to the S&P 500 in these summer months. And of course, with the added wrinkle that it is a Fed day and we have an election coming up. All right, let's continue the conversation, especially when it comes to what we're anticipating for the economy and with the Federal Reserve. I'm pleased to welcome Nationwide Insurance Chief Economist Kathy Bostjancic right now. Kathy, good to speak with you. Are you comfortable with what the market is pricing in right now, which is no change today and a potential soft signaling towards a rate cut in September, maybe 2 in 2024?
Hey, Scarlett, happy to be with you. Well, certainly, no rate cut today seems, very likely. There's been no signaling from the Fed that they're prepared, and it would look like they were panicking if they cut rates today. But it's all about the signaling that we get from the policy statement and the press conference as to, how clear do they want to, kind of give a heads up that September is likely. And I think, after that, our view is that they do cut rates 25 basis points in September. Then, November and December are live meetings, even though the FOMC meeting is just days after the election. In terms of what the market's pricing in, I think it's reasonable. I mean, we're looking, our base case is for 50 basis points, but I think it's certainly reasonable that they could go, 75 basis points by the end of the year. Depends on the data.
It depends on the data, and of course, we get a big data point on Friday when the jobs report for the month of July comes out. And of course, there's been a lot of talk about the job market cooling overall, and you see that in some of the data points, but you don't necessarily see that in job growth. For instance, we are expecting, according to economists surveyed by Bloomberg, 175,000 jobs added in the month of July after 206,000 jobs added in the month of June. That doesn't necessarily signal a cooling labor market. Again, even as perhaps the unemployment rate rising does. What kind of nod do you expect Powell and the Fed to give to what we're seeing in the labor market, which is clearly turning, but still kind of in the process of it?
Those are great points. I think what we're seeing is a moderation in the labor market, and what Powell has recently said is that's a welcomed moderation.
With
it means
Venezuelan President Maduro on national TV.
An overheating condition.
Says he will chicken out.
And it's still strong. Now, time will tell whether this pivot towards moderation is a harbinger of something rockier, like a harder landing, or indeed is in line with a soft landing that the Federal Reserve would desire. So you are seeing various measures, right? The duration of people unemployed 27 weeks or more, that's ticked up. As you said, Scarlett, the unemployment rates moved up, but all of them are still really low, not signaling, a collapse in the labor market. And it's probably, it's going to take time to see how this moderation really plays out.
Yeah, it's going to take time. And of course, in the meantime, we're keeping an eye on consumer spending. And I'm curious to get your take on what you are hearing from the companies that are reporting results when it comes to consumers' willingness to pay. We just spoke with a restaurateur who is saying that people are willing to pay for experiences, but they're cutting back in other ways. For instance, they're going to the Hollywood Bowl, buying tickets, but they're not spending for food and drinks because, they've already paid what they feel comfortable with, and they're going to hold back in other ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. Consumers are tightening the belt a bit, becoming more cautious, maybe a bit more frugal. And you're seeing that with the earnings data, reports overall. Corporate earnings have been good, but if they're consumer-facing or sensitive, there's where you've seen some comments about, the consumers being, again, more cautious. So it makes sense. The pandemic savings are been run down, labor markets moderating. And also we're seeing, a lot of the lower income and younger people have really maxed out on their credit cards. Those have been the tailwinds for the consumer. So again, for the consumer, moderation right now, time will tell whether it's a harder landing. I think, the risks are still there, but also a pretty good chance we could get a soft landing here.
How are you thinking about the election? I mean, we've had an awful lot of big headlines in the past month, and there's this sense of excitement now about November that has kind of replaced this feeling of deja vu, as in, the same two guys who were running 4 years ago are running once again. Do you think that will make its way through the economy in terms of spending, in terms of confidence?
Well, you may see some lift in the consumer sentiment readings. They've been really low. They've been out of sync, right, with
sounds
overall
like
consumer
Janet
spending.
Yellen's younger.
We don't put a huge weight on that, but it's possible.
This is how Yellen sounded 70 years ago.
Fundamentals are going to really call the tune here for the consumer, and income is going to be really consumption is going to be more in line with income now. Before that wasn't the case. Consumers could rely on the pent-up savings that they had or use credit cards. That's more difficult now. So I think in terms of the election, we're going to really have to wait and see, what the outcome is and what legislation is actually passed for us to really kind of judge the impact on the economy. But
damn, it's already 9:40.
No doubt about that.
No, and they'll continue to be interesting as well. Kathy, we started with the Fed and Jay Powell. Let's end with the Fed and Jay Powell. What are you looking to hear from Jay Powell? What would get your attention this afternoon from Jay Powell?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be explicit in signaling September, because it really does raise the question, well, why not go ahead and cut rates today? So I don't think they'll be so explicit, but I do think the door will open wider. So look, first we'll examine the policy statement. How do they characterize inflation, the balanced risks between employment and inflation, and then his opening statement in the press conference and the Q&A. So really the press conference, I think that's where we'll get the most information and probably like the forward guidance that the markets are eager to see. But I think he's going to open the door, but without really endorsing, hey, rate cut is coming in September, because there's more data for them to evaluate.
Yo, Merck is dying.
Not stepping through it. Kathy,
again,
really
they already had that bad
Kathy
earnings. Remember, CNBC was talking about them.
Insurance's chief economist. Coming up on Bloomberg Markets, we're going to focus on Meta's earnings. The stock currently up more than 2% as Wall Street gets more skeptical.
Whatever. That was it. That was push-up time. Hopefully y'all worked out a little bit. You guys need to, seriously, you should stand up because we have Jerome Powell today. So I hope you're able to just start moving around now. Get it out of your system so you're ready to go, get the blood flowing. Because it's game time, baby. It's game time. Oh, my goodness. It's priced in, Powell. Well, if any, we priced in way more than what could have happened. So, literally, it's 1.7. That's why I was saying it's so easy for us to get a disappointment because of that price is in a lot. But then again, you moved 1.5% today. Am I on medication? No, I'm a private citizen. I don't have to answer that. HIPAA. I'm a private citizen. A Hatch Act. But no, I'm not on medication. No. It's my knee. I think it's my hamstring or my IT band because I just did a what's it called? A hamstring stretch and a calf stretch, and that helped out a ton. I need to do elephant walks too. That's why. I need to. Oh yeah, but I think it's my hammies and my calves. As I said, I need to do another stretch. Hatch Act. I'm a sovereign citizen, private citizen. We're seeing efforts to undermine the goals of reaching a ceasefire hostage release, says UN's Gutierrez. Chip rumor being capped, not priced in. Or so they're saying the chip thing today is fake. That'd be crazy because there's been a lot of nonsense in that chip area in the last 2 weeks that have moved a lot. So we'll see how that all plays out. Indeed. Yeah, Redfin was active. I think the last couple of Redfin hit like $9 the other day. Yeah, bro, it's at $8.50. I don't know why this thing came up out of nowhere. So again, it's not like they had good news. I mean, there was good real estate data today. Is it over? No, nothing's over, man. I think we're just beginning. Like I even said on the watch list yesterday, this is your moment where like some of you guys even have FOMO. Like you either make a move now or you wait till September, because that's it. Like the yen's moving, oil's moving, gold, all of this stuff is very, very big. We don't know what Powell's gonna do. So Powell, the jobs, this is gonna be like that final setup. And then other than that, I think whatever happens in the next couple of days, that's going to create a move towards the literal September SEP and then that Fed. So, yeah. Well, it might get crazy, it might not, but these are the little checkpoints. You have this week, today through Friday, then that's going to lead until September, and then September will just pretty much open up the door until the end of the year. Is that 3M on the high? Oh. And then there's MO as well. So now the MOs are going up. They say 60%. So on the bid, you could get a nice gain. Hamas senior official Al-Haya says a missile hit Hamas leader room and struck him directly. Let's assume what he does. Be evasive, nothing. Best play. I think best play for that would be sell premium. We might stay neutral and then slightly edge up either today or tomorrow. But I think if he is very elusive, I think it's going to be a dud. That's why I was saying it's kind of easy for us to get disappointed. So in a weird way, I have that as part of my theory. So I really think it's part of there. Where, like, he might just come in and does nothing at all. You made the MO play free, bought 50 for 3 cents, and just sold 30 for 5. You can do that. So, again, we killed it. That was a great purchase on the MO. You do have your moment to make them not 100% free, but you have 60% on the bid. So you could sell out a majority and walk away with a couple of them free. So not bad at all. I think the non-farms is bigger than Powell. But for now, Powell, because it's right here, right now, it's going to be interesting. Or have some importance. Kelly Ortberg. Oh, that's for Boeing. Like what? They're making your Russell free. Man, making it free is very effective. Even as of late, I'm glad we've had a lot of plays, and then we've been able to make a lot of them free. So It goes a long, long way. March 19th, July. Boeing is just literally earnings and then new CEO. Yeah, they had that sell-off there on delivery numbers and other stuff. They had bad guidance during their call, but then they've already popped back up. AMD just flipped. I think it was doing really good, and it moved outside of the range, and then it just plopped back down in the range. So AMD is a weird earnings mover. That's why today, when it was even up 10, that was already outside of normal. Like AMD doesn't really move big on earnings, and then it looked like it was going to, and then it just came right back down. But sadly, no real headline or anything. Can we look at last time the SPY was up this much into Powell? Hard. I don't know the last time, but it seems you could just go through the last Fed meetings. But I don't know. This doesn't feel that unnatural to me. But you would have to go compare all the Fed meetings. I'm not going to go do that right now. But because I don't think that really matters as much. The thing you could rely on is that 1.7. So don't be fooled. From yesterday we were talking 1.7. I think this is even the top end of this week. So I wouldn't really trip on it too much. If Powell doesn't say anything, this may just be our top. Otherwise, we'll see where it takes us. But it's not too uncommon to be up ahead of Powell. The thing that's weird is it's the chip news. It's this nonsense. I'm telling you, it's absolute nonsense why we went down on it. It's nonsense we're going up as everyone's saying, oh, it's not that bad. It's kind of like, again, when everybody reacted to Donald Trump from an interview that was 3 weeks old. Everybody reacted in one day. So just all of this, I think it's for other reasons, but I wouldn't necessarily find anything actionable off of us being high ahead of Powell. The real question is, does he disappoint or not? And then we'll get our real reaction. And thankfully, it's going to be here in like an hour and 10 minutes? Very strange rotation. It's there. I mean, a mix of weird rotation, but then think about all the global events, all the propaganda. There's been quite the back and forth with almost everything. So election years are usually good, but August and September are bad. So seasonally, even if you look throughout history, I think they're bad, but even the last 30 years they've been bad. And then first couple weeks of August usually suck. Wars and rumors of war. That is also happening. There's been a lot. There has been a lot. The original 2 standard deviation 3M is still sitting at 4,000%. Woohoo! That one was fire. I can't believe we hit 2 of them. So even the rollover did good. But welcome to earnings season, especially when they hit. Do I have to pay 65 cents? Mine's cheaper. I think it's 10 or 20 cents. So something along those lines, but not 60. No. Quick sidebar. I want to say I love seeing you on the gram. Well, it's good, man. Thanks for following me. You know what I love seeing? Long terms. So make sure you have a long term. Because one day you're going to come across a wild Josh. And then he's going to say, hey, do you have a long term? And then if you don't have it, he's going to slap you. So make sure you have a long term. Okay? Amen? Amen? Amen. feels like a day to tap out and not make moves. Yeah, well, I think after Powell, it'll be good. I mean, I used today to get out of old plays. So you guys remember I had that ES. It was disgusting. But I told you I'll sell out when it turns green. It did turn green. So today was that day. The Philip Morris. We even had a couple of others. Made the Disney free. Actually, we have the MO too. I think Powell is going to disappoint. I think Powell is going to I think he's going to hint at rate cuts, but not a lot, if that makes sense. So I think he's going to wear a very provocative outfit, and he might flirt with you, but he's not going to explicitly tell you he's coming home with you on September. Does that make sense? So I think he's going to show a little skin. I think he's going to flirt a little bit with the idea. So that's it. No, I sold the MES. That's what I'm talking about. I got out of it. Took like $450 profit. So that's the way I'm looking at Powell. I think he's gonna give us a little bit, but not he's not gonna be as explicit. But with that, I think that could be kind of disappointing. No, I did not make the MO free yet. Ideally, I would though. You can make it kind of free right now. Yeah, I got rid of the MES. It was like right here. So it was a couple hours ago. You think he surprises? But if he surprises, it's panic. So if Powell comes out of nowhere being mad bullish or even cuts rates, oh my gosh, that would be very, very crazy. UNH on the high. Again, 3M. Even, what's it called? MO's still up there. The market would move up, maybe for a little bit, but that would be, you got to realize it would be very, very shocking. So if Powell cut rates, not one person in the world is expecting that right now. So that's like kind of why it's a ridiculous outcome. But if he did do it, I mean, there would be a lot of different reactions. But for now, the idea is literally nobody is expecting that to happen. So everybody thinks he's going to stay the same. And then just talk about what's going to happen in September. You do? Well, you don't count. As far as like economists, they don't count you, man. I'm sorry. Powell's at 2:30, and then the meeting comes out in about an hour. A lotto play. If he cuts, yeah, why not? So what's more likely is that he's not going to cut, and then he's just going to tell you about what he wants to do in September. Add cash to long-term or hold cash to separate to save for down payment. Sounds the same, no? So, again, you could sell your long-term whenever to get a house. I mean, personally, it sounds like you're trying to you're trying to do something. I don't know. It looks like you're looking for an excuse to not treat them the same, but yeah, they're exactly the same. Smokes went up another $1. Well, MO did not go up. So, again, Philip Morris was decent, but MO, they weren't too hot. Yeah, someone's even asking MO earnings. It wasn't like awful, but it wasn't good. They missed on everything. But they remember all those numbers. They did guide up heavy last time. The market price. Oh, I forgot. We could go for some Zazas today. But I would wait till after Powell says something. Because depending on how Powell hints, the Zaza will probably move more. But yeah, we are pricing in, I think, 99% cut in September. But remember, the odds could be a guaranteed odds, but it has to do with how much they're planning on cutting. You want to buy in 12 months, but your LT will be down. You don't know if it'll be up or down. Well, you could be extremely cautious and put it into a bond, but I mean, quite frankly, like I'm saying, you need to have a plan hashed out, because it seems like you're trying to find a reason to not add to the long term, and then nothing about all of that plan could change. Did you get what I'm saying? So you could spend 8 months and be like, oh, I'm looking for a house, so I'm not going to add to my long term, and then you never find a house, and then you never add to your long term. Does that make sense? So it just, I don't know. You know my rules. You know what I stand by. But you have to figure. I think it's exactly the same. Cash in the long term versus cash saving. That's kind of the whole point. Maybe it'll be worth less or it'll be worth more. Hopefully you're not invested in the things that would change that rapidly and you made good investments, but you got to be careful. You want to be careful of not doing anything. And that's what I'd be more worried about, is if like you're like, okay, I want to save, but then if you end up not having a house, not adding in the long term, and then a year goes by, all you're going to get is 4%, and then there you have it. So I would make a plan, commit to it, and stick with it, and hopefully rely on the things that aren't as variable. And then again, if you just got to make up your mind on whether or not you're down to hold and take the risk there. But usually I'm okay with taking the risk and holding the long term until I'm in escrow. And then once I'm in escrow, then I'll sell out. Then I make plans of waiting or not once I'm in escrow. So once you have the house locked down and you know exactly what's going to happen and what you're going to do, then you'll be good to go. But other than that, like I said, it's a slippery slope where you may end up having no long-term and no house, and then all you have is cash. But then again, for some people, that's a good outcome. Some people, that's the worst outcome. Yeah, Pelosi did buy more NVIDIA. And then Fed meeting is in an hour. But there's price risk if you buy and the stocks go down. Yeah. And what happens if it goes up? You know what I'm saying? But literally, the whole point is that's why you need to make up your mind and decision. So our whole long term, it's always like that, where it could go up, it could go down. But until you've made a decision of your next plan and movement, you got to get your money to work. Yeah, I'm looking at the ZZ. ZZ. I made the grinding look easy. I totally forgot about it. So I don't know. You could short, but honestly, ZQU24, that one's probably going to move very big after Powell. I got out of the PM, but yeah, if that's killing, we got $1 for our Philip Morris contract. I was surprised. $1.10. Damn, I think you would have got another 20 or 30 cents. That one might be near 1,000%. You're in puts after speech? Oh, good luck. Pila Morris. I don't know. I have a PHILO, though, for today. I have a separate one I was going to give you, but after all of the talks that I've had today, I don't know. I feel like there's a PHILO somewhere that goes to, like, it's what we talked about the other day. You got to make it your own law. Just always remember, you could come across a lot of things, but if you don't make it law, it has no effect. So, like, again, whether it's the Bible, whether it's the long-term advice, you could go down the list. If you don't make it important and you don't follow it, what good is it? Because I feel like today I probably fielded like 20 how do I break the rules questions. What do I mean is that, like, literally, if it says, this is important, if you, have discipline, it will lead to a good life, and you treat it, and you don't treat discipline like that, that principle isn't going to help you. You could know the principles of life that will make your life better, but if you do not honor them, it doesn't matter. So if you don't make things law in your own mind, it's not going to do anything for you. If anything, it loses its power. If anything, it makes you harden your heart more. So what good is a rule if you are actually not going to follow it? You could have every rule. You could know everything in the world. But if you don't actually, like, stick to it and treat it as important as it should be, my brother, it's not going to, you're saying a lot of hoopla with no real effect on it. So I definitely think that's a mini PHILO. And I think you're going to deal with it a couple of times here. I think as we get through, Powell in the quarter, I think this PHILO will come up. Yeah, man, I think it's related to styles, related to everything. Everything. So that's where mini PHILO. It wasn't what the PHILO would have been about today, but I think that came up a lot. It can be harder to stick to that PHILO. It does, yeah, right? I think that's the whole PHILO. The whole PHILO, it's hard to stay to the PHILO, How to buy ZB? Well, today you're kind of late. I wish you asked me before the Fed meeting, but I would paper trade it because all you do is just like any other play. You type it in and then you buy it. But if you haven't traded those futures yet, I would paper trade for a little bit so that you could get used to them before trying to play around with them. Mod up 20. I'm not playing Apple earnings, no. And then bonds just kind of died out of nowhere, but still very, very much up on the day. Yeah, you could trade futures on Thinkorswim. Again, I would paper trade them, though, too. Somebody was asking, they were like, I want to trade the MES today. And I just said, make sure you paper trade for like 30 days. That'll help you a lot. Believe me, you have no idea. I have an old meta play. That one got clapped ahead of time. But that's it. And then we'll go over previews. Actually, I don't know. We might have to skip the previews now that I think about it. So we'll see. I might be down to price them in, though. I might post that one on Instagram again. So many earnings. Where's homie? Yeah, Meta, ARM. Honestly, I think Meta is going to be the only big one. The rest are big in their own little right, but honestly, Meta, ARM, Qualcomm, that's about it. And then tomorrow, There's not even any good ones for the morning. So I'll price in all of these, but that's it. So no PHILO, and then very limited on the previews. It's already 10. And then we got, 30 minutes? I don't know. I have a small preview for Powell. It's not anything crazy. So, again, it's sad because Powell, we actually need him to, what will determine what ends up happening. We actually need to see what he says, but so far just how he hints or what he doesn't hint. All right. Yeah, it's been a while since Powell said anything. I kind of feel you. Oh, Corinne comes on in 30 minutes. I was going to use that. But yeah, that is the problem, man. It's not. I mean, when was the last time Jerome? I think even the last 3 Fed meetings, they have been such a dud. But when was the last time Jerome said anything? Powell, sadly, we love the guy, but he hasn't really given you anything crazy. It's not even dodging hard. He's just saying nothing. He is just very comfortable in his role, knowing that he doesn't have to say anything. It's easier to say nothing, and he's played that card for months. That's what blew my mind. Do you guys realize after today's meeting, it's literally like a year of pausing? That's insane. So the rates have been paused for a year. So imagine he did hiking for a year and a half. And then now it was last June, that he stopped raising rates. That's insane to me. That means he's spent a whole year. He got us for a year, whether you realize it or not. He has gotten there for a year. He has gone through every single event, got you chilling every single day for a year of no rate hikes or nothing. He's executed it great so far. That's the paradox in all of it. This is exactly what he wants. Yeah, so that's why he shouldn't say much. But then it's interesting because the market used to really react to him, but I don't really know if that's the case anymore. The whole skip pause, literally for a year. Well, I don't think we'll go down. If he actually says some shit, then we'll react. But for the most part, the whole reason why we haven't done much in a year and it's slowly crept up on us is because he hasn't really been saying or doing anything. Oh, there's your badge. What's up, baby? Good morning. When we thought he was tied up in the back seat of the car, right? I think he kind of is, but he's in a Tesla. That's all. Anytime, though, we thought he was boxed in, homeboy has negated that in all ways, shapes, and forms. But he's definitely, I don't know, he is punting like crazy. He's letting it ride out, but he's never been in a box. I guess the only closest time he was in a box was the banks are sound and resilient, and then he got out of that. Oh, that's a good play, yeah. If he does, well, if he's not going to cut, but if he's favorable towards cuts, I do think the ARCs can come up. They're already expensive. So again, we have some of those old ARC plays.
Just leave it at that.
Okay. In principle, as a sovereign nation,
Jonah
does Iran
Capitol
have
Hill.
the right to defend itself?
My angry individual.
It's a simple question. Does Iran, as a sovereign nation,
okay, I'm going to get these
as
earnings
any other
prices
nation,
for you.
does it have the right to defend itself?
Iran is a regime that time and time again, since 1979, has been the largest and greatest exporter of terrorism, not just in the Middle East, but broadly. And it has a clear track record of not just suppressing its own people, but also funding, promoting, encouraging malign, destabilizing actions across the region. And our opinion and point of view on the Iranian regime is quite clear, and we will not hesitate to not just stand with our allies and partners when it comes to defending against threats from Iran, but also taking appropriate action from the United States as it stands.
So you're saying that the nature of the Iranian regime strips it of the
Netanyahu
right
says
to defend
Israel
itself
has
and to
delivered
defend
I just don't have
blow
any
to
assessment
Iranian
to offer
proxies.
on this.
No, you just said that.
I don't have any assessment to
understand you
offer on this
correctly.
incident. I don't have any assessment on attribution.
Okay, let me ask you something. You talked about the deal that is underway, the negotiations. Now, is there any doubt that the Israeli Prime Minister have taken almost every step to scuttle the negotiations over the past few months?
So,
do you have any doubt in your mind that he has taken those steps?
I'm not going to speak for Prime Minister Netanyahu, Saeed, and I will let him speak for himself. But in general, what I can say is that we have seen the Israelis engaged and constructive in conversations that we have been having about a ceasefire deal. And so we continue to believe both that a ceasefire deal is both achievable and urgent, and it is something that our partners in Israel want. I'm not going to speak to the specificity of the ongoing process beyond that.
Okay, but Mr. Haniyeh was the chief negotiator. He was the chief negotiator involved in these negotiations. So when Israel first kills his grandchildren, then kills all his children, then kills him, does that send like a clear message that they don't want these negotiations? He is the chief negotiator, correct?
Right. I will say again, as I've said to Daphne and others, I'm not going to speculate on this as it relates to how it may or may not impact a ceasefire deal. What I can say is that the United States unequivocally is focused on continuing its work to close the gaps. We think that getting a deal done is not just in the United States' interest, it's in the region's interest, it's in Israel's interest, it's in the interest of the Palestinian people. We are talking about creating the conditions so the remaining hostages can return home, that there can be an influx of humanitarian aid, and getting this region out of this endless cycle of violence. So that's what we're going to remain focused on.
Okay.
And as I said to Olivia and others, when it comes to continuing to engage in these conversations, there continue to be ways in which we can continue to engage with Hamas and Israel appropriately as it relates to the contours of the deal. And that work, I have no doubt, will continue.
Okay, let me ask you, a basic question. As far as the negotiations are concerned, is the killing of Mr. Haniyeh good, bad, or indifferent in your view?
I am not going to speculate again for what is probably now the 15th time. I am not going to speculate on.
I'm just saying, how is it likely to impact?
Again, I'm just not going to speculate on that. What I can speak
Jonah
to is
Hill,
what the
yeah,
United States is doing.
Jonah
and
does
what the
not want to
United
deal with
States
it
is
today.
focused on. And what we are doing and what we are focused on is working to close
Like,
the
how
gaps.
would you
We
rate the
continue to
current
believe
debt?
A deal
What?
is achievable. We think it's
Like,
urgent.
do you like it? Was it
and we
good? How would you
continue to
rate
work at this
if you
around
had to
the clock.
rate the other guy getting killed just on a scale of 1 to happy? How would you rate the other death? Is
Do you
that
feel that
you know? Okay, let me ask you another question.
Sorry, you literally just asked me
I'm
a
just
version of that
asking you,
question.
is this
Willie, go
likely
ahead.
an event that
This is you guys trying to ask me how to sell out your long term.
You mentioned that
You're like, all right, well, what if the yield curve is uninverted by Jerome Yellen, and what if Yellen, Elizabeth Warren, and Donald Harris Trump, and then what happens if the real estate
suggests,
you know what I'm saying?
It's not a priority?
So, look, Willie, I don't have an assessment to offer as it relates to attribution, and I'm certainly not going to speak for the Israelis or any other government or entity as it relates to this. What I can say is that the United States is squarely focused on is getting a deal done. It is the message that the Secretary is carrying in the conversations that he's having with world leaders and counterparts, some of which that we just talked about, and that's what we are focused on. We continue to believe a deal is achievable and urgent, and we're going to have our team continue to work tirelessly to close those gaps.
Just shifting, in the wake of the Hania killing, is there any posturing or concern of embassies in the region or elsewhere right now, security-wise?
So look, I take this situation, put the situation aside for a second, Willie. We take the safety of all our personnel, not just State Department personnel, but any personnel, American personnel, incredibly seriously. We take the safety of our embassies and our facilities and our installations incredibly seriously, and constantly around the clock, we are always assessing circumstances on the ground. We are assessing what risk levels are, what threat levels are, and appropriately we will make adjustments on those as we need to. We certainly aren't going to read out that operational process from here. That would kind of be counterproductive. But what I can say is that this is not just tantamount of importance to the Secretary of State. I know it is also of importance to not just the President, but the Secretary of Defense and other executives across this interagency who may or may not have personnel abroad. So this is something that we are paying very close attention to. Yeah, go ahead, Daphne.
You said that you've seen Israel engage in constructive conversations about a ceasefire deal. Is it still your assessment today that they're engaging constructively?
That is still our assessment. I'm not going to speak to specific negotiation processes, but that continues to be our assessment. Go ahead.
So, saying nothing about the eventual outcome of the talks or progress towards a ceasefire hostage release deal, can you say if, given the response from key mediators, from Hamas, will the assassination lead to at least a pause in the talks?
So that is not our understanding
skip a
at the
couple
moment,
of these.
but beyond that, I'm not going to speculate on the impacts here. To say for also probably the 15th time, our focus is on working to close this gap, the gaps that exist, and continuing to work to get this deal done. When we say that this is of vital importance to the region, that is not hyperbole. That we legitimately think that to be true, not just in the context of Israel and Gaza, but also when we are talking about destability across the region. We think that a ceasefire deal has the potential to be beneficial in addressing that situation writ large as well.
Has there been any direct or indirect conversations between the U.S. and Iran following the assassination?
I'm not aware of any diplomatic conversations. No. Go ahead, Alex. Actually, before I come to you, does anybody else have any? Go ahead, Ravi. I know, Alex, I'm sure you have a wide geography to cover, so I just want to close out this region of the world before we come to you. Yeah.
Follow up on the assassination of Hania and implication on the Gaza ceasefire talks. Actually, one of the mediators, Qatar's Foreign Minister Al Thani, today
asked a question, which is that how can mediation succeed when one party assassinates the negotiator on the other side? What is your response to this?
So, look, again, I'm not a spokesperson for the Qatari Foreign Ministry. I will let the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs speak to his own comments. What I can say is that the Secretary and the Prime Minister had a constructive call earlier today where the Secretary reiterated again the need for getting a ceasefire done. The Secretary reiterated the United States commitment to continuing to work to close these gaps and to get a deal across the finish line for all the reasons that I talked about.
One more, please, on the Middle East. Do you have any comment on two Al Jazeera journalists, Ismail and Rami, who were killed in an Israeli airstrike today in northern Gaza? This raises to the number of journalists and media personnel killed in Gaza to 165. What is your reaction?
So we've seen those reports and are tracking the details. We also have asked our counterparts in the region for additional information should they have it. Look, as the secretary himself has said, we offer our deep condolences to the many Palestinian journalists in Gaza killed or injured during this war and for all that they are suffered. As I said, we are continuing to engage with the government of Israel and the IDF on the importance of protecting journalists and all civilians during the conflict. We believe that journalists have been integral to shedding a light on the dire circumstances in the Gaza Strip right now. And we have been absolutely clear that Israel has a moral obligation and a strategic imperative to protect civilians. And of course, part of that includes journalists. But I don't have any more as it relates to this specific.
Just a quick follow-up. You said you asked Israel for more information. There have been many incidents over the past 9 months that you asked Israel to provide more information. Can you give us one example of?
I'm not going to get into the. I'm not going to get
into.
into. I'm not going to get into specific diplomatic conversations. There have been a number of instances.
We've asked for more. I can't tell you the
asked our
information
partners in Israel for
that we
additional
provide.
information
Don't. I'm
in
not getting
which
into
they
it.
have provided it. They have shed light on the nature of those operations and how they were conducted. We will continue to engage with those conversations privately with our partners in Israel and publicly when needed. Prem, go ahead.
I will have a non-Middle East question later. If
I'm sure you will. Prem, go ahead.
Thank you, Adam.
I'm sure you will. Saeed.
I understand that you are very passionate about these issues. It is not helpful for you to interrupt your
I'm sorry,
colleagues.
but I'm just making a point that this particular journalist was actually arrested.
I understand.
By the Israelis.
I appreciate your flag, but you interrupting your colleagues is not productive to the daily press briefing process. Prem,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Dan. So perhaps this is a good follow-up here. It's been 184 days now since Israeli forces killed Hindu her family and medics sent to save her. Last month, when myself and other colleagues asked about the investigation into this, the department said Israel said that they're still investigating, and that Israel also said that the UN and Red Crescent did not respond to outreach from the Israeli government. I reached out to the Red Crescent, and they said that no, the Israeli government did not reach out. So has the Biden-Harris administration followed up on this alleged lie by the Israeli government, or sought to confirm any of Israel's claims on the half-year-old killing now of this girl and her family?
So we are in touch with our partners in Israel around the clock on a variety of issues. I don't have any specifics to read out as it relates to this conversation. I'm happy to check if there have been any additional updates, but to my understanding, this investigation is still ongoing, and I will leave it to them to speak to the details of it.
So I had reached out to the Israeli government as well, and while I was reaching out to the Red Crescent, they said they would get back to me with an answer, and that they did not after we reported the Red Crescent said that.
Well, it's really, I'm not a spokesperson for the responsiveness of another foreign ministry.
Given that, this government gives them billions of dollars in aid, I'd imagine that such claims want to be fact-checked?
So we will continue to engage with our partners in Israel. We ask them for additional information. We ask questions when we see incidents unfold, and we'll continue to do that. As it relates to this incident, I'm not aware of any updates, and I believe this investigation is ongoing.
Okay, and one quick one. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. With the 2024 election around the corner, how has the U.S. followed up on the reporting? I believe a month and a half ago, ish. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Of Israeli government-sponsored influence campaigns attempting to influence American politics.
So I'm not aware of this report specifically.
The New York Times reporting. The New York Times reporting.
Right. Sorry. No, I understand what you're speaking to. So look, any foreign entity is aware of U.S. laws and the confines in which they should or should not be allowed to operate within the United States. When it comes to disinformation and things targeted at the United States, I will say that is not necessarily something that lives in this department, and I'm sure my colleagues at the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security would be happy to talk to you about efforts that are underway as it relates to election integrity and things like that, including the Office of the ODNI.
Are there any other nations who receive billions of dollars from the United States that are alleged to
preview in 3 minutes?
So I'm just not going to speculate on what was a non-government assessment report cited in that reporting, but I am sure that these other entities who deal on this very important issue would be happy to speak to you in greater detail. Go ahead.
So I know you said that you wouldn't comment on the impact of Hania, but the U.S. government had a $5 million reward on the head of Fuad Shukr. I was just wondering if you had any comment on his killing and.
So first, we spoke a little bit about this earlier in the week. We've seen some conflicting reports on whether Fuad Shukr survived the strike, but the latest information out of Beirut suggests that he did succumb to his injuries after being taken to a hospital for treatment. Let's also remember that this was an individual who was involved in the 1983 U.S. Marine barracks bombing and certainly has American blood on his hands. And as it relates to our Rewards for Justice program, I just don't have any additional information. Confidentiality is a key aspect of the way in which the department's Reward for Justice program operates. And as a rule, we don't publicly disclose specific information submitted into responses as it relates to things like this. But I think an important thing to note, again, is that the U.S. was not involved in the planning of the attack, and this was an action taken by the IDF based on Israeli intelligence. DR, go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. You just said that the U.S. is not involved in this act, but the Iranian government sent a letter to United Nations Security Council, and they clearly says that the U.S. has the responsibility for that act, which they say that this act could not have occurred without the authorization and intelligence support of the United States. What's your comment on this?
So again, I just don't have any assessment to offer for you as it relates to attribution, and our message to any country, to any entity, whether it be the Iranian regime or otherwise, is the call for de-escalation and to not take any actions that would lead the region into wider conflict. That has been our message since October 7th, and that continues to be the case.
And then yesterday, the U.S.-led global coalition attacked PMF, the Iranian-backed groups in Iraq. So, and then the Iraqi government condemned this, and they said that despite all the efforts through political and diplomatic channels, and that the U.S.-led global coalition, they attacked the PMF, and they want to drag Iraq into the wider conflict in the region. So why did you conduct this attack, and what's your comments on the Iraqi government?
Let's be a little bit clear about what this is that U.S. forces carried out a defensive airstrike in Iraq on July 30th. These actions were taken to address an imminent threat posed to U.S. and coalition forces, and we have a commitment to the safety and security of our personnel, and we won't hesitate to defend our people or hold responsible those who may potentially harm U.S. personnel, and it's as simple as that. Go ahead in the back.
Well, thank you. Always in the same Middle East issues. I want to bring you back to Al Jazeera, please. Al Jazeera, the network now assures you, confirms that it was a targeted killing. The crew of reporters were reporting by the house of Hania, and they've been struck by that missile. What would you have to say? We know you're talking to the Israelis, but what are you specifically asking them? You have 22 Arab countries who need an answer.
So I don't have any updates as it relates to this particular circumstance. As I said to your colleague, we are aware of these reports, and we have communicated with our partners in Israel for more additional information, but I don't have anything to share beyond that at the moment. Okay, Alex, go ahead. Yes.
On Georgia, statement the secretary put out today. He was referring to the comprehensive review of the bilateral relationship, and he said that today's action is a result of that review. Does that mean that you guys have concluded the review? Have you landed into conclusion? And if so, should we view today's action as an isolated action, or is it part of a little of?
I think this is just pre-Powell jitters. There's a lot of headlines talking about what we're listening to, about the State Department, and then this leader being killed, and then Lebanon Hezbollah confirmed somebody died. So that's what we're getting here. Again, Powell is in 30 minutes. You're getting more talk here about,
the U.S.
again, the talk's getting derailed pretty much due to these killings in the Middle East conflict.
And false
but nothing like breaking
that are incompatible with membership.
Pee, and then we're going to start talking about Powell
and NATO.
So get ready.
Let's remember that nearly 80% of the Georgian people support EU membership, but the Georgian government, through its own actions, including this spreading of disinformation about its allies and partners, is moving the country further from European aspirations of its citizens. We'll continue to urge the Georgian government to return to the path of democracy and Euro-Atlantic integration by repealing the foreign influence law, withdrawing other problematic legislation, administration ending its disinformation campaign and committing to conduct the elections and pre-election season transparently and allowing international and domestic monitors. These actions would be consistent with receiving support from the United States as a democratic partner. Though our bilateral ties are at a uniquely challenging moment, the United States' commitment to the Georgian people and their aspirations is absolutely enduring. We will continue to support programs and activities that benefit the people of Georgia by strengthening democracy, rule of law, independent media, and economic development. This review, Alex, that you asked about at the beginning, that review is ongoing, and we, of course, stand at the ready to take any additional and appropriate action should we need to.
On the line that the Secretary is drawing to make a distinction between the funding was supposed to go to the Georgian government, although I'm surprised that they had an access given everything they had done, and the funding that is still available for Georgian people. Is that a reflection of the Georgian government, when you announced the sanctions previously? They're pushing propaganda saying that, because of ambiguity behind the sanction, saying that you were targeting the Georgian people. Is that a reflection of your message that you are not? This is distinctly about Georgian Dream government.
Alex, the assistance programs that benefit the Georgian Dream government will be paused while we continue to assess the broader bilateral relationship. In some cases, assistance programs may be modified to redirect resources to non-government entities working within a particular sector.
Thank you. You also probably have seen the Helsinki Commission leader's letter to the Secretary from July 26, in which they are asking for sanctions against Ivanishvili and his inner circle. Is any
certainly would not preview any actions from up here, Alex.
I have one on Ukraine, if I may.
Okay.
Are you in a position to confirm the reports that Ukraine has received F-16s?
I don't have any assessment to offer on that, Alex. I'd let my colleagues at the Pentagon to speak to that.
I think I'm final on Hungary, if I may. Their leadership, they have been, we have seen some little actions coming from Hungary, but the latest action they have taken, to allow Russian and Belarusian citizens without any screening to enter the European territory. Is there any concern on your end that Hungary might become a part of hybrid warfare against the Western allies?
So look, Alex, I think it's important to remember two things here. First, when it comes to the conflict in Ukraine and the very serious issues that we have with the Russian government, our issue and our problem and the conduct that we are seeing in Ukraine, it is not a reflection of the Russian people. It is a reflection of the Russian government, and the same could be said about Belarus. So I will let Hungary speak to any border or migration action that they might be taking as it relates to their own border. But the United States, I can say unequivocally, is not at odds with the people of Belarus or the people of Russia. Our issue is with the actions of those governments, and specifically with Russia, the barbaric, aggressive, illegal, and inconsistent with international law aggression that we are seeing as they infringe on Ukrainian territorial integrity and sovereignty. That's what this is about. It is not about, we certainly don't want to see adverse impact to the Russian people or the Belarusian people. And beyond that, Hungary continues to be a NATO ally of ours, and they continue to play a crucial role in the alliance. Go ahead. She had something on Russia, so I'm just I will come back to you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you about public reports of political prisoners in Russia being moved around, some locations unknown. Vladimir Kara-Murza, I understand his location is unknown. Does the U.S. have any information about whether these movements are happening or why they're happening?
I don't want to speculate on any reasoning. What I can say is that the United States continues to be focused on working around the clock to work to get our wrongfully detained American citizens home, and that continues to be the case, but I have no updates beyond that.
Does the U.S. know where its detainees are?
So we continue to be in touch appropriately with Russian authorities in the case of Russia about consular access and specific location, but I don't have any updates for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, Saki from Voice of America. So it's been 2 weeks since two American journalists, Evan Gershkovich and also Kurmasheva, have been convicted. And does State Department know where they're currently being held? And Kurmasheva also asked for consular access. Has she been granted a consular access after her conviction?
So Olivia just asked a version of that question, so I will point to you to what I just said 60 seconds ago. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to quickly clarify what's been said on ceasefire talks. So you are confident that as we speak, the deal is still possible, even if the political leader of Hamas.
We continue to believe a deal is achievable and urgent, and we are continuing to work and are committed to work to narrow those gaps and to make a deal possible. We think it's vital and vitally interest to the region.
And is it even if Hania is that who's been representing Hamas response and interest to that?
So I'm just not going to speculate. One, I'm not going to speculate on any impacts here. Two, I'm not going to get into the negotiation process or when it comes to relevant actors or things like that. What I can say is that we have the ability to appropriately and successfully engage with both Hamas and Israel and continue to keep this process and keep the conversation ongoing, and we fully intend to do that.
Thank you.
Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks for that. With Hamas, Hezbollah vowing retaliation, what's the U.S. position on how Israel should respond? Prime Minister Netanyahu just said that Israel, quote, will exact a heavy price from any aggression against us on any front, end quote.
What are you referring to specifically, Jackson?
What I'm referring to is retaliation for Hania's death, for Hamas, and then Hezbollah Shakir's death.
So what I can say, Jackson, and I will reiterate what I've said at the beginning, is that our priority region-wide is to promote diplomatic solutions for a more peaceful, secure, and integrated region, and that continues to be the case.
And then reportedly, IRGC Aerospace Force Commander Amir Ali Hajizadeh has been killed near Damascus. Can you confirm that?
I don't have any updates for you on that. Goyle, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Two questions, please. One, as far as Iran supporting terrorists is concerned, who is supporting Iran? Is it Russia, China, or North Korea, or any other country supporting Iran? And second, sir, does Iran support this deal between Israel and Hamas?
I can't imagine that the Iranian regime supports a ceasefire deal, given that they are the sowers of much of the instability that we see in the region. But of course, I don't want to speak for the Iranian regime. And there is a clear track record of the closeness of relations between Russia and the Iranian regime. We've seen that play out in a number of ways over the past 2 years, specifically, including in the context of Ukraine. We've seen the provision of UAVs and other security articles. And so certainly that is a relationship that's deeply concerning and one that we'll be paying close attention to.
Second, sir, just a diplomatic question. Ever since Vice President Kamala Harris was supported and endorsed by President Biden, and there have been name callings against her for her ethnicity, color, and where she come from, and all those things. Is Secretary hearing anything diplomatically from around the globe, those secretaries or foreign ministers, about because being a first woman now maybe, and also because of her look, and among others?
So for a variety of reasons, many of which you've heard us talk about before, I'm certainly not going to get into electioneering or campaigns from up here, but I will point you back to what Secretary Blinken said about the Vice President last week when he was asked a question about one of your colleagues. She is somebody who, on the foreign policy stage, has spoken forcefully on behalf of the United States. When she meets with world leaders, when she engages with them, the Secretary has been able to be part of some of those engagements. World leaders and counterparts know that she not only speaks for the President, but she speaks for the United States.
Why I said quickly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because my community is very much disturbed because my community, she comes from background from India, and my community is also worried.
My guy. All right. So I don't know what happened here. There was a couple of things. I think it was a mix. Again, surprisingly, all that State Department talk was kind of important. I don't know if you guys are really aware of it, but those killings of the Hamas leaders and all of that, it's causing a lot of volatility. People are getting worried about the hostage negotiations. They're worried about all of Iran and the Middle East falling into turmoil. So, like, literally, that's a big deal. But then also we have Powell and the Fed in about 20 minutes. So, that being said, I didn't turn it off because they're BS. I am voting for Donald Trump. That's maybe new to some of you. And then again, if you don't like Donald Trump, you may not like the fact that I'm about to give you a lot of free info. But I turned it off because it is time. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is our moment. It is less than 20 minutes, and we are going to be getting the Fed. So I'm turning it off because you guys, I told you, I love this stuff. I don't know if you are aware of it. Don't let my nonchalantness fool you. I'm very, very prepared for these days. I really, really love them. Some of you guys know damn well this is where you want to be on a Fed day. This is the channel you want to come to. I think you should come every day, and we have the watch list. And, too, if you didn't check on my if you go to my Instagram, I posted all of what was priced in on everything going on, okay? So make sure you check that out, and we'll see you there. So we'll see. Pro-Muslim. Are you worried about Donald Trump Muslim bans? Are you Muslim? Are you Islamic? I think I'm closer to that culture than you are, so let me worry about it, okay? You don't worry about it, Edward. You'll be fine, Edward, okay? But I support Donald Trump, so if you're going to take my info, just remember you are leeching off of a Donald Trump supporter. So that's for everybody out there. If you don't want to hit the like button, I hope in principle, I don't know. So if you don't want to support that, then you might want to click out of the video right now. But long story short, why I'm bringing this up to you, because I have a preview. So I have a earnings preview or a Fed preview. If you go to my Instagram, you will get the earnings previews. They are there, or at least what is priced in, which was good. But I have a preview for the Fed. So actually, let me see. Do you guys want it on, let's put like half of it. So we have less than 20 minutes, and I'm just going to recap a little bit. I just want to get the main points of today, and I hope you are all aware we don't know what's going to happen. So even when everything comes out, it's literally what Jerome Powell decides to do, and how he does it, we don't know. And that is a big X factor. Do I think there's a lot of unknown for today? I do, but I also believe that in a weird way, today is not the most important. So let me start off with the first thing, because I've told you guys this. I think Jerome Powell is the most important for today. Oh, shout out to KS, baby. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you. But I don't think this event of Powell is that important, as weird as that sounds. We're going to get to it, but this isn't the number one event. I do think on Friday, that is going to be more important for you. The jobless claims and how the jobs report comes in, that is of the utmost importance compared to anything else that we're getting here right now. So we're going to have to see on how that all plays out. Mr. Hit saying new report circulating on new limits of China AI chip access. Is it different than the one this morning? Because if we get more chip BS, you're going to see a lot of unwind. So you got Mr. Hit's news. Watch out for that. All right. So, here's the deal. What you need to understand now, before I get into anything broader, let's just talk about it straight up. So, today with Powell, he is going to be doing something, and this is where everybody is going to be fighting. Okay? This is where today is going to get weird. Powell is going to stress that they made progress, but he's not going to declare victory on inflation. So do you guys get it? This is why everybody wants Powell to do a lot of things today. He is going to talk about things coming down. He's going to talk about inflation dropping. Again, you've had literally 2 inflation reports, a pretty somewhat favorable jobs report, everything has been going good. So he is going to talk about progress, but he's not going to declare inflation or victory. So him not declaring victory, that's where things are supposed to kind of be hawkish. Him talking about inflation coming down, that's where things are going to be bullish. So this is the main dynamic. If we could sum up today what is about to happen here in the next couple of minutes, Powell is going to talk about how it's appropriate for rates to come down, but he's not going to hammer that home. Are you all following? So he's going to say, yeah, things are good, but we're not declaring victory. He's going to talk about, well, maybe this would be a good time to start lowering things, but he's not going to hammer that home and make that the number one thing. And now here's the deal. If he does, my guy, that's bullish or bearish. If he hammers it home that the job is done and starts declaring victory, easy read. This is going to be a very bullish day beyond what's already bullish. And then again, if he does kind of play a little bit more coy and does not want to hammer it home, that's where it's going to become neutral, a disappointment, whatever you want to call it. So we don't know. And this is what I'm saying. Emphasis on we don't know, because there's a big range here where Powell could become the ultimate dove, or everybody is drunk off expectations and then the real main event comes in and it's a dud. So don't get too hyped up, okay? So that's your first key you need to watch out for. Key number 2, I can't stress this enough. I'm trying to make it go down without going down too much. Yeah. Well, here it is. Labor market talk. So there's going to be several questions about this. The labor market has both weakened and then not weakened fast at various times. But everybody is going to be asking Powell about this. They're going to ask him about the labor market, and then the market, I believe, market and bonds, they will be very sensitive every time he mentions the labor market and then how it's cooling, what it's going to do, or if he wants to give a kind of a criteria. So keep that in mind with Powell talking about things and saying what's appropriate, not declaring victory, even bringing up the labor market. Everybody is going to be looking out for him to drop a clue if he is going to give some level of olive branch of, well, this is what we're looking for. And if this is met, then we don't have to get worried about the whole data dependent. You see what I'm saying? So that is very, very important. So in general, all I have is 3 words, labor market talk. I think it's going to be very important. I think anything having to do with the labor market slowing down, picking up what Powell sees as good, as tightening, as literally a hawkish environment or not, all of those things are going to be of the utmost importance. So watch out for that. But those are the main things. And now I have my easy bullish, easy bearish for you. Very simple. We're already up, and this is where you guys got to realize. I told you this the other day. The market's pricing in 1.7% by the end of the week. You're already up a lot. It's easy to get disappointed. If good happens and we're already looking good and Powell just says the same shit, it's going to be easy to get disappointed. You really need something big. You need Powell to drive home the dovish attitude, or you need him to be hawkish to pull you back. So, very simple. An easy bullish reaction today, it is going to happen through a change in the statement. I would call this the easy bull or the big bull. So I don't know if y'all feel me on this. What does this mean? I'm giving you a gem right now, especially if you want to trade this right when it comes out. And y'all better like the video because, again, if y'all don't know, last time I told y'all I got a channel strike for telling you who I was going to vote for. So y'all better support the channel, baby. Oh, this one's huge. Easy bullish is changing this statement. What am I talking about right now? I even have a quote for you. Oh, moving away from restrictive territory. Oh, man. This one's fat. This one's crazy. This one's crazy. Has nothing to do with Powell. This means in the next 8 minutes when the statement comes out, if they change this statement, so you want to know if the Fed and Powell are really going to cut rates and you want to know if they're really dovish, guess what? That's going to happen right when the statement comes out. So literally, they are going to change this statement if they really want to, quote unquote, move away from restrictive territory. Are you following? So this is the big deal with all of it. This is where if this happens and the statement does have an alteration and the statement is leaning towards that, then you're going to know right there that, boom, these guys are feeling bullish. If they start talking, well, yeah, we need to start moving away from restrictive, we're going to start planning for that, and they start changing things in the statement, then there you go. That's going to be the easy bullish read on today. Easy bearish is if Powell comes out, if the statement stays the same, and then Powell comes out and he just says, listen, it's not time to talk about rate cuts. We don't have any hints with the labor market. If he doesn't acknowledge the labor market, if he does not acknowledge moving away from restrictive and doubles down on the whole, data dependent and does not address any of the other stuff I told you, no hint about the labor market, no other hints, that's going to be bearish. Would I call it an easy bear? No, but that will, I think, be the more bearish factor. So finally, I didn't realize I talk a lot, but we only have 7 minutes. So way to like the video, guys. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate it, even though they banned me. Oh, but I love Powell no matter what, baby. We live for this shit. So here's the deal. Press conference, okay? They're going to ask him about his threshold or the bar, and maybe they'll even ask him about politics. So again, I'm assuming Powell is not going to tell you anything, okay? So if Powell doesn't tell you anything, everybody is going to ask him. This is what I'm saying. When you listen to the press conference, everybody is going to ask, hey, well, if this happens, would you do this? Okay, if this was to happen, would you do that? They want to know, is there a threshold? Is there a certain bar that Powell is setting? And then you might get lucky and we might get a couple of political questions due to everything going on, but he should punt on everything. So I'm expecting him to punt on all of these. So if he does get a question on threshold or the bar, pay attention if he answers it. If he does answer the politics, pay attention, but I think he is going to punt on all of it. And then I sold half of my MO, 100% on the MO play from earlier. We got 25 free contracts. GG. I put it in limit order. It just filled. So hold on. Let me put out a stream alert, and then we'll finish this. Yeah, we had contracts. MO, 100%. If you were here in the morning, we did that play. That was another post-earnings hitter. So, that being said, get ready. Again, we have about 5 minutes till Powell. Here are my plays. So, I don't have any plays right now, but I closed out of my MES. Yeah, I don't really have anything. I have Snapchat. That's about it. So, I'm free. I'm going to be able to make a lot of other trades here. But I will be looking for the NASDAQ. I like the NASDAQ a lot as the top winner for today. Why? Because if today is good and Powell really is bullish, I think the NASDAQ will rip. Do I think the Russell will rip? Yes. But I think it's going to rip because the NASDAQ is lagging the most. So right now, that's it. The NASDAQ is lagging. If people feel optimistic, I think there's a lot of meat on the bone with that one. That's the first one. The other play I like is what I told you guys earlier, the Zaza. And if anything, because today's meeting is both important, but it also cannot be important. That's the funny part, because, again, it's not September, dude. It's not the SEP. This is still just like a weird moment. This is the most important of the summer, but we still have bigger Fed events coming in. So, like, straight up, the Zaza, and here is the logic you guys need to understand. The rate cut odds can get crazier, but I'm not talking about the odds of it happening. I'm talking about the size of the move. So go look at /ZQU, and you'll notice that thing is clapped. Even though the odds of a September hike right now or a cut are 99%, it's only pricing in a quarter. So if people really want to get dovish, they could price in more than a quarter. And that right there, all the ZQ plays are going to go insane. So I would watch out for all of those. Those I think are going to be very big. Damn, oil's ripping up 4.5. And then finally, I had the Russell as the last play, but I put down ARK instead. I switched it after the Chad brought it up. I like ARK. I think the Russell, small cap, gold, all of those plays are going to go in tandem depending on what he says. But I think ARK will probably be the less crowded one out of all of them. So ARK, ghetto rate cut play. Again, I do think gold and Russell will do good. Yeah, bullish on Russell, bullish on gold, but they all have a premium. So I think if anything's going to happen, maybe we'll get a better deal on the ARK plays, and then we'll be able to go from there. So that's all I have. 2 minutes until this statement, and like I said, we might get a statement change, so right off the bat, we will be looking for this statement. You guys can go to the Fed website to get everything, and that's it, man. That's all we have. Is there anything else? Let's see. Bond market tends to react before. Oh, yeah. I forgot. You're going to have a 2-day window on bonds to go up. Oh, we should have played it and held it yesterday. All right, you got 1 minute. I'm going to go to the Fed website. What you guys should be doing is getting the comparison ready. So this is what I'm doing. I'm going to have last statement. I'm going to have it ready to go so we could compare it. Remember, you want changes. So if they acknowledge what's going on there, that will be the key to all of it. All right, man. Well, good luck. We got 1 minute. I wish you all the best of luck. The wire, so you have a news wire, all of that. This will flash red with everything. I do have analyst comments, but I'll get those to you in a second. Let's get through the event in here. Like the video if you like. And again, I even posted stuff on my Instagram too. So if you want the earnings previews, they're there. And then again, some of you were asking about my Disney play. I posted that on Instagram, believe it or not. So at the Trading Fraternity, God bless you. I posted more in a week than I have the last year. Damn, the yen is down too. All right, 30 seconds. Get ready, baby. Good morning. Good morning. This is it. Again, the press conference will be bigger, but if we do get statement change, that right there, that's going to be the big one. So get ready for it. All right, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep, and we're off. Very small reaction. So FOMC reiterates no cuts until more confident, attentive to risk on both sides. In recent months, there has been some further progress. Okay, that's weird. I need to check this statement. That's like a small acknowledgement, but not enough. Inflation has eased but remains somewhat elevated. Job gains have moderated. Unemployment has moved up a bit. They voted 12-0 for them to stay the same. Discount rate left unchanged at 5.5. So, yeah, I think it's kind of disappointing, but it sounds like they acknowledged it but not fully. So here's the new statement. So recent indicators suggest that the economic activity has continued to expand at solid pace. That's all the same. Job gains have moderated. So the statement has acknowledged that. So in the last meeting, it said job gains remain strong. Today, it says job gains have moderated, and then unemployment rate has moved up. Last one, it said low. So this is the acknowledgement, but then everything else stayed the same. Inflation has eased over the past year, but remains somewhat elevated. In recent months, there has been some further progress. That's what they said. So, yeah, I don't know. It's leaning slightly more towards, disappointment. But so far, none of that is different, if that makes any sense. So slight acknowledgement. Do you get it? So remember, I was telling you from literally Watchlist and everything else, we were saying acknowledgement of the job market. So the statement acknowledged that the job gains have moderated and unemployment has moved up. That's a lot different than the last meeting. But other than that, nothing else has changed. So it's still the same thing. They're not declaring victory, still playing data dependent. All that has happened is Powell and the Fed are acknowledging that the job market has weakened a little bit, but there's no real conclusion off of it just yet. So that's why, I don't know if you guys noticed, this reaction is tiny. SPY is barely moving. Bonds are going down, but that's not necessarily the answer you were looking for yet. You got to wait for Powell. But I think we're leaning more towards disappointment, though. This might very well be a dud. Unless Powell just comes out swinging. I mean, you could say it's slightly dovish. Think about what he's saying. He's acknowledging the jobs market, but not doing it in a very bullish way. That's all. But they are saying that the jobs market is slowing down. So again, let me show you here. This stands out right away. This took me seconds to figure this one out. This is from June. It says job gains remain strong and employment has remained low. Today, they're saying job gains have moderated and unemployment has moved up but remains low. So they're still standing there, but now they're saying unemployment's going up, job gains are moderating. That's a lot different than saying that unemployment is low and then jobs are strong. So that is the admission of the jobs market kind of moving, but that's about it. So if you want to read that as bullish or bearish, that's up to you. So like I said, I think the bigger move will happen once Powell talks, but for now, this isn't really anything too crazy, sadly. So the language about risk to both sides of dual mandate, in other words, the inflation being too high and employment too high, it's not new. We've heard that from Powell. Modest reaction from the market. Still waiting for greater confidence. When they repeat greater confidence, hold benchmark rate. That's it for now. Again, bonds are moving more. Don't talk about Kamala. Yeah, if you talk too crazy on Kamala, I'll ban shit. I don't like the Democratic propaganda. Same thing, too. Like, I don't like Republican propaganda, but I do think the Democratic propaganda got out of hand. So if you want to save yourself the ban, just post stock shit and call it a day. I appreciate you. It's not bad, man. So language, yeah, we already went over that. Dude, it's going to be, that sucks. We got to wait about 30 minutes now. It's only been 5 minutes, but that's it. This statement is from the Fed website. So if you go to federalreserve.gov, it'll be there, all of them. Just go to meetings and calendar. SPY's starting to go up a little bit. Where is the Russell? Bonds are starting to move. Oh, shit. I wanted to see the chart. Damn, the Russell just looks like it wants to go. That thing is pinned. I kind of want to play the bonds. But low-key, I don't think this gives us an answer. Volume will tick up, but I think we're going to get I think volume is going to get unleashed right when he comes. There's a lot of tension is what I'm trying to tell you. So this ain't nothing for now. Then the way everything's looking, there is still a bigger move to come. So again, there's a nod to softening jobs market. Analysts are starting to acknowledge that. I've already told you that. So again, nothing. I think we're all on the same page. Rate markets teetering. Oh, where's the Zaza? And then the yen dropped too. Let me check the ZQZ. All right, SPY starting to rip a little bit. Oh, they're scamming on that. It looks just like I might go with one of those. I think December Zaza could be a play. It's down a little bit. I'm going to wait and then go after that. I'll give it a minute or two. Yeah. Remember, it's not about the odds of a cut. It's how many cuts. And that's where I think you get a play. So bonds are starting to dump. SPY going up again so far. Some acknowledgement on jobs. Powell, the statement adds a qualifier characterization to inflation. In June, it was described as elevated. Today, it's described as somewhat elevated. So here are the immediate takeaways. Fed rates stay the same. Statement tweaks language to say the committee is attentive to risks on both sides of dual mandate. Had previously said officials were highly attentive to inflation risk. Statement repeats prior language saying FOMC does not expect to cut rates until it has gained greater confidence that inflation has moved sustainably towards 2. Fed is also tweaking language to say price pressures remain somewhat elevated and acknowledge some further progress towards goals from further modest progress in previous previous statement. Officials also adjust assessment of labor market, saying job gains have moderated and that jobless rate has moved up but remains low. Statement notes that risks to achieving employment inflation goals continue to move into better balance, and decision is unanimous. So, yeah, dollar's running. We'll take a look. This is what I was saying. If, again, even then, the yen is coming down, if you guys notice. Yen has almost gave up half of the gains. And then the dollar's rocketing up because it's starting to look like Powell won't do anything. So that's the thing. If Powell comes out dovish, buy the yen, and then vice versa. If not, then it'll keep doing this. Yeah, statement reads like FOMC, data dependent. And then the previous qualifier for jobs was removed in June. It said modest further progress. Now it says there has been some further progress. So oil at the high. All right, we got 22 minutes. I'm going to start getting some of those up. I'm going to make a play here in a sec. I'm not in ZQ. No, I have none of those. That's why I want them. I think I'm going to go with ZQZ. The December one. I think ZQU has more upside. But ZQU, I think, or ZQZ can run just off December odds. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'll go with the U. Maybe we'll get lucky because that one does have way more upside. All right, I did the Zaza. I grabbed a September rate cut odd play. ZQU 24 at 9 to 478. So right now that's what? It's like 5.2 rates. So that's one rate cut by September. So pretty much if people get more bullish, this play you need a surprise bull by Powell to price in more cuts. That's the only way you make money on that. But then again, the risk to reward should be somewhat limited. However, this play's probability is much higher at this price that we're getting it at. I do think Goolsby votes. I believe so. Winthin, global head of strategy, says, I think many were hoping for some softening along the lines that we have somewhat greater confidence, but the Fed did not tip a September cut by any stretch. I think they'll cut, but the Fed is playing its cards close to its chest, marginally less dovish than expected. I could agree with that. So again, right now, first read, some people are just saying it's not as obvious as people thought. So, again, if you thought Powell was going to hint, so far the statement does not look like they're doing any of that. $20.25. In simple English, the scenarios for Powell. At this point, I mean, he's probably just going to be exactly the same, or he's going to slowly hint that we will cut rates in September. But after the statement just came out right now, people are believing he may not do that now just because of how kind of bearish it already was to begin with. Jeff Z, baby. Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Well, yeah, a lot of data dependent and just like, I mean, you could blame data dependent, but what does data dependent mean? He's just not going to tell us anything. Because we have been data dependent, but the fact that he's doubling down and bringing that language back, it just means he's not tipping his hand. So that's why I say that one comment, who was it, Win Thin? Analysts already are saying they thought Powell was going to tip his hat and say, look, I'm going to cut, but so far none of that has materialized. It does not look like that from the statement. So Ira Jersey says, overall, the Fed policy statement appears to meet our expectation that it's balanced. The new phrase, risk to both sides of dual mandate, does not signal a September cut is imminent. The front end of the curve is selling off a knee-jerk bear flattener. Seems reasonable. Powell's press conference may be more telling than the incremental shifts in that statement. Yeah, the statement could, and this is the key. So someone's already saying this statement could feel very dated if we get a soft jobs number on Friday. So remember, that's why I was telling you guys, I think the jobs report is the most important because you see this reaction right now. This is without a jobs report, so it doesn't even matter. Oh, it's your birthday! Oh, Jeff Suas, my man, happy birthday! Oh my goodness, horn! No way! Man, 40 months with the Chad too. Happy birthday, my friend. I hope the long term is there to carry you and enjoy it. Don't make any crazy option trades on the birthday, Sometimes they work out and don't, but, enjoy it, man, and vibe. And thank you, my friend. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really is a perpetual can kicking. Yeah, but this is what I thought was going to happen with Powell. Like, we should have all expected this. I think the market was just getting ahead of themselves, and they wanted him to do it, but it's same old Powell. But that's why. The moment they don't kick the can, and then the moment the rates actually change, we'll see. But it's been a year of rates not going up after this meeting, and then you see, it's effectively been 12 months of can kicking. Let's think about it. Powell wants the soft landing. Curve is uninverting. He may just punt, see if the bond stabilizes. Yeah, that's what would happen. And literally, if he could get that accomplished without cutting rates, there's your soft landing. So again, just everybody was just getting excited, and they thought he would signal it just because of everything that has gone on. But no, not this time. Boop, 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 boop. Is good or bad? For now, it's neutral, but it's not as, you got to think about it. Today is just giving you now, this is all, I hate to be the can kicker, but I told you guys this ahead of time. This is just setting you up for Friday now. We still haven't heard Powell, but it seems to be that he's not, so far from the statement, he's not signaling a September cut. And then now, whatever the data shows, that'll probably get you more reactive than not. So for now, we're waiting. We got 15 minutes till Powell. I need to actually start pulling up some of these. I got to start pulling up some of these live feeds. That's the Fed one. Their live music. Oh, what's the other one? Go to the bathroom now. I will in a little bit once I get this. Yeah, Trump is alive. Man, that's crazy. They're supposed to have your boy. You finally hear the music in the background? I have people working on my house, and they're bumping their Spanish music. I vibe with it heavy. All right. Yeah, why is Trump going live during Powell? So we're waiting. We got 12 minutes. I'm trying to get you the fastest feed. I have a couple of them so far. But it's going to be weird, man. It is going to be weird. Oh, Bloomberg's getting ready. Yes, sir. So statement could feel very dated. Where else is this? I have a couple more comments. Fed in recent years made robust changes to its statement and left more robust messaging to Powell. So while some folks are not thrilled by the lack of an explicit statement today, it's entirely likely we'll get a fuller explanation from Powell in a couple of minutes. The decision to hold was expected. Statement didn't change narrative. The question now is, will Powell come out with a new message at the conference, or will he hold back until Jackson Hole? And how much likely, or how much can he say without knowing what July's jobs data will do? This does not move the needle for potential home buyers who might be looking for signs that rate cuts are imminent. I think Trump is live right now. Yeah, that's where everybody's starting to move on that. So good luck. Again, I'm pulling them all up there. I'm trying to get the fastest feed. Nobody has a live shot of the room yet. But when they do, that's where it goes. I'd say everybody is just getting hyped on this, though. This is the event, ladies and gentlemen. This is the event. And so far, kind of a disappointment, but so far, analysts are keeping their hope alive. They're kind of thinking that Powell may come in here with a secondary message, and he just saved it there from the, what's it called? He saved it from the statement. Yeah, well, people are bringing you Jackson Hole, I guess, technically is the next event, because you'll have Powell at Jackson Hole before you get the SEP. The yen is moving back up. Bonds are still kind of clapped. SPY is slightly higher. So like I said, if Powell does get bullish, I would watch for the yen to bounce. The only play I made was on the Fed futures. The Trump presser's wild. Are they grilling him? He's going hard. Hello. He takes questions in Chicago. I like the video. He's fighting the host. All right. Hold on. I'll put it on. We only have 8 minutes, though. I'm in the hunt for the fastest Powell feed right now, and I cannot find it. In Chicago. I think Jerome's speaking right now, but not for long. He's going to be gone. Is that what he said? That's crazy. UAW union endorses Vice President Kamala over Trump. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah. Good. Good. Okay, nothing is live. Diane Swank, chief economist at KPMG, says that's the road to a soft landing, but rocky. Fed could still get there. Morgan Stanley says FOMC statement showed an important change to the characterization of inflation in the labor market, emphasizing risk to dual mandate. Emphasis on the cooling labor market was an important shift to a more balanced tone that we think sets the Fed to cut in September. So Morgan Stanley liked it. They said this is bullish. Well, one reason for the blandness and lack of communication is that 19 Fed officials who participate in these meetings and their views go across the board, so you end up with some compromises on language that aren't helpful to markets or anyone else trying to figure out what they mean. All right, man, 7 minutes. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll play you this Trump, too. I'm going to play you Trump until Powell gets on here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I don't have any live feeds out yet.
And this is the weight of the inflation on this country right now.
Yeah, do the bite. Just like the video.
Money Management
and make sure you follow me on Instagram. Josh posts a lot. Yeah, Josh posted on Instagram the other day. He posted a picture, video. Your picture said, go look at it. Go check right now. Okay, I got to go. Bye. I'll see you in a little bit. Hold on. I'm Powell. And we're going to be in the Fed. I loved it. We invented a computer chip.
That they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single black moms, when you look statistically. Yeah. How do you turn it around? What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
So, first of all, it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment, because I guess, this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or more than any.
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy.
I'm back.
And that's going to bring down the cost of inflation.
I'm still trying to find the fastest feed here. I only have 3 Powell feeds. None of them are live yet.
By the way,
but Jerome should be on in about 4 minutes. Again, Donald Trump is live right now at the NABJ convention in Chicago.
Very badly in the polls, and then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him, and now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to
open borders, unbelievably open. So open.
In cars. They want
so
to
open,
oil.
so
They
unbelievably open.
Efficient heating. Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our
country. Why is TSM and SOXL running up? And again, watch the dollar on all of this. And we made our MO free, by the way.
The black population and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been, I think, in over 100 years. And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. Whatever it may be, they don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in
all right, 3 minutes.
Can I ask you another question that is also impacting black Americans?
And that's very clear now. Good.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sonia Massey, Someone from Illinois, an unarmed black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You've said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah, why would he give that cop immunity?
I mean, police unions are not
I don't know
backing
about
this
that one.
person either. But again, why would...
They're going to be charging the officer. I guess they're charging the officer.
So why
3
should
minutes.
he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it
2
depends.
minutes.
It depends on what happened.
All right, man. I have a live Powell feed by now. We are running in the dark.
And by the way, in Chicago, as an example.
Oh, nope, I got one.
2 weeks ago, July 4th weekend.
There you go. I got one. I have a live Powell.
Shootings and 17
Wow,
deaths.
that's amazing.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect.
Okay, this one I think is the first
In this
one.
particular case,
We'll
I
use
saw
this as
something
our
that didn't
basis.
look good to me. I didn't like it.
So again, the idea here is to get the
So,
fastest
can you
feed.
get a little more specific
It's on the
back to
Fed
the
website
immunity
too.
question?
No, he's not
Who
live
would
yet.
make those
Well, right now,
distinctions?
for the most part,
Thanks, Donald. So you got about 1 minute now. Powell should be coming on here. All of your other live feeds should start turning on. I got one camera that's flipping on right now. So get ready, my friends. Get ready. You're super loud. I think it was that video. We'll see. We'll adjust it. I'll adjust the audio once Powell's on there. Because, again, I don't know which feed I'm going to be using. So keep that in mind. I will be interrupting randomly. If you don't like that interruptions, feel free to go to another channel. But there is a reason why people are here right now. We have very good analysis in real time. So forgive me if I interrupt. But if you're not looking for that, you could go be a baby back B-word somewhere else. Okay? So have a good day. He should be on in 15 seconds. Any second now. We are all waiting on Powell. Oh, I got one feed. All right, tell me which one comes out first. Let's see. These are two different angles. Whichever one you see him walk out on first, that's going to be the one. CNBC's not even live yet. Oh, shit. Which one? I think it's this one.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum
Okay, watch your
employment
speakers.
and
I'm going to
stable
adjust
prices
audio.
for the benefit of the American people. Our economy has made considerable progress toward both goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has come into better balance, and the unemployment rate remains low. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to 2.5%. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal in support of a strong economy that benefits everyone. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. We are maintaining our restrictive stance of monetary policy in order
Again, watch
to
if
keep
dollar goes
demand
up
in
or
line
not.
with
This is all
supply
pre-written.
and reduce inflationary pressures.
So this is just a dance. These
We are
aren't
attentive
real.
to risks
this
on
isn't
both
real
sides
info.
of our dual mandate, and I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP growth moderated to 2.1% in the first half of the year, down from 3.1% last year. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes inventory investment, government spending, and net exports, and usually sends a clearer signal of underlying demand, grew at a 2.6% pace over that same period, the first half. Growth of consumer spending has slowed from last year's robust pace, but remains solid. Investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year. In the housing sector, investment stalled in the second quarter after a strong rise in the first. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, supply and demand conditions have come into better balance. Payroll job gains averaged 177,000 jobs per month in the second quarter, a solid pace, but below that seen in the first quarter. The unemployment rate has moved up, but remains low at 4.1%. Strong job creation over the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and a strong pace of immigration. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market have returned to about where they stood on the eve of the pandemic. Strong, but not overheated.
Again, labor market, pay attention to anything he says
over
there.
the past 2 years, but remains
This
somewhat
is supposed to be
above our
pre-written, but
longer-run
he's
goal
kind of
of
going
2%.
into more depth. It's a little weird.
Total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households and businesses and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. In support of these goals, the committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue reducing our securities holdings. As the labor market has cooled and inflation has declined, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals continue to move into better balance. Indeed, we're attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. We have stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%.
There you go.
The second quarter's inflation readings have added to our confidence, and more good data would further strengthen that confidence. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting.
That's what they're going to ask.
We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we have seen on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we can maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate as long as appropriate. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we are prepared to respond. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
The real questions.
Gina Smilik from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. Markets pretty much entirely expect a rate cut in September at this stage. I wonder if you think that's a reasonable expectation, and if so, why not just make the move today?
Thank you. So,
if he shoots it down, that's
on
bad.
September, let me say this. We have made no decisions about future meetings, and that includes the September meeting. The broad sense of the committee is that the economy is moving closer to the point at which it will be appropriate to reduce our policy rate. In that, we will be data dependent, but not data point dependent. So it will not be a question of responding specifically to one or two data releases. The question will be, whether the totality of the data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks are consistent with rising confidence on inflation and maintaining a solid labor market.
He's
If
saying
that
they're
test is
close,
met,
but he's not
a reduction in our
telling
policy
you how.
rate could
There's
be
no
on
way
the
to tell
table
how
as
close
soon
he
as
is.
the next meeting in September. So you asked why not today, and I would just say.
So it sounded
again,
good,
that the
yeah. It
broad sense of
sounded
the
like,
committee
yeah.
is that we're
but
getting
he's not
closer to
giving
the
you
point at which it will
anything
be appropriate to reduce our policy rate.
So rate cut odds are
but that
already
we're
moving
not
off
quite
that and
at
bonds.
That point yet.
Howard.
That was
So,
more.
just
I would
to
interpret
follow
that
up on
as saying
a
he
bit,
wants
if
to do it
inflation
in September.
behaves as you expect,
He just doesn't want
between
to.
now and September, would you regard a cut in
Has
September as sort of a
optionality.
baseline scenario right now?
So I guess I would think about it this way. I'll give an example of cases in which it would be appropriate to cut, and maybe that it wouldn't be appropriate to cut. So if we were to see, for example, inflation moving down quickly, or more or less in line with expectations, growth remains, let's say, reasonably strong, and the labor market remains, consistent with its current condition, then I would think that a rate cut could be on the table at the September meeting. If inflation were to prove, stickier, and we were to see higher readings from inflation,
Bro, is that
disappointing
it?
readings,
You just said it could
we
be
would
on
weigh
the
that
table.
along with the other things. I think it's going to be
fuck?
not just any one thing. It's going to be the inflation
that doesn't
data. It's going to
confirm
be
it, but
the,
that's coming out of damn Powell's
employment
mouth.
data. It's going to be the balance of risks as we see it. It's going to be the totality of all of that that help us make this decision.
And just to follow up on that, specifically, in what ways right now, given all you've seen over the last few months in particular on shelter, on services,
gonna
et cetera,
take me a ball
in what
off
ways are you not confident right now that inflation is on the way back to 2%?
I think it's just a question of seeing more good data. We have seen the last couple of readings have
I like
certainly
that
added
quote,
to
though.
confidence, and we've seen progress across all three
September
categories
rate could
of,
happen if
of core
inflation moves.
PCE
He's never. When the
inflation.
fuck
That's
has he
goods,
said that?
non-housing services and
That's
housing
crazy.
services. So it's
So it
really
doesn't have
just,
to be that dramatic, but that's a
we
big
had
deal.
a quarter of poor inflation data at the beginning of the year.
Like, I
then we
think you
saw
can
some more
unwind
good
that
inflation
quickly, or
data. We
he'll
had
bat it
7
down,
months
but
at the end of
that's,
last year.
I just grab long
we
ZB.
just want to see more
Still my other
and
play,
gain
too.
confidence. And as I said, we did gain confidence, and more good data would cause us to gain more confidence.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. The March SEP pointed to 3 cuts in 2024 with core inflation at 2.6% and the unemployment rate at 4%. Since we're now at that level in terms of inflation and already beyond what was projected for the labor market, I'm just wondering if that rate path is back to being the best guidepost for policy rather than, let's say, the shallower one laid out in the June SEP.
So I would just say, really the path ahead is going to depend on the way the economy evolves. And I can't really give you any
it's moved up even
better
more.
forward guidance on it than that. We didn't, of course, do an SEP at this meeting. We will do another one at the September meeting. I would just say I can imagine a scenario in which there would be everywhere from 0 cuts to several cuts, depending on the way the economy evolves. And I wouldn't want to lay out a baseline path for you there
Without
today.
a future, TLT would be the
I've
only
said
one,
what
man.
what I can say about September
Sadly.
and about today, though.
And low key though, honestly, ZT could be a better play. The short-term bonds.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal.
Timmy.
Chair Powell, you've said before that you wouldn't wait until inflation got to 2% to
the
cut
2
rates
years moving
because
a
of
little
how
bit more
inflation
aggressive
is
off
lagged.
that.
Does that apply for the labor market too? If the labor market is back in equilibrium, why
Labor
is
market
restrictive policy and potentially very restrictive policy, given the high real funds rate, warranted right now?
So this is the very reason that we're thinking about that we've said in our statement that we're going back to looking at both mandates, and that we think the risks are coming back into balance. We think what the data broadly show in the labor market is an ongoing gradual
the labor market
normalization of
weakening?
labor market conditions, and that's what we want to see. We've seen that over a period of a couple of years.
Somebody drive that
And
home, please.
A move really from overheated conditions to more normal conditions. We are watching the labor market conditions quite closely, and that's what we're seeing. If we start to see something that looks to be more than that, then we're well positioned to respond. That's part of what we're thinking.
And when you talk about seeing something that's more than whatever softness or slowdown you expect, in the past, you've said that stronger growth wouldn't override better news on inflation. I wonder how that cuts the other way. If you're seeing more softness in the labor market than what you would expect, does that change the calculus on what you're looking for out of the inflation numbers to recalibrate policy?
So we have growth isn't one of our three. We have two mandates, as you know. The labor market, maximum employment is one, and stable prices is another. So we weigh those two things equally under the law. When we were far away from our inflation mandate, we had to focus on that. Now we're back to a closer to even focus. So we'll be looking at labor market conditions and asking whether we're getting what we're seeing. And as I said, we're prepared to respond if we see it that it's not what we wanted to see, which was a gradual normalization of conditions. If we see more than that, and it wouldn't be any one statistic, although of course the unemployment rate is generally thought to be a good single statistic, but we'd be looking at wages, we'd be looking at participation, we'd be looking at all the things, surveys, quits, hires, all of those things to determine the overall status of the labor market. But we're looking at it now. I would say again, I think you're back to.
I have a headline for you. I'm waiting.
Close to 2019 conditions, and that was not an inflationary economy. Broadly similar labor markets then. I think core inflation was actually running below 2%. So I don't now think of the labor market in its current state as a likely source of significant inflationary pressures. So I would not like to see material further cooling in the labor market, and that's part of what's behind our thinking. The other part, of course, is that we have made real progress on inflation, and we've got growing confidence there that we are not quite there yet, but we're getting more confident that we're on a sustainable path
cautiously
down to 2%. So those two things are working together, and we're factoring those both
acknowledging
into our policy.
possibility of rate cut in September without giving impression that it's certain.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You mentioned not wanting to see any further cooling in the job market. Why not, or would you consider preemptive cuts to prevent, if you saw risks of an unexpected cooling? Is that something you would cut ahead of time for?
So I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to see any other cooling. It would be more of a material difference. If we'd be looking at this and if we see something that looks like a more significant downturn, that would be something that we would have the intention of responding to.
Yeah, you're going up a little higher.
So in terms of, I don't think of it that way. I think of it as, we're actually in a good place here. We're balancing these two risks of, go too soon and you undermine progress on inflation, wait too long or don't go fast enough, and you put at risk the recovery. And so we have to balance those two things. That's the nature of having two mandates, and I think this is how we balance them. It's a rough balance, but it does feel like that. Again, the labor market feels like it's in a place where it's just a process of ongoing normalization. 4.1% unemployment is still historically low, and we'll just have to see what the data show us.
And just to follow quickly, wanted to see what you thought of the recent JOLTS report, which did show gross hiring has come down even below 2019 levels. Layoffs remain low.
Very interesting takes
so
on labor.
It painted a picture of a very static labor market. Is that sustainable in your view, or something that is worrying? Thank you.
So I think all of the data points continue to point to kind of the direction we would want to see. So that was taken as there was a decline in job openings. That was good. Today's ECI reading was a little softer than expected, so that's a good reading. It shows that wage increases are still at a strong level, but that level continues to come down to more sustainable levels over time. That's exactly the pattern that we want to be seeing. So I think the data we've been seeing in the labor market are broadly consistent with that normalization process. Again, we're closely monitoring to see whether it starts to show signs that it's more than that.
Steve.
I like how they raised their hand.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, back in March, you talked about cutting rates as a process, and in June, you talked about the idea that, one rate cut wouldn't do anything. So I wonder if you can sort of follow up on Colby's question. Talk about, are you weighing the economy right now in terms of its ability to withstand multiple rate cuts? Talk us through the process that you're thinking, or is it just one rate cut? Or are you in the process now of thinking that rates need to be normalized here? Thank you.
Yeah, I can't really say that, honestly. We've seen, significant movement in the labor market. And, we're very mindful of this question of is it just normalization or is it more? We think it's just more normalization, but we want to be in a position to support the labor market. At the same time, we're seeing progress on inflation. So, we actually got to this, we raised rates a year ago at the July meeting. And if you look at the situation in the economy a year ago, inflation was over 4%. It was a completely different economy. Now we've made a lot of progress, and the labor market, I think, unemployment was in the threes, mid threes. So it's a different economy, and I think it's coming to be time to adjust that so that we support this continued process. The thing we're trying to do is, that we have, we've had this really significant decline in inflation. And unemployment has remained
sounds like
low.
he's talking
and this
about
is
the
a
economy
really
shifting.
unusual and historically unusual and such a welcome outcome for the people we serve. What we're thinking about all the time is how do we keep this going? And this is part of that. We think we don't need to be 100% focused on inflation because of the progress we've made. 12-month headline at 2.5, core at 2.6. It's way down from where it was. The job is not done on inflation, but nonetheless, we can afford to begin to dial back the restriction in our policy rate. And I think we're just as part of a process. In terms of what that looks like, I think most rate, you would think in a base case that policy rates would move down from here, but I don't want to try to give specific, forward guidance
It's
about when that
cautiously
might be
bullish.
because
Everything,
the pace at which it
he's
might
adding
happen, because I
new
think that's really
tiny
going to
bits
depend
of
on
new
the economy,
info,
and that's highly
but he
uncertain.
doesn't want you to be confident. That's it. Again, that's why we're ripping here. We're ripping subtly, too.
Hi, Chair Powell.
Right?
Rachel Siegel from the
But
Washington Post.
That's the whole
Thanks for taking
vibe
our
so
questions.
far. He said September.
On inflation,
He's saying a lot of
do
things.
the past few
but
months of
everything
good
is
reports look
getting
like what we saw
beaten
last
back.
year, where you really had a lot of momentum with a few bumps in between? Would you characterize that kind of momentum as back on track at this point in the year?
Actually, what we're seeing now is a little better than what we saw last year. Last year, as we pointed out late in the year, a whole lot of the progress we saw last year was from goods prices, which were going down at an unsustainable rate, disinflating at an unsustainable rate. This is a broader disinflation. This has goods prices coming down, but we're also now seeing progress in the other two big categories, non-housing services and housing services. So, so the thing is, you got 1 quarter of that. We had 7 months of low inflation. You got 1 quarter of this. I would say the quality of this is higher, and it's good, but so far it's only a quarter. So I think we need to see more to know that we're, to have more confidence that we're on a good path down to 2%. But as I mentioned, our confidence is growing because we've been getting good data. And things like the ECI report, and frankly, the softening in the labor market
good data, so
conditions, give you more confidence that the economy's not overheating. It doesn't look like an overheating economy, and it looks like an economy that's normalizing.
Okay. And if we were to think about the first couple of months of the year, is there any sense now that they were these blips that could have actually allowed for earlier rate cuts, as were some of the projections going into 2024?
So the thing about if what it is seasonality, and it could just be, it's very, very hard to do appropriate seasonal adjustments. If that's what it is, then that actually implies that other months we're reporting too low inflation. If you smoothed it out, it's a zero-sum game. And that's why we look at 12 months. We look at 12 months because that takes all that out, all those effects out. 12-month now is 2.5% headline, 2.6% core. This is so much better than where we were even a year ago.
NASDAQ is the winner at 3.
Now, the job is not done. I want to stress that, and we're committed to getting inflation sustainably down to 2%, but we need to take note of that progress, and we need to weigh the risks to the labor market and the risks to our inflation target now more equally than we did a year ago.
Michael McKee.
Mike McKee, Bloomy.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'd like to ask you about the balance of risks as the American people see it. At this point, is the risk greater to leave interest rates where they are, given the damage that higher interest rates do to the economy in slowing demand and raising prices, or is it more important for the American people that you keep rates where they are to bring inflation down?
I think that we've been given an assignment by Congress. This is how we serve the American people, is by achieving maximum employment and price stability, right? And so in our, quasi-constitutional document, the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy, we look at the two goals, and if one of them is farther away than the other, the two variables, inflation and employment, if one is farther away from its goal than the other, then you concentrate on the one that's farther away, and you take account of the time to reach the goal. So for the last couple of years, the best service we could do to the American people was to focus on inflation. But as inflation has come down, and I think the upside risks to inflation have decreased as the labor market has cooled off, and labor market has softened, probably the inflation is probably a little farther from its target than is the employment, but I think the downside risks to the employment mandate are real now. So we have to weigh all that. And if you think about where that takes us, is we have a restrictive policy rate. It's clearly restrictive. It's been the rate we've had in place for a full year. And the time is coming, as other central banks around the world are facing the same question, the time is coming at which it will begin to be appropriate to dial back that level of restrictions so that we may address both mandates.
Well, you have event risk, basically, with the jobs report on Friday and another one before you meet again. Are you certain that you won't fall behind the curve and lead to unnecessary unemployment if you wait until September?
Certainty is not a word that we have in our business. So we get a lot of data between now and September, and it isn't going to be one data read or even two. It's going to be the totality of the data, all of the data, and not just it, and then how is that affecting the outlook and how is it affecting the balance of risks? That's going to be the assessment that we do. Of course, we'll all look carefully at the employment report, but so much other data coming in and so much happening between now and
this
and
is
the
all the
September
dial
meeting,
back
and
confidence.
we'll make a judgment.
He's answering questions. He's giving you outlook, but he does not want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence,
that
Fox
out.
Business. I do want to dig deeper on what Michael and what Nick were asking. There's a shift in the statement to balance between the focus between inflation and jobs. Looking at the job sides, we've seen wage data show sort of an abrupt slowing. We're hearing on earnings calls from companies like Intel abrupt layoffs. In the jobs report from the BLS, government jobs has been a leading creator. Could the government jobs as a sector hiring mask underlying weakness in the jobs report?
Well, we'll look at everything. We've seen some tendency to have a narrowing base of job creation in some months going back, but then we've had some months where job creation was broader, and also the headline number of jobs has come down. So but you look at the whole thing, and I think you do look at private demand extra carefully. To your point about government. So we'll just be looking at all those things.
So as a follow then, so could the Fed then be behind the curve? Because you said some of the reports last meeting, you said the reports could be noisy or overstated. Was there a discussion of what kind of discussion was there for a cut today? And could the Fed be behind the curve?
Yeah, so look, the objective is to balance the two risks, right? It's the risk of going too soon and the risk of going too late. We've been, we had 7 months of good inflation data at the end of last year. We said we wanted to see more. We pointed out that too much of this was coming from goods, and sure enough, the first quarter wasn't great inflation data. Now we've got a quarter that is good, and we're balancing the risk of going too soon against the risk of going too late. That's what we're doing. There's no guarantee in this. It's a very difficult judgment call, but this is how we're making it. But in terms of today, your question about today, we did have a nice conversation about this issue today. The overall sense of the committee, as I mentioned, is that we're getting closer to the point at which it'll be appropriate to begin to dial back restriction, but we're not quite at that point yet.
So they
we want to
talked
see
about
more
it
good
today,
data.
or the idea
The
of
decision
being
was
close but not
unanimous.
there.
All 19 participants supported it. But there was a real discussion back and forth.
I don't know. It
of
sounds
what
like
the
the
case
hint.
would be for moving at this meeting.
He said there was a
strong
discussion.
Majority supported not moving at this meeting. That was the strong sense of the committee. But it's a conversation that we had today, certainly.
Interesting.
Courtney.
Courtney Brown from
Well,
Axios.
today,
Thank you
they
for
talked
taking
about
our
it.
questions. When the Fed was raising rates, there was a lot of conversation about long and variable
wicked.
lags.
Yeah, bonds.
I
Look at the
wonder if
bonds
that
move off that.
applies on the way down too. How are you and the
That's
committee
crazy.
thinking about that?
He wouldn't even tell you that
Yes,
in the
it
past.
does. And I think the lags have kind of showed up here in the last 6 months, by the way. You really do now see the restriction, whereas, I mean, even
Yeah, I'm
a
surprised
few
he's
months ago,
admitting
people
any
were
of it.
questioning how
He does
restrictive
kick the
policy
can
was.
a
Look at the
little, but
labor
he's
market now. You can see,
oddly saying
and look
a
at inflation, rate-sensitive, interest-sensitive spending. You really do see now that policy is restrictive. I wouldn't say it's extremely restrictive, but it's certainly effectively restrictive. Yes, the lag should be on the way down. It should take some time to get into the full economy, affect financial conditions, and that affects economic activity, hiring, and that kind of thing, and ultimately inflation. It's not instantaneous, although it's faster than it used to be because markets move now in anticipation of our moves.
So are you worried then that if monetary policy acts with long and variable lags, even when you're lowering interest rates, it might be too late for the Fed to help stave off any kind of slowdown in the labor market or broader economy?
Yeah, we have to worry about that. I mean, just to make it clear, it's a very difficult, challenging judgment, and we don't want to go too soon. We don't want to go too late. But this is how we've made that judgment. I feel good about where we are. We're certainly very
Gold
well
hitting a new
positioned
high,
to
too.
respond to weakness with the policy rate at 5.3%. We certainly have a lot of room to respond if we were to see weakness. That's not what we're seeing, though. What we're seeing, look at the first half growth numbers. Look at PDFP at 2.6% for the first half. It's not signaling a weak economy. It's also not signaling an overheating economy. Labor market, admittedly, the unemployment rate has moved up 0.7, and we're seeing a normalization there. But
Yeah, this is a new all-time high, or yearly high on IWM.
Unemployment is
Damn,
still at a
another
low
15?
level. Layoffs are very low. Initial claims
I
have moved
kinda
up,
wanna
but they're
play
pretty
it.
stable, and they're historically not high at all.
This is the
So
breakout. Remember,
the total scope of the
didn't
data
look like it was
suggests a
moving a second
normalizing
ago.
labor market. And again, we are carefully watching to see that continues to be the case.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. On the labor market, I was wondering, how worried are you all about unemployment rising to the point where it triggers the SOM rule? And would that potentially affect how quickly you cut rates?
So I would just say that the question really is one of, are we worried about a sharper downturn in the labor market? So, and the answer is we're watching really carefully for that. We're aware of that rule, which is really I would call it a statistical thing that has happened through history. A statistical regularity is what I'd call it. It's not like an economic rule where it's telling you something must happen. So, again, what do we see? What are our eyes telling us? We look at all the things we're seeing, and what it looks like is a normalizing labor market. Again, job creation at a pretty decent level, wages moving up at a strong level, but coming down gradually. Job vacancies have come down, but they're still high by historical standards. So, again, I've been through some of the data already, but what we think we're seeing is a normalizing labor market. And we're watching carefully to see if it turns out to be more. If it starts to show signs that it's more than that, then we're well positioned to respond.
Is there reason to think that the labor market might behave differently this time than it has historically?
I think, history doesn't repeat itself. It rhymes. I think that statement is very true about the economy. You never assume it's going to be just the same. An example would be, is there a trend increase in the level of vacancies? There are many, many examples, so it's never exactly the same. Also, let's remember that this pandemic era has been one in which so many, apparent rules have been flouted, like the inverted yield curve, for starters. So many pieces of received wisdom just haven't worked, and it's because the situation really is unusual or unique.
Wait till it
in that so
uninvert,
much
dog.
of this inflation
Wait till it
came
uninvert.
from the shutdown of the economy and the resulting supply
Wait till it uninvert.
problems in the face of, admittedly, very strong demand. So the whole situation is not the same as many of the other prior inflation or downturns that we've seen, or business cycles that we've seen. So we're having to learn, we're having to to be very careful about the judgments that we make, I would say. So we don't assume that these regularities will just repeat themselves automatically.
Amara.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I'm Mara Mokwe with Bloomberg. There seems to be quite a difference between what the anecdotal data are telling us, such as the very recent downbeat beige book, and the hard data. Do you take those anecdotes seriously? That is, that the economy and labor market are cooling much more rapidly than what's shown in the data?
So I do take that seriously, and the beige book is great. What's even greater is hearing the Reserve Bank presidents come in and talk about their conversations with businesses and business leaders and workers and people in the nonprofit sector in their districts. But I'll tell you, it's a pretty, the picture is not one of a slowing or, a really bad economy. It's one of, there are spots of weakness, and there are regions where growth is stronger than other regions. But overall, it's, again, look at the aggregate data. Aggregate data is, particularly PDFP, private domestic final purchases, is 2.6%, and that's a good indicator of private demand. So we listen to all of that, and it does. I think it's important to listen to anecdotal data and not just look at the aggregate data. Especially, it's very hard. GDP data can be volatile quarter to quarter. So it's just hard to measure economic activity. There are it's just difficult to do. So I look at both, but I wouldn't say that the anecdotal data is uniformly downbeat. It's more mixed.
Thank you. Jolene Kent with CBS News. Chair Powell, thanks for taking our questions today. You have consistently said that the Fed does not consider politics in making decisions. With a possible September rate cut on the table, it would be less than 2 months before the election, and former President Trump reportedly said that cutting rates so close to the election is something the central bank knows they shouldn't be doing. What's your response, and do you believe it's possible to really remain apolitical with a September rate cut?
I absolutely do, and I think it's, first of all, we haven't made any decisions. I would say it this way. Haven't made any decision about any future meeting. I don't know what the data will reveal or how that will affect the appropriate path of our policy. I really don't know. I do know how we will make that assessment. That's what I do know. So if you take a step back, the current situation, again, is inflation has come down much closer to our goal, and that's happened while unemployment has remained low. We're very tightly focused on using our tools to try to foster that state of affairs continuing. That's at each of our meetings, and all of our decisions, our focus is strictly on that and really on nothing else, doing our part, whatever that part may be. We're using our best thinking. We're doing our best to understand the economy. We follow academics. We follow the many commentators who bless us with their commentary. But we don't change anything in our approach to address other factors like the political calendar. Congress has, we believe, ordered us to conduct our business in a non-political way at all times, not just some of the time. I'll say this too. We never use our tools to support or oppose a political party, a politician, or any political outcome. The bottom line is, if we do our very best to do our part and we stick to our part, that will benefit all Americans. If we get it right, the economy will be stronger, we'll have price stability, people will find jobs, wages will rise in real terms, everyone will benefit. So that's what we believe, and that's how we will always act. This is my 4th presidential election at the Fed. I can tell you this is how we think about it. This is what we do. So anything that we do before, during, or after the election will be based on the data, the outlook, and the balance of risks, and not on anything else.
Just a quick follow-up. Do your economic forecasts and models take into account the two very different economic plans of these two presidential candidates, Harris and Trump? And if so, how?
No, we do not do that. We absolutely do not do that. We don't know who's going to win. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't act as though we know, and we just can't do that. We basically, we have our forecast. We can run simulations of different potential policies, but we would never try to make policy decisions based on the outcome of an election that hasn't happened yet. That would just be a line we would never cross. we're a non-political agency. We don't want to be involved in politics in any way, so we wouldn't do that.
Nicholas.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Nicholas Jasinski from Barron's Magazine. There hasn't been a dissenting vote on an interest rate decision in some time. If the data do evolve as you expect, if you do have more confidence by the September meeting, do you get the sense that there will be a unanimous vote on an interest rate move in September? Or basically, are there meaningful differences in committee members' assessments of how much more confidence is needed?
So there are always meaningful differences. There are, and we talk a lot before, during, and after the meeting. We do have a very robust discussion of these things. You're right that in most cases, people, if they feel heard and they feel that their position has been given serious consideration, for most people, most of the time, that's going to be enough. There are dissents. That's fine. No one has a veto. No single person has a veto. So it just is a question of who will vote for and against. We've had dissents. We haven't had so many during the pandemic era, and it just may be that we've felt more united because we felt under a lot of pressure to get things right. But before the pandemic, we had plenty of dissents, and dissents happen. It's part of the process. There's nothing wrong with dissents, and if it happens, it happens.
Jean.
Hello, Jean Young with MNI Market News. Is a 50 basis point cut as a first cut at all likely or even on the table?
I don't want to say specific about what we're going to do, but that's not something we're thinking about right now.
She wanted that one in there. Yeah, 50.
Of course, I haven't made any decisions at all as of today.
I was like, we don't know.
Thank you, Chair Bell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Not to get ahead of the minutes, but you said there was a real discussion today for moving at this meeting. I'm curious if you could provide some more color on the nature of the discussion today at the meeting about a possible rate cut as early as September.
Well, so, the way the meeting is set up, the first day there's a discussion of financial stability because it's every other meeting we have that. And then we have an opportunity to comment on that. Then we have an economic go-around. And then this morning we have the monetary policy go-around. And I think in people's economic go-around and in their monetary policy go-around, people express their views about this. And there's a range of views. People, as you will know from the speeches that they give, people have different ways of thinking about the economy. And so in the minutes, we'll lay this out in a much better way than I can do off the cuff. But there's a range of perspectives, and but I do think that we're a consensus-driven organization. People come together. This was a unanimous decision, and at the end, everyone supported the outcome, not just the voters, but everyone. So I would also say some people examined the possibility, the case for moving at this meeting, but overwhelmingly the sense of the committee was not at this meeting, but as soon as the next meeting, depending on how the data come in.
But there is a growing sense of confidence that you could move at the next meeting, assuming inflation comes.
Well, assuming that the totality of the data supports such an outcome, no question. That is the case. That, as I mentioned, we think that the time it's approaching, and if we do get the data that we hope we get, then a reduction in our policy rate could be on the table at the September meeting.
Nancy.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Former New York President Bill Dudley wrote an op-ed in Bloomberg earlier this month, which you probably saw, in which he said, quote, "It might already be too late to fend off a recession by cutting rates. Dawdling now unnecessarily increases the risk."
Again, I have a lot of notes
wrong?
here we'll talk about, but
so
again,
this is the judgment that we have to make, and we're well aware of the judgment. We're as I've said, we have to weigh the risk of going too soon against the risk of going too late. If we go too soon, we can, We had a lot of advice, to go ahead and cut after the 7 good months of last year. We didn't. We said we needed to see more. Then we saw some higher inflation. We've seen 1 quarter of good inflation, and we've seen the labor market move quite a bit. And as I mentioned, I don't think it needs to, cool off any more for us to get the inflation results that are related to the labor market. Not all inflation is, of course. So I think it's a difficult judgment to make, and what you see is the judgment of the committee is that that time is drawing near. That time could be in September, if the data support that.
And have the chances of a hard landing increased?
So I don't know whether they've increased. I think they're low. I think this is, you don't see any reason to think that this economy is either overheating or sharply weakening. That's just not in the data right now. What's in the data right now is an economy that's growing at a solid pace, a labor market that has cooled off, but nonetheless, unemployment is low. The data overall show a strong labor market. So that's really what you see. It's neither an overheating economy nor is it a sharply weakening economy. It's kind of what you would want to see, but of course, the job is never done. We're watching to see, which way the economy heads, and I think if we are to respond to weakness, we're certainly, well equipped to do that. But that's not what we're seeing. What we're seeing is strong economic activity and, a good labor market and inflation coming down.
Greg.
Thank you so much. In the minutes of the June meeting that came out a few weeks ago, there was a discussion about communications, and some Fed officials said maybe the Fed wasn't as clear enough about its reaction function. And when I talk to the commentators who bless you with their comments, they say that they really don't have a sense of what is going to judge, maybe not the first cut, but the pace of the cuts going forward. They don't have a good sense of that. Is there anything you can say, like, how will we judge that?
I think the reality is that forecasters, and this isn't just the Fed by any means, forecasters have been continually surprised by, for example, the strength of the economy last year. So I think we had to be pretty humble about giving forward guidance about this, that, and the other thing. We need to be pretty careful about that.
Remember how wrong y'all were?
When you're saying you're going to be data-driven, of course, it's always what the data, how they affect the outlook and the balance of risks, but nobody has great vision deep into the future. In terms of a reaction function, that's a long time discussion that people have had forever. I think people have understood for a long time, actually, that we were very focused on bringing down inflation. Nobody was really confused about that. The data have, again, you've seen significant improvement in inflation just for the last quarter. Markets move around on the data, really, not so much. It's not really what we're going to do. It's more just that the data keep coming in, and markets are very, very responsive to that data right now.
Go to Jeff for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to change gears on you just a little bit from all of the rate talk and whatnot. With Fed now being in the books for a little over a year, there hasn't been a whole lot of talk about central bank digital currency, and wondering if you could give us an update on where things are with that. Is that considered a dead issue now? Is it still something that's being discussed within the committee, and what's happening with that?
It's not something that comes up at all in the FOMC. So more broadly, digital finance is an area that has really significant implications for payments generally, instant payments, and it's something that's going to really change the way it's going to make more efficient and hopefully safer and all those things the way payments are made around the world. And so we have people who are researching that and trying to keep up to speed, because we play an important role in the payments sector, both as a convener and as an operator too. In terms of a CBDC, there's really nothing new going on. There's not much going on at all. We don't have the authority to issue a retail CBDC that's available to the public. We're not seeking that authority. So what we're doing is keeping up with developments there. Pretty much every major central bank in the world is at least doing that. Some of them are actually seriously looking at implementing a CBDC. We're really not. We're really just evaluating, the story and what's happening out there. I think it's work that we need to be doing which could be very beneficial down the road. But we don't have on a CBDC. We don't have any plan. We would need to go to Congress, and we have no plan to do that. No one here has decided that we think it's a good idea yet. Thank you.
All right. So, Chad, that was a very, already playing the music. That was very early comparatively. Sometimes he will take that until the end, but absolutely wild. I have my notes, but it was more dovish than the statement. I think talking with Powell, homeboy brought up a lot of things. So one, the addition to the dual mandate, the labor questions were important. I do think Powell is worried about it coming down, but literally Powell said a couple of things. He said they don't want labor to weaken. So at one point, labor weakening too much, that's going to be negative. But long story short, I think Powell is watching the labor market and watching inflation, and they want this plan to go forward. And quite frankly, I think just a little bit more weakening in inflation or labor, and I think Powell is literally ready to go. So that's one big thing, but he was referencing the dual mandate. Banks are selling off right now. So sadly, we're not really moving too much. When did it come out? So, I guess you were up by 1 or 2 points. And remember that 1.7, I think that's right around here. We were talking around 552 or something like that. Let me check around Wednesday, but we were kind of expected to not go up too much. If that held, it was looking good at first, but I think we're going to have a lot more reactions. But long story short, though, here's the deal. This is what I got, and I wrote this. Somebody even said this in the chat, and this should outline where we are right now. We are literally talking about cutting. Does that make sense? Yeah, bonds are going up again. Banks just literally died. That's what I was saying there, but they're all doing that. But you did get a big drop there. Bonds are still up. Fed futures, gold, the yen. So SPY and equities are dancing around. NASDAQ's still almost 3%, so don't get too jumpy. But literally, remember what I told you guys from the beginning. The answer of the day is very simple. It's the dollar. So whatever happens here in the market, that's cute. But when it's, if we're really going to believe what's happening, like I told you, the yen would go up. If people are really believing the messaging of Powell, and if it really is close to time, that dollar and all of that stuff's going to start moving around there. So I would keep that. Yeah, bonds are running. I took a bond play. I like it, but here's, like I'm saying, the long story short, today was the talking about cutting. So he did kind of hint at it. He wanted you to not have that confidence and certainty, but he said, we talked about it. We could talk about talking about it now, but they're not necessarily doing something. It's kind of, you guys remember when they were talking about cutting or raising? Yeah, it's what we went through a year ago, but now in reverse. And it's what he kept saying. It's almost time. And this is something, I don't know, I feel like in my mind, it seems like Powell, I think it's an economic shift, but I hope you guys picked up on it, what he was saying. Powell was saying the economy is going back to pre-pandemic. And he's saying because of that, now that's where he doesn't want jobs to go down too much. That's why he's waiting for things, and he's saying it's almost time to cut rates, not because of it's too restrictive, not because of this, that. It's because things in the totality of the data is returning back to this economy that was kind of back to normal. That's where he's justifying all of this. So when he's saying it's almost time, he's saying things are going to go back to pretty much normal. And that's where I think he's talking about economic shift, and that's where when he's saying he's close to a point, it seems like that's what he's trying to say. But again, in everybody else's eyes, that just means cut or not. Well, I don't know if it's bullish or not. I think it means economic shift. So I think once the economy starts to shift, he is going to start cutting. That's the thing. I'm telling you, my read on this, I was kind of blown away today just because he answered so many questions that he didn't need to answer. Why the hell would he tell you September was a possibility? Why the hell would he tell you that they talked about cutting rates this meeting? You know, he didn't have to do any of this. He did not have to do any of this at all. He could have ignored all of it and kind of kept the same message there. But that's where I'm like, okay, yeah, it is, dude. That's where it's a slight preparation. He didn't want you to be confident, but it definitely seems like, you know, again, this was the meeting about talking about cutting the rates here now. So that's where it sums up, and I think he's going to cut once something shifts. He's going to call the shift the economy coming back to normal, but I think it's just he's waiting for a shift. Again, he said it multiple times, like employment going down is not going to be good for the Fed. So that's why when I keep telling you once the job market drops and they cut rates, that's going to be bad. Powell's almost flat out telling you at this point. He keeps saying labor market, dual mandate. Again, he doesn't want the labor market to weaken. He's saying literally the downside risk of employment, it's real now if things start to drop. So that's what it is. But definitely, I think we got one step closer to cutting, but also we don't know why. Whether it's part of the plan, whether it's soft landing, or if Powell sees something right around the corner. So we'll see. Yeah, the Zaza moved. I got $40, which is pretty big for how small the play is, but I think that's only like 0.005. But it went up a little bit, yeah. I posted some of the earnings pricing in on my Instagram, but we didn't go over them. I don't think we're going to have time. If anything, I'd probably want to play meta. But all I did, I think you're going to have bigger follow-up plays. Like I said from the beginning, it may have been easier to disappoint with everything, considering how much we were pricing in. But I do think, remember what I was telling you from the get-go of all of this, that jobs report on Friday, that's going to confirm everything now. Because it's clear Powell is ready to cut rates, but he's also, you don't know when. He wants that parachute still. But that talk was very interesting. And then now you're going to get big sets of data. So, yalla. But yeah, all I did was I did 2 bond plays. I played the Fed futures, and then I played the long end of the bond curve. Both of those are up right now. So, not too bad. I don't know if he knows the non-farm data. I'd assume he does. There's even more coming out now, but all I'm saying is that the market is gonna double down on whatever it heard today. You get what I'm saying? There is Iran news. Iran leader orders retaliation against Israeli leader Khamenei, has ordered a direct attack on Israeli in response to assassination of Ismail Haniyeh. 3 Iranian sources tell New York Times for the killing of Haniyeh. Haniyeh? So literally right now, Iran is threatening retaliation. So you guys that's why oil's going crazy. I'm so mad we didn't buy oil yesterday. It's still kind of cheap, but yesterday it was at $74, and we had all of these headlines. And then Fed future odds are running, and the bonds are Haniyeh, not Kanye. I was thinking Kanye. I'm not going to lie to you. You could play a small oil, but it's already up 5%. Again, and the yen. This is what I was saying on the watch list yesterday. Like, look around. It's either you act now or not. Everything's kind of going crazy. Gold, bonds, dollar, yen, oil. Like, look around. Everything is kind of going nuts when it's all said and done here. So this is all going to be a result of today and then Friday. And then otherwise, wherever this kind of pushes the sales, this is going to lead into September. So, hi. It's still low volume, though, once everything slows down. That's the irony. So don't forget about that and the seasonality, too. I didn't play oil because of the seasonality, and then this shit happens. And then, again, all of our bond plays are actually really running right now. And then SPY's coming back down to VWAP. So this is literally right where Powell came out. 1.5. Oh, shit, it is the last day of the month. You're right. I forgot. I think we're still going to close green. So isn't that funny? So negative July has been averted. You have what, 45 minutes? 30 minutes? As long as we close above 54, 58, 59, you're going to have July in the green. Isn't that crazy? Iran Supreme Leader orders retaliatory attack on Israel. That's why oil's going nuts. So I think even bonds too, remember. So all we have is a bond play for now. Again, those September Fed futures just shot up though a little bit. That's funny. So again, you could check LMT and all the other ones as well. Again, LMT was already up from yesterday. We still have earnings after the bell. There is a lot going on. I mean, Powell, though, dude, just look, all the assets around the world are going crazy. Powell is open to rate cuts if something craps out. Until then, I think Friday jobs report will give us a little bit, and then we find out whether we rally or not. And then end of the month, a little bit of rebalance. You're literally unchanged now from when Powell and the statement came out. Yeah, I'm surprised that ZQ went up. Or went up almost $100. Again, that's 10% of the margin requirement on that one. That's pretty big. It's a small play. So let's see. And then the other bond play moved up nice too. But I think bonds are catching a fear bid off of the Iran stuff. This is just like yesterday. Remember, we saw oil and all of that move. Well, I think oil and gold can catch and bonds can catch a fear bid. Yeah, gold is going crazy. I think Powell was a little bit more disappointing. Honestly, this might be the Iran news kind of getting in the way of the market. So I don't know if you feel me on that. Because, again, gold, bonds, oil, they're flipping out on this Iran stuff. And then as that's flipping out, this SPY did kind of change. It was already kind of selling off a little bit. But I think that might have been there. No, I got out of the gold play, unfortunately. So I have no more exposure to gold. That's why I'm waiting for a double dip. All I have is the bonds now, bonds and Fed futures. And then I closed out my MES for a profit today. And then my Baidu and Roblo and all that shit. And Snapchat. Powell laid the groundwork today for September cuts. All right, SPY of VWAP. We were here earlier. Again, bonds even dancing around. My goodness. I think you're just selling off the Iran stuff. Because, again, dollar got a little bit, but I think we still have a lot of things floating around post Powell. Always on point. I mean, I hope you enjoyed it, man. A big day today. I'm very excited even for Friday. So that's why whatever you guys saw today, keep that in mind for your final move here, and then that's going to pretty much guide us into September. But I hope you guys got something out of it. I'm glad we got the bond plays. That's good for now, but this Israel stuff's kind of weird. And then I do think, again, by the non-farms, you are going to get a little bit more volatility. I think you're dumping part off of this Iran retaliation news, otherwise kind of just selling off there after moving. But so far, this is a very muted reaction. This is kind of, even though I think Powell came in with a slightly dovish surprise with no confidence, keep in mind, we were up 1.7, almost 2% leading into this, and we were pricing in 1.7 at the end of the week. Does the Iran news concern you, not for financial markets, but in terms of future war? Well, yeah, I mean, in general, but I don't think anybody else cares in the sense of, this is all continuation of every other conflict. So I do think it does have to do with some of the politics stuff, but other than that, I would just play oil and gold, and we'll see if there's a new president or not, whether that continues the warmongering or not. But for the most part, I mean, again, Americans and society is loving war no matter where you turn. So, yeah. Final plays. I think I'm done with plays unless I I kind of want to go for the ES. I'm not going to lie to you. I really want to go for one of those ES at the end of the day. But I just got out of my other ES today. So I think I'm going to ride the bonds, and then that's it. Iran just threatened retaliation on that killing. I have an old meta play. Let me see. I think that one got clapped. Yeah, 6. Those got murdered, actually. I mean, I'm kind of down for another one, but I think I already put my budget down on there. Yeah, my SMCI and my metas got killed. Any early pre-earnings, you got murdered on. And then they're pricing in 10%. There's a big range, though. But it's still going to be like a $40 move or something. So it's looking at like 510 is one standard deviation or not. I think meta is going to be huge. I think they have the ability to get people very excited, or people are going to vomit. And you got to think about it. They have advertising business. They have a consumer business. They are part of the AI trade and social media. So I don't know. I think they have a lot going on. Yeah, these are just mad expensive. We are at the same level from where Powell started. That's the irony. You're literally unchanged. Not even where Powell started, where the damn statement came out. ARM could be another one. Let me check those. So again, I posted the pricing. Where's my Google Docs? I posted it on my Instagram. So these are what's priced in for earnings. So if you want the ghetto standard deviation, you just double them. So Meta was 8%. ARM was 11%. Ay. So how much is that? $15. So $30 on ARM is 2 stand. That's not bad, though. $170. Kind of expensive. Oh, yeah, dude. I think that's kind of easy. We got, what, 25 minutes? I'm doing ARM both ways. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. There's crude oil going up and gold. You could do a micro gold. I want to wait for a pullback, and then there's that pop on the SPY. But again, oil, even anything related to geopolitics, they're going nuts. I spend a little bit more than 100, but I like them. We did it. We made it. We have a little bit of time before we do it and we make it. If that makes any sense. So, not a recommendation. Gold on the high. You will lose money. I did ARM both ways. I did a 187 call for 80 cents. And then I did a 110 put for next week for 50 cents. Iran didn't strike, but they threatened retaliation. Yeah, it's literally right where this candle came out. You could go LMT. Honestly, I don't think LMT has even made the war move. Yesterday was kind of it, but oh no, look at that 100-day chart. No. It already did it. Oh shit. These war stocks are running up before anything. Yeah, LMT already did it. That's nuts. But yeah, NQ, I still think that's the leader. That one's going to be very juicy, depending on how things come out. I kind of want to do a flip at end of the day, but I think I'm going to just ride out the bonds, and then I just did ARM. I just think ARM, that range, it's literally was just at like 190, and then it was just at 110. So I think ARM is either going to die or do very well. So we'll see. Yeah, LMT's insane. So I think it's too late if you want to play that. I think you go small play, oil or gold if you're really because they already ripped. Like you were supposed to play these all yesterday. We had the read on it, but again, I was scared of the oil because of the seasonality, but these are all going nuts. If it's going to do day 2, you go small on oil or gold. Bonds aren't as bad, but I'm already even up on my bond play. So everything you're paying for it, you can't go for any continuation on anything without a little bit of a FOMO premium attached. No, I'm still in the Snap shares. No. Snap reports a little later, but they definitely will move with Meta. They moved it with damn Pinterest. Retripping. Where's Bitcoin? That came down. No Apple or Amazon yet. I think all I have is ARM. I like Qualcomm too. Qualcomm is another bigger. Damn, Qualcomm's up 7? Yeah, Qualcomm has the ability to run a lot too. Yeah, it's still pricing in $13. It just sucks when they price in a lot. That's the only thing I don't like about ARM. Like literally none of these are even like good to play. You don't even have to go look at the earnings. Just like look at them all. All of these are pricing in. The cheapest one is 6% on a $900 stock. But literally every single one of these plays is pricing in a ton. Oh, I know what I'm going to play. But I'm scared of it. I don't know. Is there a mini silver? Is it QG? No, I want a mini silver. Or very small silver, you know? It's QI. I put ZI. Yeah. That's what I wanted the other day. And then ZB's still going. Damn, QI's still expensive. What? That's actually kind of crazy. Did I take my Insta stories down? Nah, man, you're probably talking to a fake Josh. So be careful of fake Josh. You know, don't let him. I know you want to get me alone in a private, stock market room and talk to me, but don't fall for it. You know what I'm saying? Don't let him prey on your deepest desires. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. Is that not what he offers you? He's like, oh, you want a private room? We could talk about stocks, huh? Yeah. It's exactly what he's offering you. Why do you even want that? It's not even like this. Come on, man. Oh, I want to play silver. It's too expensive. And then we got 18 minutes left. Man, what a day. What a day. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Damn, are the bonds really about to break out? I'm kind of nervous there. I thought Powell was pumping. He was, and then there was bad Iran news. They threatened to retaliate against Israel. And then gold, oil, silver, everything, bonds just started running up. And then now we're here. Shy is good again. ZT, that moved a lot. That one moved better. Even my bond play, though, even on the long end of the curve. The question is, what do you do when this thing is TOT's either about to break out or not? Remember that 94.68, like 95-ish. That was a level I told you guys to watch out for. So it's very interesting where we are right now. And then ES has gone up. It's like another 10 points from the bottom. I don't think the Iran news was unexpected. I think it just added to everything. And then people were already running all of those plays off of the Powell and everything else. Gunlock says, I don't think the economy is that strong. I believe we will say where we were seeing a recession in September. Well, hey, man, I'm glad we have our Fed future plays. And then SPY is starting to work its way up. Broadcom on the high. Again, you are going to get a couple of chip makers after the bell. Tesla. Yeah, I don't know why Broadcom is running. Broadcom's up 12. So, man, damn. Right on. Again, all these companies that got these quote-unquote exceptions. So these guys are killing it. And then MO came back a little bit. That one wasn't bad. That one literally moved in line now. So, again, a lot of those names overshot. And then by the end of the day, hi. Average cost to close, like 2.5, 3. You think 10K in closing cost is high? Well, what's the price of the home? I think like anywhere from like 1.5 to 3% cost to close. I've seen. It just all depends on the deal. But even then, rates are high right now, so I can only imagine. But it does depend on the value of what you're dealing with. $470 with 20K down. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, it's not bad. It'd be nice if you could get one, but it seems to be around 2.5%. So, but no, I think you're getting around there. Yeah, there's probably a little bit of wiggle room. Not 20K. Oh, it doesn't even matter. It's all that matters is, again, like the price and then what you're, like the price of the home, and then just take a percentage of that. So I guess if you are putting money 20% down, I guess the loan is only what, like 300? But again, around 2%, I guess anywhere 1.5 to 3%. It's a good range to be in. I think 3M calls are all up like 4,000%. Meta, ARM, and Qualcomm, those are the big ones. When everyone front run the bonds, if he said September, because he's not being, well, people are front running the bonds. Literally, my bond plays up a lot. Every part of the bond curve just caught a bid. So people kind of are, but there's also the data that could throw that and dislodge it. So he's not giving you the confidence. That's why, like any data set, it could easily be reversed. I'm going to stay around a little bit for earnings. I'm trying to decide, do I hold the bond play into tomorrow? Because remember the yen, I hit that play on the yen yesterday and I sold out. If we held that, you would have made a couple thousand, I think. But I cut out of that. But now I like our bond play, but I'm like, man, this is that other TLT top, and I don't like it. So we either take the profits now or push it. Oh, yeah, we have free MOs, too. A lot of free earnings plays, man. We've been hitting. Yeah, Qualcomm is today. Yeah, and today's end of the month. I keep forgetting. And then 10-minute rigged in 2 minutes, my friend. So good luck. All I did was a play on ARM. My only plays of the day today. We flipped MO 100%, made those free. Sold out of the Disney to make those free. That was from yesterday or 2 days ago. And then I bought ARM both ways. And then I bought September Fed futures. And then I bought a ZB bond future. And I'm still in both of those future plays. All right. Nice. Iran raising red revenge flags on government buildings. Yeah, I think something's going to happen. Remember, we've been here before. You guys don't remember? You've done this exact thing, I think, about a month or two ago. Do you remember? You remember when we attacked, or when Israel attacked Iran, and we played this exact same game? There's one big attack. They're like, ooh, they're going to retaliate. And then the retaliation happened. And then we waited, but then it was like Friday, and then we waited for the weekend. And then nothing happened, but then they retaliated the next weekend. And then it was after that next weekend. So think about it. Today's Wednesday, tomorrow's Thursday. And then we have the data. So I feel like it's either retaliation by Friday or you're going to play one of these weekend games, and then we're going to do that. So, again, that was just like a month ago. So let's see. And then 10-minute rigged. Not so bad. Again, bond. I don't know. TLT, I'm like, so that's the play I played with bonds. I didn't buy TLT, but I bought the ZB. But I grabbed it there literally right when I heard Powell talk about September. I bought it. I was like right here. So I'm still riding it out, but it just depends on holding or not. I like the gain from that bottom to top of the day because bonds have gone up like every single day. That's where I'm kind of like, I don't know. And then remember like 95.60-ish or like 94.60, 94.90. That's where I was telling you when I had my other big bond play. That's where I thought the bonds would top out. I might just hold the bonds for fear's sake. Because I don't know. I don't think the bonds should go up that much. But then Powell and a little bit of fear bid. It's a good recipe. I'm down to push it. We got good. I got like almost $500 of cushion on it. That's why I'm like, We got 9 minutes here now. So this is 10-minute rigged. Yeah, now you're going to have to play escalation game, and then what? Just now wait for Friday. That's it. 3M. Yeah, if if 3M flip, now you're talking. You were talking about the calls. I think the puts have a better risk to reward now at that point. How long does the ZQ trade daily? Oh, I have no idea. I think it's normal hours as anything else, but I have no idea. That plays up here too. We have 60 days on that. That one I'm going to hold. It's small. I don't think that play we should ever go down more than a couple hundred, but if that one keeps, I think the September odds with how everybody's acting and then now even some of this war shit, I think that play is getting very interesting. And then there you go. Bonds are breaking out again. Yeah, we'll see. Final 5, but that so far we're dumping on 10-minute rigged. I think it's Broadcom and then LRCX are the ones that report today. Chips will run if earnings could be good. And then don't forget, we are going to have to deal with like the buybacks. And I think if you have good earnings plus buybacks, but then the big dogs do good, things will be fine. But if not, if any more start slipping, I think it'll just be one at a time. Maybe the Grim Reaper shows up. Oil, I mean, USO is a good oil play. My only problem, USO is up 5% right now. It should be. Yeah, futures are up 5%. So you could go for like XOM and anything like that, but I'd try to keep it USO or oil futures, but it's up a lot. I think bonds are up a lot. I don't even know what's the cheapest, like gold and silver. I still want to say maybe. I think you just either position small or you find like the lag, like NASDAQ's lagging, but it's still expensive. It's kind of hard to chase, to be honest, because everything is either still really high or not. There's earnings plays. I like my Airbnbs and shit like that, but everything else, I don't know if, like again, like bonds, oil, gold, all of them have moved a lot. Let's see. Final 5 in 30 seconds. Microsoft was yesterday. Today is going to be Meta. Meta could change a lot, so don't underestimate that. Meta could move a ton of things by the end of the day. Bro, I didn't look at IWM yet. Last time I saw it was at 2080. I kind of like an IWM play too, if it's small enough. Oh, shit. It came down? Yo, I'm kind of down with that. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to grab me a M2K, bro. We'll go small. Because this is the breakout point. I don't think it's going to top out there. How much time? All right, I went with an M2K, small one. We'll ride that into tomorrow. I would have went bigger if I wanted to flip it. But Chattadonia, I think we are getting to that moment. Actually, I'm going to keep the M2K. And then I'm going to get an RTY to flip for end of the day. But yeah, we're going to land right now. It is that time, Chattadonia. So, listen, I love you. Thank you for not getting banned. Thank you, guys, for those of you who liked it, whether I asked or not. All of those who kept it on topic. All of those who were so tolerable that I got to enjoy you all day, share ideas and thoughts with you, man. I really appreciate it. So, thank you for your time. I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed it. But that is all I have for you today. So I'm going to wrap it up, but as a sign of how thankful I am for you and everything you've provided and you being here, I don't want you to have your day disturbed by my loud annoyingness. So when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers because it is going to get extremely loud in here. So earmuffs is the safe word. If you don't like loud noises, protect yourself, and then that's it. And then we're good to go. Then we'll see what happens in the world and in life and everywhere else. You know what I'm talking about? So thank you, my friends. But earmuffs is the word, all right? So this is not a drill. It's going to get really loud. Earmuffs. Please protect yourself. Do it for yourself. Do it for your community. Do it for your long term. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please tow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 77 degrees, clear skies, looking like a beautiful day, especially if you sold premium, because we went nowhere after hitting the 1.7. But shout out if you did make a bond play. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flight enter, flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, Chatadonia. Qualcomm, XOM, earnings after the bell. We are going to be here, so I'll be here for Meta, AMD, or Meta and ARM, and there's a couple of others, Qualcomm. We have all the previews and whatnot, so should be exciting. But Chatadonia, time to wrap it up. You only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You got to wrap it up. Bring it home. Are you playing the options? Less than 30 seconds. You playing the Meta. You playing the ARM, the Qualcomm. What are you going to do? You got to make up your mind. Bring it home. Still 2 more days left in the week. Powell said he's going to talk about rate cuts, all of that good stuff, but you have less than 10 seconds to bring it home. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. We have the earnings. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I need to wait. I got... All right, I made 170 on my other Russell. I'm holding the M2K. Let's go, baby. I need that good game. I sold out of that Russell. Good game, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost, man. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, those vibes, personality, info. Way to hold it down, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Happy Powell Day. We got a lot more on the way. A lot more on the way. Thank you for being here. Oh, man. That Russell even going up more. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Did you contribute? Huh, baby, you don't know. Some of you didn't have to, but you did. Oh, I think Qualcomm is out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, Qualcomm. 190. Hold on. I get paid for my thoughts. I'm with pay, so I stop influential as fuck. Boy, my mental been tough from my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard. Thank you all for holding it down. The real one. Opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. My money on stats, I can show you the top. Everybody on my pop, both the key and the lock. Yeah, no, Qualcomm is out, but not the easy numbers. So they have their other one, so I don't know what they were expecting. But Qualcomm, if you go on their 8K, it should be out. Damn, I should have held that, Russell, but that one's still going. We still have this small one. But yeah, Qualcomm's already out. So if you're into that, you could take a gander if you would like. Chips are starting to go up. We're waiting on ARM and the other one. But Chad, thank you. Yeah, ARM and Meta. Meta, I don't have it yet. So let me actually get the Meta numbers right now. Oh, there's ARM. Remember, look on the wire. Meta's moving, but it's not out. So please hold while we connect your call. Oh, Qualcomm, there it is. So Qualcomm was $2.33. I don't care for Qualcomm as much. Let me get you these real quick. Okay. Oh, so Qualcomm 9.3 billion. That beats estimates of 9.2. EPS was 233, beats estimates of 225. Fourth quarter outlook 9.5 to 10.3. That beats 9.7. And then adjusted EPS in line 245 to 265. And then they full year guided to 10.08 instead of 9.90. So Qualcomm did very good. Yeah, ARM is drilling, but Qualcomm beat and raised on almost everything. I don't know why ARM is going down. I just saved the Facebook numbers. So again, Facebook is going to move the market more than anything. So I hope you're ready. Again, these are going to be the numbers. Facebook looked for a number of 38.2 on revenue. I don't think ARM is out yet. Believe it or not. Again, Qualcomm did good. Okay, this is ARM. So ARM is expecting 903 million. ARM files 6K. Wait, what? I think ARM might be out. I just don't think easy numbers are out. Yeah. ARM 939 million. They beat estimate of 902. Adjusted EPS 40 cents. They beat estimate of 34. Increased demand for AI and rising adoption across all solutions. So it looks like they beat and raised, just beat. I don't have guidance yet, but they are coming down. Quarter two outlook 23 to 27 cents. That's below estimate of 27. Revenue next quarter 780 to 830, within the range of 800 million. Full year outlook revenue 38 to 41. That's above estimate of 402, and then adjusted EPS 145 to 165. Estimate was 158. So yeah, ARM guidance was poor. They beat on this. They beat on this one, but then they missed on guidance. So honestly, it wasn't that good. That's why they're down, but I think they're all moving within line. Qualcomm was a beat and raise. So I already went over Qualcomm numbers. Qualcomm beat and raised. It was all good. Meta should be any moment. And then again, here's what was expected. So Meta is expected 8. Qualcomm was expected to move 7.5. And then ARM was expected to move 11. Oh, there's Meta. Hold on. I think Meta's out. High. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I just had an earnings dump. Meta's on the high. I need to go searching for it. Please hold while we connect your call. Where is it? Hold on. I got lost in the sauce. My search isn't working. So Meta revenue, net revenue was 13.4. EPS is at 516. So they're killing it. Yeah, they beat EPS by a lot. Revenue 39.0. So they killed it. They beat revenue by $1 billion. And remember, that was a guide up, I think. So yeah, watch even Snapchat too. But no, they killed it. On track to be the most used AI assistant in the world by the end of the year. What the hell? So that right there might be a driving headline. So literally, Mark Zuckerberg, they're saying strong quarter. Their AI is on track to be the most used AI assistant by the end of the year. So they're kind of taking a ChatGPT. They're already up more than expected. Again, they were pricing in about 8%. Snap is going up off of that too. Again, they're NVIDIA's biggest client. So yeah, they beat on revenue, beat on net profit, and beat on EPS. I don't have guidance yet. I'm not reading through here. Average price per ad increased year over year by 18. Ad impressions up 10% over year. Daily active users, 3.27 billion. Yeah, so that was in line. That's because they replaced their search bar. Well, yeah, I guess so, huh? That's kind of like when they were like, oh, We had millions of users on Threads. It's because it's just no. Damn, that Russell play, if I held it, that would have made a lot more, but the smaller play's doing good, and bonds are still up. But Meta was solid. I think that was good. Bonds are ripping after hours. I think the SPY's barely moving, but Meta is just literally in line. Again, I think Qualcomm was the best one. Qualcomm moved 2 standard deviations, and then Meta killed it. Again, capital expenditures 37 to 40 billion. Estimate was 37, so they raised that again. That's not good. Expenses 96 to 99 billion. And then Ray-Ban glasses are seeing strong traction. Meta's experienced robust growth across platforms. See third quarter revenue 38.5 to 41. I don't know how that stacks up. I don't know if they had estimates on that. I think NVIDIA is benefiting off of Meta. So again, and then ARM was weak on guidance. Earnings was good, but they're down. I'm surprised they're not down more. And then Qualcomm, that was 2 standard deviation beat, surprise. And then again, Meta did good, but they're just moving in line. Headcount was 70,000 in Meta, decrease of 1% year over year. Again, daily active users in line, up over 7% year over year. Yeah, Meta's creeping down. It seems like NVIDIA benefited more off Meta than Meta did. Bro, NVIDIA's up 15% today off of BS chip news. I love it. Oh, I love it. No, Meta's in line. It overshot, but remember, 7-8%. That's what it was pricing in. It moved 11-12% on that first candle. So, yeah, I think this was honestly, though, I think earnings not so bad. Qualcomm, Meta were good. I mean, ARM could have been better on guidance, but it wasn't the worst. But now, I mean, compared to yesterday, it's not that bad. And then Meta's a big dog, and that one's actually good. Meta expects Reality Labs operating loss to increase meaningfully. Oh, no, due to so still losing money on their fucking goggles. But, hey, at least they're the #1 AI assistant because they replaced the search box. ARM, NVIDIA's loving it. That's the weirdest one. But, like you could see, NVIDIA's doing good. And then the fact is you just didn't have a bad earnings here now. And then again, Meta is a big dog, and that's still ripping. No war news. I mean, other stuff might even go. We did good even with war news today. It messed with us a little bit at the end, but look at everything. And then that war news is really lifting the bonds. All right, man. I think that's it. Meta expects significant CapEx growth in 25 to support. Hey, that's not good at all. All these little comments about spending money might kill it, but that was another good earnings out of Meta. So, again, Meta, they did good. Last earnings, I guess, wasn't too hot, but considering how high up they are. But then, again, they got a lot of comments towards not being as hot. Oh, Carvana? Yeah, Carvana came out. I don't have the estimates, but a record adjusted EBITDA of $355 million, net income of $48 million, net income margin of 1.4, EBITDA margin of 10.4, record GAAP operating income of $259. They expect guidance sequential increase in retail units in Q3 compared to Q2, and then they guided for adjusted EBITDA of $1 to $1.2 billion for full year, an increase from $339 last year. Honestly, that sounds good for Carvana. They literally just said they're forecasting adjusted EBITDA of $1 billion on the year. Does that not sound ridiculous to you guys? I don't know how that stacks up. Yeah, and they beat. EBITDA margin was 7 expected. They did 10. Honestly, I think that's good. The car vending machine business. Yeah, I don't know. Carvana dropped, but that earnings seems, I think they guided up. Bro, they're saying $1 billion of EBITDA. And then they beat margin by 3%. That's like 50% compared to what was expected. Carvana did really good, I think. I don't have easy numbers, but based on what I'm seeing here, it looks to be a beat and a raise in guidance. Yeah, now it's up 16. You just had that little candle. That just gave you a discount. Now it's up 18. That thing is not stopped. That one, now it's up 19, 20. My goodness. When does Meta conference call start? At 2 p.m.? Oh, I don't know if we're going to... I don't think we have time for 2 p.m. That's a long time. Now Meta, now it's 2% below the expected move. Again, Carvana was pricing in like what, 13 or something? Carvana was pricing in 15, so it's slightly above. And again, I'm pretty sure they guided up. Oh, Carvana did good. I hate to break it to you. I mean, I don't know if it's the thing slowing down or not, but yeah. For Riot, I don't know when Riot comes out. I think Carvana said they had 10% margins, adjusted though. But I think that's the metric everyone's looking at. Carvana looks like a beat and raise. Maybe Carmack sympathy, yeah. And then there's Meta dancing all over the place. I didn't know eBay and Etsy. There's ARM dying. They had bad earnings. They beat, but then guided weak. But now ARM was pricing in 11. They went up 5 to like down now 1.5. So I think it's moved like 5 or 6 so far, but still moving pretty slow. I'm sure a lot of things are coming out right now. Paycor, Vici just came out. MetLife, Oxygen, MGM, Albemarle. Jeez, man. A lot of things just I don't know. Etsy drop and pop or pop and drop. Is Nvidia still eating off that? Bonds dropping. Yields, yeah, like they're getting bullish. All right. Well, I think that's it, Chad. I think we did good. You got the smaller, yeah, TLT's going up after hours. That plays up a lot more now. Let me get you an Uncle song, and then we'll come back, and then we'll see, and then we'll wrap it up if no other big events happen. I love you, Chad Adonia. We have the watch list tonight. Well, maybe, I don't know, unless we listen to the preview, but we'll see. We'll see.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to crazy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Read off the screen that I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh into the bread truck. All I got is just, yeah. All I gotta make is one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Booster on booster. Mandate on mandate. I just get EV a test rate. It goes hard, bro. It goes hard, but yeah, I'm hungry now. That's it. I didn't know. I got surprised. My girl just came by with some Swiss food, dog. I gotta go, man. I gotta get me this food. Those bomb plays hit him, man. So sell them if you gonna cry if they go down. Otherwise, you ride and you got a good bond play for tomorrow. Yeah, there's a lot of earnings, but I think Meta may help us dodge some bullets. I think tomorrow will be very interesting. And then Friday is action-packed, baby. Action-packed. So, Chattadonia, I love you. Thank you for being here. That is all. That is all we have. Go check out the links. I'll see you on the watch list. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel, baby. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course, but that's all we have here today. So I'll see you tonight. God willing, I'll see you in the morning. Again, tomorrow, I don't know. We'll see how it kind of plays out, but otherwise, Friday should be big action, but bonds, oil, gold, there's a lot going on. So I love you all. Thank you for being here, and don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, why I got a PHILO for you tomorrow, and we got some good things to talk about, baby, but why you always got to stay in the game and know your identity, baby. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, I love you. You have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful evening. God willing, I'll see you in the morning. Maybe I'll see you on the watch list. If not, my Instagram will suffice. Okay? But you already know it all. But that's it, man. I love you. Have a good day and peace out. Hey. Oh, look at the bonds. Are they buying it because they're scared of me, or why are they buying? I don't know. It's good, but I'm good. I'm excited to be here. That's good. Look at it. This thing going vertical after... something's happening, they're sending this thing up like a ratatouille, like a rabbit out of a hat. You got to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Where'd you pull a rabbit out of the hat? Rabbit out, that's fun to say. Rabbit, bonds. I'm a rabbit bond. Buy the bond. We invented it. Camelot's going to be fine. Anyways, I don't know. Camilla. You guys want Kamala, that's fine. I can't blame you. Joe had no idea where he was. Our whole campaign, we made it. We already made it. It was about how Joe is old. Now we have to redo it. It's hard. We got to adjust. But Kamala, I don't know. Nobody likes Kamala. I think they're acting. I think they're making it up. They're all lying. They're lying. Some people think I didn't get shot. Can you believe it? I know. Well, can we see the wound? Show me the exit wound. Can you show us? Can you make a TikTok? I know Kamala got a TikTok. Where's your TikTok, Donald? Show us the picture on TikTok. If I got shot, I'd post a picture. It sounds like the Democrats are a bunch of conspiracy theories, too. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.